Chapter 1351. Through no fault of their own, most people didn't understand hive minds. That lack of understanding made them afraid. Avexin understood more than most, as he'd been part of 4. Well, more like 3.5. His original hive mind in Unified Sector was 1, then the one he'd next transferred to, and finally ascending into the Scarlet Alliance was pretty much just a different part of the same overall organization. Then he ended up transferring to the western part of the Alliance. Moving between hive minds was more or less like moving between cities or planets. Relatively simply on the surface, and a much larger impact than many people realized. The actual mechanics were simple. None of the hive minds forced anyone to stay as part of them. Overall, they had been part of the same system and were compatible for linking up with other minds that had been in the same position. But it was still different. A big change. There were a whole lot of customs and a different culture to get used to. Different resources that could be accessed, though learning how was actually far easier for a hive mind cultivator than a standard civilian. Just a simple thought and a number of helpful responses would come. They could even answer real questions, not simply what people thought they wanted or needed. Avexin wasn't a confluence cultivator. He hadn't come with a whole bunch of people or tied himself to a power structure that would raise him up. Nothing was wrong with those, assuming people were willing. In short, not how the numerological compact did things. His path simply didn't match up with that. He was interested in growth of the system. When the numerological compact in the upper realms fell, he had gone to be a part of that whole network. It was mostly one network, with the greater populations of enslaved cultivators turning into a wider spanning hive mind. Only a few subgroups had been missed, and they had plenty of opportunities to join. A few more had actually split off, interested in smaller communities. All of that was fine. It was a serious undertaking to swap hive minds, just as much as it was joining one intentionally instead of being swept up in the original tides. But cultivators could make a lot of big decisions in their lives. Where to find their early education, whether to try to join a sect or a trade guild or pursue pure or mixed tech or anything else. All of those could result in similar magnitude choices. That was why it was important for them to do it right. And thus, Avexin was responsible for induction ceremonies. Not even close to the only one, but he was one of those with the most experience, having come from older hive minds. He tended to take on groups of a few thousand. The process took a few months for it to be done right. First, it started by educating people on what becoming part of the hive mind meant. What it didn't mean was preferential treatment by the government. It was true that hive mind cultivators naturally gravitated towards businesses known about by their members, but not necessarily owned by their members. Knowledge was important, convenience of access, specializations, and everything else. Hive minds just shared those things more easily. That was why some members were assigned specifically to assess different aspects of their worlds. If the skills of one of their members were lacking, they could help them grow. If there was one outside that was superior in some way, they could learn from them. Not everything was taken to the extremes. Sometimes people just followed their whims. Some things were personal preference. Explaining to outsiders what it was like to be in a hive mind was an impossible task, but one that Avexin took up every day. Once people were educated as fully as they could be and had self-selected in or out, an actual induction could begin. That worked by Avexin introducing himself and the others to each other, mentally. This took the form of massive arrays that connected people, reminiscent of what the numerological compact had once entrapped people with, though with no restraints. Instead, it was up to the individual to retain their position. Forcefully breaking away would be uncomfortable for them, possibly even damaging. There was a reason there were many warnings about even beginning the process if they were uncertain. Some people would not believe the hive mind would release them, even though it came with practically no risks. With every batch, Avexin observed a few individuals take mental strain due to incompatibilities of some sort, usually personal issues. For all who passed beyond that step, Avexin would then introduce the group into the larger whole. For the most part, there weren't any issues at that step. He could smooth the impact that the new group might feel, though he would already anticipate they could handle it. In the last century, he'd only witnessed a few disasters. Nothing more than could be expected for a journey of cultivators, and indeed he might expect to witness more unfortunate happenings even among the general population. A few people found themselves incompatible and tried to force things. No individual could harm the hive mind, but many minds could harm one. If the stubborn fools were lucky, they would pass out. Dying was another possibility, and still better than the third possibility, their minds turning to mush in a way not even the best mental doctors could help them recover. But again, only a handful of incidents total. Until this last year, where there had been 3. The first one had seemed pretty standard. A woman that was a little bit too eager to be part of something. A Vexen sensed that wasn't really what she wanted, and that had resulted in him pushing back on her. Yet she had kept trying, even when the rest of the cohort subconsciously pushed back. The incident left 3 in a coma, including the woman herself. Without anything else, it would have been out of his mind already. He wouldn't chastise himself for a failure on another's part. Cultivators had to be resilient. The second was a man. There was instability there that he had seemingly overcome, until the time came. He didn't try to force his way through, even making a successful link, but a Vexen sensed it in the small group. The man tried to hide it. A Vexen cut off the man, and he just stopped. His mind shut down, but not from any sort of force a Vexen had imparted. He simply died. No coma, no middle ground. An anomaly. It could have been an unfortunate accident, if not for another woman. This time, a Vexen almost didn't notice. She really wanted it. Perhaps too much, but some people were obsessed. Being part of the hive mind absolutely wouldn't fix all of a person's problems. Yet on the other hand, it would provide an avenue for such things, if they were willing to put in the effort. The same was true of the alliance as a whole, but there was something comforting about constant mental support. It was only when introducing the incoming group to the wider hive mind that it happened. The calm flow of the woman's mind, he couldn't even remember her name anymore, suddenly transformed. A Vexen reacted instantly. He had to. However, alone he couldn't stop it. A horrifying feedback spread throughout the hive mind. Whatever it was had to be a targeted attack, and it was all a Vexen's fault. A horrific wave of memories, real or not was unclear, burst out into the community. A Vexen did everything he could, and what he actually accomplished was minimizing the number of people who actually died. But as previously considered, he wasn't sure if that was better or not. Over half of the population passed out all at once. It was only through instant responses of surrounding cultivators that further disasters were prevented, but loss of consciousness was the least of their concerns after the immediate threats like potentially crashing ships or unstable generators were handled. It was with no thanks to a Vexen himself that the disaster was mitigated. The hive mind cultivators as a whole withstood it, and those around them, but not part of them, saved the rest. There was an investigation, of course. Once a Vexen was conscious, he bared his memories. However, he didn't know anything. The woman herself was no longer anything. She certainly wasn't part of the hive mind. Memories of her were carved out with a rusty blade. The only thing that survived were a number of recordings, physical things, not memories. Her cultivation method wasn't familiar. Neither were the other two, and they weren't the same. Even so, a Vexen was convinced they were connected. When his brain did anything, induction ceremonies had to be cancelled, leaving thousands and tens of thousands adrift, cut off from the hive mind they had been planning to join. The hive mind couldn't risk it, and those who were joining would be the most at risk if there was another disaster. The one thing that everyone was certain of was that it was not an accident. Instead, it was a targeted attack. Was it sponsored by some remnant of the numerological compact? Others in the Exalted Quadrant? The Trigold Cluster? They might want the Alliance to start a war with their eternal foes. Any possibility could be true, or multiple. Not likely all of them, as the Exalted Quadrant probably wouldn't want to start a war against themselves. There were easier ways. It was possible they wished to have plausible deniability, but most of their sects weren't strong enough to face an actual war. Not against the Alliance's domination cultivators, unless the whole of the Exalted Quadrant was ready to act together. Whatever the case, people had been used as weapons. Their minds and souls. Not every cultivator suffered the same long-term effects after the mental shock. Some of those who passed out were fine immediately afterward. Some who remained conscious had lingering effects. If it had been just a little bit worse, they might have created a chain reaction of death. If the hive mind had died, it wouldn't have been just then. No doubt their deaths would lead to chaos in those around them. They could have erased multiple systems, all at once. A Vexen was mentally scarred and completely determined to track down whoever was responsible. He had no idea where to start, and he could barely even think even a month after the event. Yet he wouldn't give up. Paranoia told him to hide his intentions from the hive mind. Logic told him that if there were any true threats already within the hive mind, they could have done worse. But he wasn't certain. Besides, they might not be willing to sacrifice themselves as easily as others. Considering his options, Avexen needed to investigate sects that focused on the mind and soul, possibly also reincarnation techniques, if they were sacrificing their own members. Alternatively, they might be brainwashing or programming others to unwittingly serve as their pawns. Would they need a domination cultivator for something of the sort? Perhaps they had their own hive mind. If so, it was well kept secret. Maybe he could join them. It was a crazy thought, probably brought about by lingering mental damage. He wouldn't really join them. Just do the same thing to them they intended to do to his people. No, that wouldn't quite work. He would need to be at least an augmentation cultivator to provide such horrific mental anguish, and merely experiencing it wouldn't let him replicate it. Being a strong augmentation cultivator would be better for that. He had no intention to subject himself to torture or twist his own mind into knots. Nor did he really want to kill however many people that way. If he could do so mercifully and swiftly, that wouldn't be so bad. The Alliance would approve. It would also be extremely problematic if he screwed up his own mind and there wasn't an enemy hive mind. Then his head would be broken, and he'd at most get 1 or 2 people as they tried to probe him for answers, which would be far less valuable than just revealing them to the Alliance. Avexen would hold off on any drastic measures. For the moment, he would dredge up as much of his own memories as he could. Small details about any of the candidates in those batches, not just the ones that were a problem. He would need to work with someone outside the hive mind. Someone trustworthy but incorruptible. He doubted he could get a domination cultivator on board, and even if he did, they might be too obvious. Still, he wouldn't reject them if he had an opportunity to get their help. Chapter 1352. A series of network attacks were the first thing that brought Julie's attention to a problem, or at least a potential problem. They were all attempts at remote access, pretty blatant attempts to bypass various security measures or to spoof legitimate connections. Julie wasn't a network cultivator, but even she could tell the attacks were pretty pathetic. It was more of a sign of future trouble. It was part of a trend where outsiders attempted to use tech to make moves against the Alliance. Unfortunately for them, their cultures weren't steeped in tech for a millennium. Even if the little Alliance was closer to half that, they weren't working with scraps. They were built up from the bottom properly, including all skills they needed. Attacks from inside were actually much more effective. Some determined individuals were quite good at hacking systems. Some might even be good enough to go completely unnoticed. However, they were problems from within the culture of the Alliance. Outsiders weren't that great yet. The problem wasn't the present moment, but what the threats might become. Individuals or small groups could only do so much compared to state actors. If the Exalted Quadrant focused a portion of their might to something, they would eventually cause problems. The sort that nobody knew about. It was a good thing the Alliance had been security conscious from the beginning. Their foes couldn't even hack into public networks yet, partially because they wouldn't risk approaching close enough for time lag to not be an issue. If they got their hands on the emerging instant comms, it would be another matter. However, such devices were inherently more secure, as they were only used at the top end of things. There wasn't anything Julie could do on her own, but she did arrange to travel to Xianxia. She had almost total certainty that their networks had not been compromised, but she was still only going to mention the details in person with Engineer Uzin and whatever team he recommended. Fortunately, the spatial distortions would make that trip a fraction of the time it would have otherwise been. "Oh, hi, Julie." Suddenly being addressed, she spun around. She wasn't so well known on Xianxia that many people actually knew her. But of course, there was one person. "I noticed you left home recently, but now you're here. I thought you just went to some other planet." It was Bear Hug. They would always approach people they knew well. Julie grinned. "This is another planet." "A close one." Bear Hug swapped to energy sign. Vocalizations were hard, but better for grabbing attention. "What are you doing here? Can I ask? Is it a secret?" "Some of it. Watch your electronics." Bear Hug pulled out a tablet and waited for a moment. "Is something supposed to be happening?" "No. Maybe I should say, if you notice anything strange, tell me." "Oh, I'm not a good person for that. It's all strange to me. Just be careful if you get any weird messages." "Oh, I know about that." Bear Hug nodded seriously. "I'm not supposed to get told what to do except in person. or if I'm expecting something specific. Good. Julie was glad that the bear hug-sized hole in various security protocols was being well taken care of. It helped that they weren't being asked to help with communication in the lower realms anymore, and soon in the upper realms. BHCP was listed as insecure anyway, but that didn't mean people always followed the rules. She might need to bring it up with Uzan, though. That's great. Well, I should probably get going. Already? If you have to, that's fine, but I was going to ask you about hive minds. Julie tilted her head. Why? She stopped. She didn't have to go, and it was interesting enough. She just hadn't been interested in small talk. Because I know you. Have you ever been part of a hive mind? Nope. It's not something you casually pop in and out of. I'd assume you would know that. I don't know. I'm not a hive mind, Bear Hug said. I'm just me. Huh. I hadn't thought about that distinction, Julie said. Why did you bring it up? Because they shut down recruitment. Here in the upper realms, I mean. Were you planning to join? Bear Hug vigorously shook a head they created. I have been advised that it would be a terrible idea for any number of reasons. I've been to visit, though, both upper and lower realms. That's neat. They're not really in my area of specialty, so I haven't really interacted with them much. They use computers, though. So does everyone. At least in the Alliance. Including you. Oh yeah. It might be nothing, Julie admitted to Uzan. But I thought I should bring it up. I understand why you avoided sending a message, Uzan said. I can send some specialists. If you're right, and all the attacks have been failures, it's still good analytical experience. The Alliance hasn't really had to deal with cyber warfare so far, but we do have precautions in place. I don't believe your caution was unfounded. Is there anything I can do? Julie asked. Make sure that important junctions stay secure. They might try the easier option of sneaking indirectly. It would be difficult for them to send spies. Void ants would notice people with false auras and have a pretty good sense of which methods are core to the Alliance. Not that they can know them all, but there are certain signatures of the major sections. Julie thought for a moment. As for compromising people within, it would be hard to find many that foolish. But I might suggest some things to Velvet. It's a project she could handle without roaming far from home. Indeed, though few things are these days. At least within the boundaries of the Alliance. Julie nodded. She remembered before the spatial distortions, as well as before she was even part of the Alliance. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your caution. It is good that you brought this to someone's attention. Even if it's just an increased frequency of failed efforts, we must consider the future. Hi, what's it like being part of a hive mind? Avexen was startled out of his thoughts by a plant. You're asking me? Bear Hug nodded. That's right. I'm Bear Hug. I heard you told people all about that, but you're not doing it anymore. Avexen blinked. He was aware of Bear Hug, a rather famous figure in certain circles, strong enough that simply being on the same planet was sufficient to become acquainted with their aura. Apparently Bear Hug transmitted information, somehow. Avexen hadn't been involved in anything that required their input. I'm not retired. But you are tired. By which I mean, they paused recruitment right. How did you find out? The suspicion of Avexen was far overwhelmed by a few other parts of the hive mind. None of them had told Bear Hug, though. Some people were complaining about their cohort being cancelled after everyone started yelling. And some other people somewhere else, also after people passed out everywhere. How many of you are there? Avexen asked. He thought they'd done a pretty good job of limiting the spread of that information. That's classified. That was the normal response, apparently. The answer rang through the members of the hive mind that had met Bear Hug as a truth. It's a bunch. It's probably fine to say there are a couple of me in the region. But sometimes people mean only two, and sometimes it's more, and I won't say which. Avexen centered himself. Being in a hive mind is like having a large number of allies you can reach out to at any time and that you trust with all your heart. It was so difficult to say that at the moment. Not that he didn't trust the hive mind, but because he didn't trust those who might be influencing them or spying on them. Whoa, maybe I am a hive mind, but I'm pretty sure it's still different. Are you everyone? Bear Hug looked around. No, Avexen said. Technically, there were also people that weren't part of the hive mind around as well. It was just a high proportion of the population. I am just me, and a part of something more. Avexen had a thought. Is there a reason you are here? I'm looking for weird things and bad things. Like what? I don't know, but having to shut down recruitment is probably weird and bad. I should tell someone. Can you not? Avexen asked. Why? Bear Hug asked, tilting strongly. I won't let you get up to any skull digging if that's what you're up to. Skullduggery. Yeah, I'm not doing anything bad. But who would you be telling? Avexen was keeping too much information from flowing to the hive mind, just in case. The Alliance. I get paid, you know. That sounds suspicious. I swear it's legit. Why don't you want me to say anything? Because I'm trying to find the culprits. I'm pretty sure you can just start recruiting people again, Bear Hug said. Aren't you one of the guys in charge of that? Some people did something bad, which was why we had to stop. Why did Avexen trust this plant? Why did the hive mind trust them? I'm trying to look into it. Oh, cool. I can help. I'm like a super spy. Who did the bad things? What do they look like? They're dead. Then the problem is ghosts. The conversation was nearly as frustrating as his own thoughts running in circles for the past couple of months. So, still better than not having it, he supposed. Not ghosts. Though, we can't rule out possession. Tell me more. Avexen could have not done it. That was why he chose to. If he felt like he was being compelled or manipulated, he would have avoided it a lot more. Instead, it was like working with a kid. A pretty old kid. The attitude was refreshing. He shared what he remembered. Different cultivation methods. No matching features of any kind. He even mentioned how it felt. I don't like that at all, Bear Hug said. What if they get inside my head? Do you invite people in? I do not. But what if they wore me like a suit? Avexen waved his arm at the form in front of him, vaguely gesturing to all of Bear Hug. Is your consciousness in your strands? Only sort of. Anyway, it sounds like they used a mean technique. Did you say their heads exploded? It felt like it, Avexen said. But no. Any damage they suffered was a result of retaliation. That would have made it really hard to train, Bear Hug said. If they exploded when they did it. Maybe anyone can learn the mean brain thing. That's possible, Avexen admitted. What would we do then? Weed out people who aren't nice, Bear Hug said. You should do that anyway. We try, Avexen admitted. But it's hard to go in depth with everyone, especially over many different planets. I don't have enough bodies for that either, Bear Hug said. There are a lot of humans. Have you tried asking void ants? We have not. Why? People are afraid. You should meet some. They're so nice. Has anyone been hurt by a void ant? That was a good question. Avexen consulted the hive mind. He got back horrifying images of people being swarmed. However, it wasn't anyone from the hive mind. They would be dead, after all. It hadn't even been their friends. Just enemies. Not directly. You should meet some. They're like fishies, probably. You think they're trying to eat you, but they aren't. Well, maybe a little. Was that supposed to make us feel better? You don't? I love fishies. I'm pretty sure void ants don't eat people's energy unless they have permission, or if the people are enemies. That's way better behaved. Maybe that's what's missing here. It's in between the little alliance and the core, and you didn't get a lot of nests here, did you? Not that many, Avexen admitted. Let me know if you want me to talk to someone, because I can, Bear Hug said. They like setting up colonies. I can also help you look for sneaky people, though maybe you need to pretend you're letting people in again. I'll consider it, Avexen said. He couldn't make such a decision alone, but he didn't know if it was safe to do it as a group either. One mistake, and they could lose so much more than last time. Chapter 1353. Whoever it was that had attempted cyber attacks on the Scarlet Alliance, they were at least not foolish enough to do so from their own territory. The origins of various signals were between systems, none of which were in the same part of the Exalted Quadrant's territory. That didn't resolve whether it was a widespread effort or if one sect with the ability to roam freely was at fault. Perhaps it didn't matter. The Alliance sent scouts to confirm that the locations were indeed unoccupied, including potential routes for interstellar orbits. When no remnants were discovered, it was fairly easy to assume that things had been mobile. Long-range communications would require more sizable technology, but there was no reason they couldn't throw something on a decently large ship. Very few structures actually required being attached to a planetary body. Orbital platforms would work just fine. With a bit more effort and expense, bringing them into free space was possible. It was merely a matter of confirmation. After triangulating the origin points of the various signals, the Scarlet Alliance wasn't planning to just sit around and do nothing. Having no specific target for retaliation, that was still the case. There were two schools of thought, neither of which involved direct aggression against the Exalted Quadrant. That might be their desired outcome, when it couldn't even be completely guaranteed that they were responsible. No, the Alliance knew how to respond proportionately. Cyber warfare would be met with the same. They could easily take over or shut down most of their enemies' networks. They were still primitive compared to what the Alliance was working with. They had network cultivators that were quite confident in their success. Alternatively, they could go with a more subtle approach. They didn't yet know the true goal of their enemies, and they could find it out. Julie understood the larger principles in play, even if she didn't understand the specific methods Ace and his team would use. The network cultivator might have been using a false name. Julie would certainly expect him to use one when they actually infiltrated the Exalted Quadrant. We already have various long-term operations within their territory, Ace commented. Monitoring their rate of technology growth is important. This will be a specific goal, however, so I think we should minimize our visibility. No shutting down their entire network. We could probably set them back a couple decades, but they'd come back stronger than ever. What's the plan then? Julie asked. She was responsible for the Little Alliance, those most directly targeted by the attempted attacks. Take out some of their cutting-edge experts? That shouldn't be necessary. They're far enough behind that we can do better. Ace nodded seriously. In fact, they won't even notice anything has happened. Perhaps ever. Tell me about the plan. It's simple. We make a rootkit that fits their infrastructure. Something lightweight that lies dormant, passively spreading itself when network contact is made. Surely these devices they're trying to use against us will be kept secure, Julie said. They might not even share the same protocols. They'll have to be interoperable to some extent. Otherwise, they won't be able to update them. It's a simple process. We first infect public systems. Someone brings a device and connects to public networks. Later, they connect to private, internal structures. Maybe not directly, but with a storage stick. Won't they notice the extra space taken up? Julie asked. That's why we make it efficient. We don't need three-dimensional images or energy replication. We just need it to work. I'm sure they have countermeasures, Julie said. Ace raised an eyebrow. Are you? I'm not. But even if they do, if we study how their systems operate, we can overcome that. We just have to target the right devices. And how do you actually accomplish that? By their output, Ace said. We know what they're trying to hit. We know what they've sent. So we just have to look for that. A slight modification, and even if they would otherwise successfully fake handshake protocols, we can inject a small stream of data that tips us off. Then we can respond accordingly. If they don't have the guts to get close, they're expecting data on a time lag of months. Even if we hold on to the signal and manually create a response, they won't likely notice. What are your chances of success? Julie asked. That depends what we can get access to, and whether they amp-proof their data centers. I hear you have a thriving system of miniaturized tech here. Circuit Chewer thought Ace was a pretty decent human. She was more of a hardware ant than a software ant, but she was perfectly capable of discerning where she needed to hook up to things to extract or implant data. The tech major had a whole crew that worked with her, though they didn't normally do infiltrations. Mostly, they monitored void ant tech that humans couldn't get to. Sometimes their fingers were too big to get into the necessary devices. Besides, void ants needed to be able to maintain their own tech. That was something that Julie had instilled in them. Production was also in their hands a significant portion of the time, though sometimes it was easier to send a schematic to a human factory where they could throw together an entire system all at once. It depended on whether the parts could be printed or needed to be assembled. To avoid certain risks, the infiltration team would be infiltrating the Western Mirage sect. There was no particular reason to choose them first, except that they were nearby and had significant contact with their neighbors. That would help spread things. Once they got to that point, they infiltrated on a local ship design. Circuit Chewer could feel how much worse it was than what the Alliance had. The tech and the formations were both inferior. Not having to hide their ship was a huge advantage, though. They were just a crew of humans and not even a single void ant. If they had been scanned, the void ants would have shown up exactly the same as the ambient energy. Microaura replication devices were top-of-the-line tech for void and infiltration missions. They were also unbelievably inefficient and needed far more energy than they replicated the feel of. However, because they solved one of the biggest problems void ants faced, aside from people happening to look in the right spot, they were worth the expense. They were compact, too, fitting in with almost any set of gear that they needed. It wasn't much good to get to their target if they couldn't do anything at their destination. The main thing they needed were size-expanding adapters to hook up to various ports. It was pretty impossible to carry around things humans thought were compact. The days involved humans finding a target, whether a simple tech shop, network cafe, or company. Then the void ants would infiltrate under Circuit Chewer's leadership. After extracting surface-level data, system specs, and the like, as well as determining base compatibility, the return to the human team that had a whole setup where they would analyze the data. They were actively making modifications to and developing their virus. In some ways, they would have actually been able to do it faster if the Exalted Quadrant were a couple hundred years closer in technology level. There was no guarantee that they would develop down the same path, but what they were using was just so remote from what the Alliance used, even if it was based off of scavenged systems. Sometimes they did just have modern systems. They couldn't necessarily produce them, but Circuit Chewer found one in a huge office. Someone really important in their own mind was there. Circuit Chewer doubted the Elder knew how to use a computer. It was used more as a decoration. Still, it was hooked up to the network with all the best permissions. Circuit Chewer and her team crawled right inside the chassis and hooked up to transmission lines. They blocked any readout to the monitor as they activated certain functions according to what had been programmed ahead of time. A secure internal network was now compromised. Maybe not in obvious ways. They weren't going to make all the computers explode or anything. They could, with the right safety bypasses, but they wouldn't. Nor would they siphon off money transfers. Not that banks worked between great powers, or do anything visibly threatening. They would make an assessment of how close they were to their theoretical targets and pick a next target from there. Sometimes they ran into dead ends. Lots of the time, the target they picked didn't have any access. They couldn't have gotten out on the streets. However, there was something to be said from infiltrating directly. It was more difficult to trace any tampering back to them. No, they shouldn't even know anything that happened. The viruses they injected were never meant to be discovered. If they didn't do anything, nobody would bother looking. They exploited vulnerabilities that hadn't yet been discovered by the Exalted Quadrant. There were some that required insights to take advantage of code imbued with energy. Others took advantage of hardware limitations in ways that seemed impossible. And once they had control of a system, they did nothing except log and extract small amounts of data. Humans would notice if they copied an entire drive. Not that the void ants could fit that much. Compact tech was nice, but at some point space limitations were the biggest factor. A device less than the size of an ant simply couldn't do much. Even if some void ants were a little bit bigger, the millimeter scale just wasn't enough. Efficiency was key. All of the processing was done on the systems they were infiltrating, including stripping away unnecessary bulk. Raw text was pretty much sizeless, so unless they were downloading an entire library, nobody would notice. Perhaps not even then, unless said library carried with it inside imbuments. "We got the stuff," Circuit Chewer reported to Ace. She plugged into the entry system, along with her crew making parallel connections. Together, their gear could do far more than any individual, but it was still limited. "Good," the man commented. He was thin. Even if his cultivation was integration, he didn't have the combat strength to be expected. But that was because he focused all his efforts in a different direction. He made use of just a small bit of energy, adding it to what his desktop system was already doing. "I think we found one. Or rather, something that interfaced with one of our targets." "We did it," Circuit Chewer signed. She repeated it once he was actually paying attention. "Well, the short-term mission is accomplished here. We still need to make sure they connect to here again. And then we do the same on other planets and other systems. If everything went well, this war could have no casualties. Except maybe a few computers, but those weren't people. At least, not most of them." Circuit Chewer had heard about one in the lower realms that was an exception. Manual investigation was not a Vexen's strong suit. He hadn't yet enlisted the aid of void ants, but he might eventually. Before that, however, he wanted to exhaust his leads. Obviously, he had looked into the problematic students as he could. Tracking them back through previous residences was difficult, for him, at least. Involving the whole hive mind. It might have taken a few minutes tops. That might have revealed too much, though. Or maybe Avexin was being overly cautious. Either way, he did eventually find something. A partial technique, with clear instructions that it was to be destroyed once memorization was complete. Rather than one of the latter attacks that had been fairly successful, this was the first student he'd noticed. The eager woman. Remembering her name had been difficult because of how she died. Fortunately, records still existed once he figured it out. Her apartment had been paid ahead for over a year. A little bit longer, and it would have been cleared out. Avexin looked at the partial technique. Someone would have to analyze it for traces of energy. It might be unreasonable to expect anything after so long, especially since the production might not tie it to anything specific to begin with. But it was a thread to pull. When he reached the end, he'd determine what sort of help he needed. Chapter 1354. Have you ever punched someone in the mind before? Bear Hug asked. Inside a cooperative meditation chamber were Avexin and Bear Hug both. Bear Hug was unaffiliated with the hive minds and clearly not working for their foes, so they ended up as Avexin's choice for confiding in. I haven't, Avexin said. And I don't think that's going to start now. But isn't the whole hive mind thing about mind punching? Avexin sighed. The mental connection was already in place when the hive minds were created. We did not train some sort of mental cultivation to make it happen. That's why this technique is problematic. Most of us pick up habits to insulate ourselves from the hive mind to some extent, but nobody is trying to hurt us. Even when the joinings were accidental, everyone understood rapidly enough. I see. Is the technique difficult? It's both incomplete and I can't practice it without hurting people I shouldn't, Avexin explained. Oh, that makes sense. What if you taught it to someone who wasn't connected to anyone? Presumably, that's how they learn it to begin with, Avexin commented. Unless someone has figured out how to make such a connection separately. However, even with the physical components, we have the process still mainly relies on the large number of others already connected. Bear Hug thought for a moment. What happens if you lose all the people who know what to do? In that case, our entire culture is dead. So why would we bother trying to regrow? It wouldn't be everyone. Close enough. If only a few % of us remain, I think the hive mind would probably collapse regardless of our will. That sounds really awful. I hope I didn't make you sad. Avexin shook his head. I find it extremely unlikely. However, the current threat limits our ability to grow, which is quite problematic all on its own. That is bad. What happens if you don't get more of you? In the short term? Nothing, I imagine. We're not lacking in any way. It would really be a bigger problem for all of those who wish to join. We could lose generations of people that way. Of course, they might cultivate just fine on their own. Perhaps their fortune would be better without us, but likely not. So you need someone who can practice this? I'm not sure about that. Avexin shook his head. I think it would be more important to find the origin of things. However, if that is not possible, then growing familiar with this technique will be necessary so that I can defend against it. Yeah, I thought so. I can't help with that, though. Indeed. You would have to be part of the hive mind, or part of a preliminary one including myself. Since you don't want that, and it is risky to begin with, there isn't much we can do. Unless you happen to have vast insights into the technique without using it. I think it's not very nice, Bear Hug said. You're supposed to think of bad things. And then it makes other people think of bad things, maybe? We're missing some of it. Indeed, Avexin nodded. I've been trying to see if I can find the other parts. Quite often, techniques that were written down were imbued with insights by their creator to aid future students with their progress. That would leave distinguishing marks, far more obvious than the faint traces Avexin had seen. That didn't mean such marks never existed, but they were either erased or never that strong to begin with. The former could be accomplished by a secondary technique or particular devices, though he didn't have any evidence of either. The latter indicated that the technique was easy to learn for some reason. There was nothing wrong with techniques being easy to learn. Avexin just didn't like it when it was causing him and his people trouble. It also didn't make sense. It was extremely effective in a way he didn't feel was reasonable. Bear Hug was useful for stimulating thoughts, but not when he wanted time for proper introspection. Avexin was analyzing the technique in greater depth, though obviously on the pieces he had. Bear Hug's assessment about how it worked was simplistic but not necessarily wrong. Avexin only doubted the second part. It was probably more due to his own explanations of the results than Bear Hug missing something. The technique certainly provoked thoughts from others, which is why it was so problematic for a hive mind, but it wasn't necessarily connected to negative thoughts. People could handle that. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite remember why the experience was so bad. Was the memory loss part of the technique or a convenient side effect? There had been something else involved. Something overwhelming. Perhaps it was just the combined mental force of the hive mind working against itself and not a specific other. Most of his attempts to trace the origin of the technique, or even what hands it had passed through, had already hit dead ends. Avexin was beginning to think he might never find a lead. That didn't mean he was going to give up, though. Instead, he was even more motivated. If there was no opportunity, he would have to make one. It would be a risk, both to himself and potentially to innocent individuals. That risk would require further consideration. Apparently, people had gotten better about hardening formations against void ants once their prevalence in the upper realms was known once more. Personally, Circuit Chewer didn't see it. She hadn't been around before, but it was pretty clear they weren't great at it now. Sure, there were a few formations that specifically checked for void ants, but they were always the same. All they had to do was not trigger those, and they were pretty much free to roam as they pleased. Perhaps it required some knowledge of formations to do right. Grabbing a sheet of energy and twisting it around a squad was a basic technique these days, but in the past it had been quite innovative. Humans got better at cultivation all the time. Void ants couldn't just grow bigger, enlarging themselves off of energy. They needed technique. If they simply grew strong, they were just easier targets. Anyone with half a brain could shoot a real laser and annihilate them, or burn them with a flamethrower. It was a good thing that nobody outside of the Alliance thought about chemical flamethrowers. At best, they used mixed tech which relied heavily on energy to function. Those could still be risky, because if the flames were created they were real enough, even if void ants could then stop the function, it wouldn't matter. That was why they usually paired with humans who could cover their weaknesses. Circuit Chewer thought about void ants as she and her squad infiltrated yet another facility. This one barely had any barrier formations at all. It was lucky they didn't have humans sneaking in. She thought about how it was convenient that void ants didn't need humans to send long-distant messages to each other anymore, which really helped the spread of their techniques. On the other hand, it was disappointing to know that the Great Queen or her royal guard or some of the first queens wouldn't come teach people in person. Still, it was an acceptable sacrifice for the sake of efficiency. Half of Circuit Chewer's techniques had been taught to her by her mother, though. Similarly, much of her technical knowledge came from local nests. That was actually expected, because the Little Alliance had been where the first pushes for void ant tech came about. Julie had been quite helpful in that regard. An unfortunate impediment appeared. The device Circuit Chewer wanted to infect was currently off. Nobody was looking at it in particular, but there were humans roaming about. They'd doubtless notice if it suddenly turned on. She considered her options as she gathered her squad inside the chassis of the computer for the sake of cover. They could leave one of their devices to connect next time the computer was activated. That was risky because someone inspecting the physical components would notice their additions. If they later came to remove them, it would depend on the timing. If they were going to return anyway, she would prefer to simply complete the mission than without risking discovery. Unfortunately, the target was specifically not supposed to be connected to the network, so she couldn't just infect a nearby terminal and presume that would work. Humans might bridge the gap for her, but betting on them making a mistake was a bit much. Eventually, Circuit Chewer came up with a plan. First, she had her squad do a physical assessment of the device. If it was off because of some sort of malfunction, then there was no point in completing their task as it might be replaced. Likewise, activating it if there were certain sorts of physical damage would draw attention. More than it just being on, of course. After determining its physical status was fine and that it was properly plugged in, Circuit Chewer directed her squad to all of the little lights that humans like to put on things. She had some of her lieutenants focus on the various fans. Managing their speed so that they did not make too much noise would require special care. Fortunately, humans very much preferred their equipment to be quiet. It was just a precaution because they were dealing with enhanced senses. Small wires unfolded from the void ants' attached gear, redirecting the flow of electricity. Energy manipulations would be handled by the void ants themselves. All were proficient with basic methods sufficient to bypass the revealing components of the machine while still convincing it that it was fully operational. Critical components like the fans couldn't be completely bypassed, but unless the computer was operating at a high capacity, it shouldn't become an issue. Some void ants triggered the startup process by stimulating the connection. Circuit Chewer overlooked the whole process. The flow of energy seemed fine. The most problematic component, the display, was also being bypassed properly. She connected to the input devices and began injecting the virus she carried. That was when the human woman approached. Again? I told you we needed to replace the power button on this, Tommy. And I said you just have to not bump into it. Just turn it off and disconnect it if it bugs you so much. They were dead. So very dead. Circuit Chewer was halfway through planning a way to immolate them all, including their gear, using the electrical flow entering the computer. Too many things were wrong. The lights were off, the fans slow. She couldn't tell her squad to let them act normally at this point. It would just be more suspicious. The most serious violation, however, was that the circuit switch that required a proper flip and not just an electrical charge had been toggled. The human woman pressed it. Circuit Chewer realized that she couldn't fry her squad because there was no more flow. In that case, they'd have to eliminate everyone present and escape. It would still be a failed mission, but they couldn't fail and be discovered. Stupid computer. The human walked away. The early spirit-building cultivator. She might not even have tempered her insight yet. Overlooking such key details was a bit much. Didn't the woman know that the device was important? Then again, it was just one of many that the people managed. Why would they even be suspicious? There were no void ants here to protect against. Clearly, someone left the primary switch flipped and something bumped the lesser toggle. That was the sort of thing a human could believe, right? Circuit Chewer wondered if the upload had been completed. It was so small, but the injection process wasn't instant. It had to avoid disrupting the normal flow of things. It would be a pain to find out. Hopefully, when she connected her gear to a readout later, it would confirm completion. Such unnecessary features were pretty much impossible to fit into the standard gear. It was ant-sized after all. Slightly largish ants, but not big. Small was better for infiltration, after all. Chapter 1355. The worst possible thing was being a member of a hive mind and working alone. It wasn't just the resources that Avexen lost out on, the extra hands, the wisdom and thought processes of billions or more. It was the uncertainty. He often questioned why he was doing it. He was aware that others were making their own attempts to root out trouble. However, from what he understood, they hadn't gotten anywhere. Not that he could say he was doing anything better. The problem was that he couldn't totally and completely rule out there being a traitor still in the hive mind. They could have come in earlier batches in the last few years, or perhaps been corrupted over the course of years. He couldn't just ask if anyone had been captured for a long period of time and suddenly returned. He was lucky that a few of the possibilities had been ruled out by others. Hopefully, it was possible he gained a false impression, but the participation of multiple individuals provided him some assurance. He still had his plan. They needed someone alive and confirmed to be part of this conspiracy against them. Hopefully, they could capture more of the technique. To do that, he had a plan. He was going to open up a special induction ceremony. Others were doing them too. A few years was enough for the upper realms hive mind to realize they couldn't just give in. More in-depth processes were being taken to ensure there were no problematic integrations. That was Avexen's plan too, except he was going to be less careful. Intentionally, visibly careless in certain ways. He had it all planned out. First, he would start with a smaller group. Then, he would induct them into the greater hive mind. The catch would be that he would be bridging the gap for them instead of them actually being part of it. It was risky because it would be difficult to hide his intentions. It wasn't something he practiced. It was better to not. In the grand scheme of things, he could see it now. First, he would widely advertise his group. He'd catch 2 or 3 potential candidates, those who were eager to get in but couldn't quite articulate why. If they happened to look up his history, well, he had been the one to let through the most troublesome woman, the one who almost achieved their goal, or at least one of them. Avexen presumed wide-scale disruption wasn't done for just a momentary interruption. They could do worse, with death and destruction everywhere. He had the plan. He was taking steps to implement it. He didn't say anything about it to anyone, except for Bear Hug. If the algae friend was a traitor, Avexen would just die. There was the possibility of accidental revelations, but maybe Avexen wanted that. He wasn't really sure what he was doing. His conviction was failing. You need to spy on them, Bear Hug said. While they're in the process, sneak around and make sure they aren't up to nefarious things. Or that they are. Whichever one makes sense. Avexen made a face. For all that I have been sneaking around, I don't think I can do it if anyone is looking. I was only able to be successful when it involved deceased individuals, and it was barely subtle. It's not like they could have caught me. Okay, Bear Hug said. Get someone else to do it then. You? Me? I'm moist. I'd leave huge trails. I was thinking Velvet. Avexen was taken off guard for a moment. Velvet, who? Velvet, Velvet something. Does she have a human second name? Bear Hug twisted themselves up as they tried to think. I don't know. Velvet, the head of cool spying and stuff. That might not be the right title. Avexen sighed. He thought that might have been it. It would be an odd individual who didn't know the names of all the domination cultivators in the Alliance, even her. She'd a busy individual, you know. It's not that simple to call upon her. This is important, right? Bear Hug said. And you need someone you can trust. Both are true, Avexen agreed. But again, hold on a second. Avexen waited. Obviously. Second. Wasn't intended to be precise, but after a minute he wasn't certain if Bear Hug was still there. Obviously he could see them, but what am I waiting for? Can you wait a week? I have plenty to keep me occupied during the next week, yes. If you need to go think about things. Avexen had already been waiting for years. One more week was a small delay if there was something helpful Bear Hug could accomplish. Okay, 1 week it is. Then, Bear Hug nodded. He was sitting alone in his apartment when he heard a voice. Avexen, isn't it? He nearly jumped out of his skin. He turned to find a woman standing there. Though he would be hard-pressed to confirm that fact because he couldn't confirm that she was real. He couldn't feel an energy signature. He would have thought that her figure was an illusion except for the fact that he expected to be able to feel energy manipulation if it was. That. Yes. This person was too dangerous to lie to. That is me. So what's the plan? She asked. I don't know if I can tell you that. He might have to die. If he did, he was absolutely making sure that the hive mind saw everything as he disappeared. The woman tilted her head. Then why am I even here? They forgot to tell you, didn't they? Who? Tell me what? Bear Hug confirmed you could wait a week. But they aren't always, her words hung in the air, precise. Avexen looked at the woman standing in front of him. Really? Looked. Domination cultivators were the most famous individuals in the upper realms. He knew what all of them looked like. Even Velvet. Just less. There were fewer pictures of her, rarely video. It was possible that all of the aura recordings were fake, and so on. But just recognizing her face, if she wasn't hiding it, was easy enough. Velvet. In the flesh, she agreed. I hear this is quite important. Well, I already knew about the troubles you've run into here, but Bear Hug was convincing that you in particular had a plan. I suppose it's too late to say that I'm not as confident about that as I once was. I'm not sure if it's any good. I can be the judge of that, she said. Just show me. I should probably confirm that you are you. Somehow. You probably should, Velvet agreed. I could just be someone pretending to be me. It would be a huge problem for the hive mind if he gave up information to someone just pretending to be Velvet. Could they fake her aura too? What about? You should just have Bear Hug come over, Velvet said. Since the two of us aren't acquainted. In the future, she held out one of her daggers. Avexen didn't even see her move. He felt it press through his defensive energy. And yet, it was just the hilt. This void steel dagger is distinct enough to be a good start. Plus a demonstration of my true energy. Once he felt it, he was nearly convinced. Mistaking the aura of domination would be insane. And yet, it almost didn't feel real. It was so faint, distant, or perhaps just hidden. Then again, displaying her full might would reveal far more to the planet, and thus every part of the hive mind than they really intended. Bear Hug worked though. As expected, their algae friend pulled them both together into a big hug. Hi. You made it. This is probably however long you said later, but I wasn't paying that close of attention. Completely surrounding a cultivator they were familiar with, It would have been strange if Bear Hug didn't notice anything wrong, if it wasn't Velvet. The smile on her face was also hard to fake, that of someone encountering a good and very odd friend once more. Even if it hadn't been long, Bear Hug always brought at least a moment of joy. I did say a week, she commented. I did mean it. They're still working on balancing the spatial distortion, so I had to cover half of the distance properly. I believe that it has been a week, Bear Hug said. Avexen cleared his throat. Well, yes. This should be sufficient verification that you are the real Velvet. He wondered how many flaws his plan had. 2 hours later, he wondered how many flaws it didn't have. You'll need more small groups for this to work. It is entirely possible 100% of your candidates from a single group will be legitimate. And, with my aid, you shouldn't have to worry about getting multiple infiltrators at once. At least, not without catching any of them. Overall, though, I'd say your plan is solid. She said that after she poked it full of holes. She did provide suggestions on how to fix them, but he was still a bit concerned. Are you sure you can keep up with that many candidates? How long do you think it would take me to search them? Velvet said, to do a thorough background check? Previously, it would have taken Avexen only a moment to do what he had once thought was a thorough background check. Through the hive mind, of course. However, there had apparently been some flaws. They would work that out eventually. It would be at least 3 per day at a pace of a month to 100, Avexen said. It just seems like a lot. I don't have to do it all myself. There are enough non-hive mind agents here. Of course, I can do all of the room infiltrations and watch them. It's just one planet, after all. We can bet not all of them will have fully mastered the technique, from what you told me. And those that have, I'll find some dirt on them, Velvet said. We can come up with excuses to exclude any of them if necessary. Okay, I wasn't expecting it to be so easy. You came up with the plan, Velvet pointed out. You just have to implement the part you are confident in. We may have to reach the final step where you actually experience an attack, but I think my part is easier for me. Half a year later, they had thrown out about half of their candidates that were close to the final step. Avexen was a bit sad about that, because realistically, if they wanted to be part of the hive mind, they were acceptable candidates regardless of other qualifications, assuming they were mentally stable and not infiltrators. The reason it was so many, and this was after numerous prior filters, was for various reasons. Some were excluded simply to provide more opportunities for infiltrators. They were perfectly good, and it was a shame that they might have to wait years to get another attempt, though hopefully the normal process would be able to start up again in the near future. Whether that was a year or a decade, he didn't know. Others were excluded as fake, suspicious individuals, so that if they had to do anything with true infiltrators, they weren't singled out. That was a layer Avexen hadn't thought about, and it really bothered him to see it done. He couldn't argue that it was correct, though. This was a mission. At first it was self-prescribed, but now it was official. As official as things could get with the domination cultivators that probably did the most unofficial official things. Avexen was afraid of how much Velvet found. Alone, he might have gotten a handful of tainted candidates in his first batch, all at once. If they had worked together, they might really have taken down the hive mind, or a good portion of it, assuming they were actually connected to it. Instead, they would be in only a partial hive mind, with a mix of good and mediocre candidates. Avexen really hoped that none of them got killed, and he was willing to get himself killed to protect them. He was just waiting until they could begin the first full integration into the hive mind. As he had planned, it would be fake, with the sensation replicated from his own memories. Whether anyone would act instantly or wait for a better moment was unclear to him, but he'd have to stay on his toes. Some people weren't meant to engage in espionage. Avexen felt like he was one of them. Hopefully, he would be done soon. Chapter 1356. There was a strange balance to be had at Avexen's level of power. Was he really capable of properly balancing his own capabilities against the risks he took? Was it right to put 100 individuals at risk for the sake of capturing one enemy? Could he justify not doing it? That would mean the stagnation of the hive mind. Of course, someone else might be inclined to solve the problem on their own, just like he was attempting. He couldn't bet on that. However, there was a lot of fear among the hive mind, fear that should not exist, fear of each other, even though it should have been the opposite. They should have been comfortable and secure in their unity. That was what Avexin hated the most and why he had to act. Regardless of whatever doubts he had, he was already committed to a particular direction. He refused to waste the goodwill of Bear Hug and also the efforts of a domination cultivator. He had too much respect for Velvet, and she'd been fulfilling her part of things. She'd actually managed to get copies of various stages of the technique training. Avexin was more confident that he had a method to counter it, though the actual counter might take care of itself. He did have to spend some time training different techniques, illusory techniques, with Velvet herself. Otherwise, he couldn't fool the hive mind. He moved forward with trepidation. He finally had a small group advancing to the final step where they would be connected to the greater hive mind. That was where the greatest risks came in. However, he still had support. Not of everyone, but a few individuals who trusted him. And shouldn't that be enough? The group was gathered into a complex arrangement around Avexin. They only had a fraction of the normal numbers, so there was a vast quantity of extra space around them. However, physical presence was unimportant. Instead, he needed mental connection. The process only took a few moments. The hive mind was ready and willing to accept more. It had been done countless times over their existence. Counting expertise from the lower realms, they had many centuries. A sweeping feeling of welcome. Avexin felt so appreciated. Even if he wasn't the one being welcomed, countless voices were joined together at once. He tensed, and nothing happened. No assault. Hadn't there been an enemy among them? No. How could that be? He wouldn't have gone forward with it. The previous disaster didn't happen again. Others had been successfully recruiting small groups for some time. Avexin was at peace. Then, 3 months later, he introduced a second group to the greater hive mind. He relished the welcoming, the sharing of knowledge, the unity that he hadn't felt enough of as of late. It was a great comfort. His tension faded as once again there was no issue. Those days should be behind them. Then the attack came. 1 month after the second group, it happened all at once, while he was asleep. He felt it all too suddenly, an injection of chaos and death. That led directly to recalling the memories of prior disaster. Ships veering off course as their pilots fell unconscious. Hands slipping in vital surgery, the kinds that couldn't be left to automation. Fighters stumbling in friendly spars, only to find themselves or their foes injured as energy went wild. Avexin clutched his chest as he tried to fight back. He felt the echoes off of the vast hive mind. This time was going to be much worse. His plan had failed. He was a fool. How had he not noticed the infiltrations? Wasn't there? Avexin was stabbed directly in the spine. Except, the blade didn't touch him. It merely slashed all around his head, and the fog cleared. 200 individuals in 2 groups. The feedback wasn't even the tiniest fraction of what happened with the greater hive mind. He sprang into action, displaying his technique to the 99 while the remaining 1 was rapidly overwhelmed, while at the same time finding themselves underwhelmed about their actual technique. "You got it?" Velvet asked. "Need me to take anyone out?" Avexin shook his head. Now that his self-imposed illusions were dispersed, he was operating at full capacity once more. With the infiltrators not finding the results they expected, they were flabbergasted. Taking out 2 cultivators was simple. They were captured in mere moments, as members of the small hive minds converged on them, and then rejected them from the hive mind as their physical forms were overwhelmed. The moment of confusion faded as quickly as Avexin's own. Those who remained were all aware of his plot, as he revealed it to them. Their doubts were quickly dispersed. Some were upset, with legitimate force behind their grievances, but Avexin accepted their smoldering anger. They would forgive him. It was hard to argue with results. They had eagerly sought out the hive mind, and though they were delayed a few months, it wouldn't affect their greater cycle of life. Besides, they would be compensated appropriately for the deception. Velvet had known all along which were the traitors. Even Avexin was informed, which was why he had self-imposed illusions that made him forget. It was a risk, he understood, but the risks had been understood before they began. The reason they actually let the attack happen was simple. They needed to know that it could be countered, and to confirm some of their suspicions. The feedback was vaguely logarithmic. In a group of 100, their fears and doubts struck out at each other, causing true unpleasantness, but not to the point it would incapacitate people or kill them. Not even close. 10,000 would be several times as powerful. 100 million would be several times more. 10 quadrillion, the sorts of numbers that required numerous dense systems, another factor still. Thus it was that the actual effect was multiple orders of magnitude lesser. The two captured individuals, along with a number of others who had been carefully removed from the joining before that step, but still taken into custody, still shared no prominent factors, except perhaps having practiced a particular technique. However, they were alive this time, not having been crushed by the feedback of their own techniques. That meant they could be interrogated. That wasn't Avexen's job, nor was he responsible for previous background probes. Not that he would have been successful enough to find the threads they needed even if he put in all his effort. He got to relax while Velvet did most of the work. The only exception was that Bear Hug spoke to some of them as well. Positive interactions sometimes produced results. Most of them don't want to be friends, Bear Hug complained. I mean, I know they tried to kill a bunch of people and stuff. But Briar tried to eat me, so it's not that different. They're pretty stubborn. I don't think I can break down their will fast enough. Though there is this one woman here. Her testimony aligns with others who were less cooperative, Velvet commented. The woman inclined her head. Greetings, sir. I am Edith. I am aware, Avexen reminded her. I don't forget the names of those I watch over unless the memory is burned from my mind. Edith had been one of those that was removed prior to completion of the joining. Velvet had gotten the impression that she was misled, perhaps more than others, or perhaps she was just better at realizing it. You may still call me Avexen, if you are true with your intentions. Very well, Avexen, she said. I was promised power beyond my imagining. It should have tipped me off that something was wrong. I thought I was better than that. I think she was. Bear Hug commented. Velvet nodded. I am inclined to agree, actually. She was under some measure of mental influence. I have removed any active effects, but any long-term effects on her memory aren't something I can just cut away. I'm sorry I can't tell you much, Edith commented. I don't remember who told me. I barely remember where I came from, or who I was before this. I think the Trigold Cluster? Not the Exalted Quadrant? Avexen asked. I was inclined to believe it was a local conflict. And your cultivation method? She shook her head. This isn't it. I was offered a new one, along with techniques. She grimaced. I can't remember, precisely. She looked over at Velvet. Are you certain you can't do anything? I can't, Velvet said. We might be able to do something for you, though. She was quite capable of cutting away active effects with her Void Steel dagger, but brain damage or mental blocks not maintained by energy were a different question. The Scarlet Alliance did have research into such areas. Nothing was ever perfect, sometimes things were just gone, but they had sufficient capabilities to have some results. As long as you promise to share what you recall, we will give you the best treatments we have. Normally, they wouldn't have given such effort even to a converted foe. However, the information she might hold was extremely important to the Alliance. A large section of territory was at risk. Avexen's success was key, however. There were cultivators that could absolutely be trusted among the hive mind. The vast majority would be trustworthy even, but original members could be completely cleared of any doubt. Likely those beyond a certain seniority as well, but Avexen would start with just a few. Keeping his meetings from the greater hive mind might not be necessary, but if there were any infiltrators left, they needed older and more powerful cultivators apprised of what might happen. Edith's information might also help. That technique you have is tainted, Avexen commented. I presumed so, Edith agreed. I never got the chance to use it, but when my mind cleared a little, it wouldn't make sense. It was supposed to give me dominance over the hive mind, at my cultivation, or even a small portion of it. It makes no sense. I would like to think that I wouldn't normally have fallen for such grand promises, but I can't be certain right now. It was supposed to kill you so that you couldn't reveal any information, Avexen said. That means you should be capable of remembering something. We will guide you through that process. After that, we will assess the situation. I'm truly sorry for what I might have done, Edith said. I wouldn't. Avexen knew such mental manipulation couldn't be done without some core of desire, but that didn't mean she would have actually taken such actions on her own. There was some level of manipulation. A cultivator was still responsible for their own actions. The others might technically be the same, but they were still uncooperative. That spoke to a certain sort of character that they had developed beforehand. Ultimately, the Scarlet Alliance didn't have infinite resources nor infinite patience. Those who were cooperative early would be far more favored when it came down to the end. The consequences for those who were more stubbornly unhelpful would take some time to decide. The hive mind would have much influence over it. Avexen would have to consider his personal opinion on the rest, but Edith felt quite sincere. Repeated personal interactions would be necessary to make sure, but she might just want to have her memories restored and then be shipped off to somewhere tolerable where she could cultivate alone in peace. The threat was not over yet, not by a long shot. The hive mind would still have to be more than careful about recruitment. However, they now had some tools to fight back. Even if it was only small scale, the counter technique that Avexen had developed seemed to do something. Bringing in augmentation cultivators with greater experience, they could certainly develop a better version that could be widely distributed. Or perhaps they would come up with some way to discern who was involved from the various individuals that had been captured. No doubt there were more hiding among the populace, but how long would their mental manipulations hold? If the hive mind just had to endure for a decade or two, they could handle that. Alternatively, their foe might continue to send new troublemakers with better techniques far into the future. That was something they were going to have to figure out. Chapter 1357. It seemed that the enemies of the Scarlet Alliance had chosen to undertake alternative methods of warfare rather than open violence. The overall number of incidents that could be traced to outside influences had grown significantly after the Swirling Swarm disaster. They had been prepared for some trouble, of course, but it wasn't all as they predicted. Traditionally, violence had been the favorite tool of the great powers. Then again, it had been shown to be ineffective in the past. The Scarlet Alliance actually had a number of methods to fight against their neighbors as well, but they couldn't respond to all of the tactics as they had certain moral grounds to keep. If they wanted to, they could unleash a pathogen within enemy territory and let it wipe out their lower-ranking cultivators, the majority of their population. They wouldn't, though. That didn't mean the Trigold Cluster or Exalted Quadrant wouldn't try something like that, though. They were also quite willing to kill random civilians, as shown in the hive mind. No, they wanted to wipe out numerous systems at once. At least, that could have been the result if they were slightly more successful with their attack. The Scarlet Alliance was fully willing to take down those in power, anyone who was ultimately responsible for their conflicts. It was possible their neighbors found that more distasteful than killing innocents, because it was their necks on the line, but it was a perfectly moral choice. At least, if people had to die. The attempts at cyber warfare on the Little Alliance told them that not everyone was working in the same manner. As far as that area went, the Alliance was quite willing to retaliate with great force. While they currently were keeping their efforts minimally visible in an attempt to figure out the ultimate goal of the current operations, they wouldn't be against causing a complete collapse of technology within their enemy's borders. That came with the understanding that it would doubtless cause indirect harms to people, but most of the benefits were still to the ruling class. Higher-ranking cultivators got the best of everything, including the newer forms of pure and mixed tech. The Alliance had to admit that their own upper ranks were far above others in terms of privileges and resources available to them, but it was nearly impossible to overcome that. If nothing else, the personal energy that a domination cultivator held wasn't something that they could just give up, and they fought for the common people, instead of letting them be sacrificed to protect themselves. Living longer did result in accumulating more wealth and political influence, but the difference in quality of life between their lowest and highest were a couple of orders of magnitude closer than was seen among other cultivators. The Alliance was still always doing their best for their people. Perhaps that was why they were targeted. Along with it being easier, Velvet found herself following various threads that all seemed to lead back to one place. It was fortunate that Bear Hug had encountered Avexen, but perhaps not coincidence. Bear Hug naturally sought people out and seemed to have a knack for discerning trouble that even they didn't fully understand. That was why they were being paid as an internal agent now that Bear Hug wasn't needed for communications as much. The names she had were the Heartbound Palace and Rambert Glass. Finding that much had taken more than just interviewing the wannabe kings infiltrating the hive mind. It had required tracking them back to those who recruited them, which required some mental repair to get any useful information. Once she actually learned about the Heartbound Palace, Velvet actually understood better. Mental manipulation had been undertaken to make them not realize that they were going into a suicidal situation. Furthermore, it had been done with such delicacy that it could even be detected when they were only partially integrated into the hive mind. Long-term connection would have revealed them, which was why they acted rapidly upon full integration. Even a few months was quick in cultivator terms. The Heartbound Palace was part of the Trigold cluster, quite far from the Exalted Quadrant. It was a significant undertaking to try to sabotage the area, but they seemed uniquely suited. As for the reason, it could have been retaliation for the Swirling Swarm incident. Certainly, it had taken place afterwards. Proof was a bit lacking at the moment, however. Rambert Glass was their sect head. An augmentation cultivator, perhaps. Some of the mental work that had been done on the infiltrators seemed to indicate a potential domination cultivation. Then again, crafty augmentation cultivators could be just as problematic. Infiltrating the ranks of the Heartbound Palace was fraught with peril. Any agent would have to act perfectly. They couldn't afford to get caught. If they did, the consequences would be catastrophic. It wouldn't even be possible to hide their secrets. At best, someone could be trained up that didn't know anything important, which would make them pretty ineffectual as an agent. Velvet couldn't ask anyone to volunteer if she wasn't confident in doing it herself, so at the moment a response was in limbo. A military operation was both a poor political idea and infeasible given their location. For the moment, they simply had to stay on alert. Half of the covert operations against the Scarlet Alliance were Everhart's doing, or at least half of the successful ones. Mostly he was interested in information gathering. He wasn't going to bother with killing civilians or their leadership, because provoking a response was the opposite of what he wanted. He wanted them to leave him alone. He only occasionally did anything himself. He had people for that, ones that he trusted to succeed at their task or to properly off themselves if they were captured. Alternatively, they could be trained to deal with any interrogation techniques the Scarlet Alliance had. It was nice to see a great power so organized and connected. It was far easier to get a wide variety of information. The variety of techniques they employed in one spot did make the tasks somewhat more difficult, but it was interesting. When he was spying on the others, he had to do it sect by sect. They didn't share information, and they all had their own ways of protecting things. Burying vaults inside volcanoes was probably one of the more effective he had seen. Digging in from the sides would be pretty obvious, so there was really only one good entrance. Obviously, their formations could all be tricked, but he still thought it was above average. Underwater was no good. Secret was sometimes best, but someone had to know where the hidden vaults were. Plus, they still took up space. Everhart could pick out any concealment formations and scan entire planets at once. Things like that distortion beast site way outside of the galactic plane was a grand example of taking advantage of that. Most things didn't go that far, but placing something at a little-known point between systems worked well enough. People wouldn't just stumble on it unless it was near a major trade route. Little by little, Everhart had been counting down the number of domination cultivators he might have to deal with. It occasionally increased, but even with the truly frantic pace that the Scarlet Alliance had been throwing them out, more than one per century, and the few others that had cropped up elsewhere, it was still on a downward trend. If he counted things like his triumph over the Tilke clan, it was even more. He had recently expanded his vision further to either side of the great powers. The chaotic conglomeration was comparable to the current Exalted Quadrant, but even less organized. They might collapse due to a lack of mutual goals if the Exalted Quadrant did. On the other side, the loose cooperation of various systems, some of which had been devastated by the Swirling Swarm, was surprisingly stronger despite their generally lacking cultivations. He doubted there were a handful of domination cultivators within 1,000 light-years beyond the Trigold cluster, but he could be wrong. The chaotic conglomeration didn't seem to have any, though, or they were too busy dealing with their other neighbors. Those further neighbors didn't matter, though, at least not for a long time. Everhart would either live long enough to care or not. He planned to live, obviously, but anything expanding through the chaotic conglomeration and Exalted Quadrant would have to do so over the course of millennia. Either that, or they had to be so insanely dominant that he just needed to throw himself into hiding and never come out. Not that Everhart was good at that. He couldn't even begin to imagine what sorts of formations this theoretical group might have. His mouth salivated at their probably non-existent resources. Everhart would settle with keeping his concerns to those he was aware of. That included the lower realms. In some ways, they were even more of a concern than the upper realms right now. Fewer top-level cultivators, but they were surprisingly united. He had been comfortable fleeing there once in the past. It had made sense, because he was an augmentation cultivator. Who could match him, even in the lower realms where he was weaker? Now that he was a domination cultivator, that would have been even more true if they hadn't continued developing post-life transformation alternatives to ascension. Still, if he wasn't fleeing from the Scarlet Alliance, specifically Anton would probably be willing to shelter him once more. The chances of an apocalypse-level event wiping out the upper realms, but not the lower realms, wasn't high, but it was something he had to consider. Maybe he should build up more bases in the lower realms, but he wouldn't be able to monitor them. He might reveal too much with that. That was a puzzle that would take some time. The solution might be that it wasn't worth it. Anton, a forerunner in assimilation, though precisely the first, even among their people. He was the first to reach enrichment, and unity was even more specialized. From what Everhart heard through his various sources, Anton had been responsible for taking out a sizable portion of angry, swirling swarm cultivators, some of which had been killed in the upper realms. That wasn't new, but doing it consistently made Everhart a bit queasy. He was glad he had a base all the way on the northern end of the upper realms. He should be safe there for at least a couple thousand years. He almost regretted leaving Tombs to build up Cerritos. Almost. Because he really didn't like to consider the world where the Scarlet Alliance didn't exist, even if they were a threat. They also had wonderful things like Second Gift. Everhart thought about paying it another visit to snag some resources. Did he need to? Not at all. The algae there had been very helpful with informing him how to replant another planet of his own. He was having quite a lot of success with his own gardening endeavors. Of course, he used more formations to keep lower energy where it was supposed to be, and to keep out the upper energy. Doing it manually was not something Everhart was up to the task for. Training both upper and lower energies at the same time made him queasy just to think about. Fleeting Youth had been an experiment that he thought was interesting, not something he thought was a good idea. Otherwise, he would have used it himself. And yes, doing it properly was probably safer. Unless you twisted them up in your Danteon and annihilated your soul, in which case it certainly wasn't. He would leave that to concerningly friendly photosynthesizers. Everhart had many more things to do, like causing the collapses of sections. To get petty revenge, for resources, and because he could. That was what Everhart had learned since young, and he continued to apply it. He had even done so against those very people who taught him. But there were always more people of the same sort. Chapter 1358. Harmony. Once a rare sensation that Erona could only apply to certain individual places on a temporary basis, even at the point that Uter had been unified for some time. It was something beautiful, and merely being surrounded by it did not dull Erona's appreciation one bit. Indeed, as she grew more in tune with the world and people around her, it became ever more appreciated. Harmony was abundant throughout the lower realms. The alliance was imperfect. It was unlikely anyone or anything could ever be perfect, but it still had grown into a wonderful state where harmony was the norm rather than the exception. Erona saw more harmony and discord than most, as she traveled between planets to bring them back into alignment with each other, though she was so rarely needed now that she was quite content. If the lower realms had no need of her, however, the upper realms needed people like her in abundance. On either side of the Scarlet Alliance were ancient enemies of both each other and now them. However, that situation was not one where it was appropriate for her to get involved. There were plenty of other social cultivators who could take on diplomatic efforts in various ways, and they would be more in tune with the local necessities. To the west, the chaotic conglomeration had little interest in interactions. She certainly wasn't going to go where she was unwanted. However, there was one area where her presence was appropriate. To the east, beyond the Trigold cluster, were various loosely organized minor powers, such as the Prosperous Congregation and Steadfast Union. Though they were indeed part of the upper realms, the only way for the Scarlet Alliance to safely access them was through the lower realms. It was a long way around, even when the Shining Cooperative allowed them to skirt directly along the border. Living in the lower realms could save a couple hundred light years of the journey. Furthermore, as they were just across the border and used to interacting peacefully with the lower realms, even if it had at first mainly been Lantelwy, it was appropriate for a representative of the lower realms to be there. Both harmony and discord were present in abundance. Erona visited some of the worlds that had been devastated by the swirling swarm, though it was always depressing. There usually weren't even people to be against each other. In some ways, those that had been the final stop for the swirling swarm as they collapsed were worse off, as they had to survive and struggle for resources. By the time Erona was present in person, repair efforts were already well underway, but it was impossible to conceal the effects of a system-wide tragedy. A decade or two wouldn't fix anything, but the Lower Realms Alliance had already shared what they felt were their most useful methods for developing planets. She could already see the signs when she arrived, which made her job much easier. However, she could still feel the bitterness of the people, some of it deserved and some of it misdirected because there was nobody else left to be angry with. The eruption of the swirling swarm had indeed been triggered by the actions of the Alliance in the upper realms, but it was not a result they could have anticipated. It wasn't at the will of anyone, likely not even the swirling swarm. But if people needed someone to blame, at least for a while, protesting overly much wouldn't help with the healing process. Further from the front of devastation, Erona found harmony. Not quite as profound as many of the places in the lower realms, but it seemed foolish to think that a flower was less beautiful simply because it was not surrounded by a field of the same. Each should be appreciated on its own. The people had been doing their best, they still were, even in times of trouble. Diedrich was angry. That was known to Erona before she even met the man. The representative of the prosperous congregation did do his best to restrain himself, but the underlying emotions were still there. Previously, he had yelled at Anton across a vast distance, as if that would somehow be beneficial. Funnily enough, Erona was probably less of a threat in person than Anton had been at that moment, but she was able to do more than simply allow emotions out. Anton would have been a great choice if Diedrich needed a grandfather in his life, but the man had enough responsibilities that he no doubt thought there was no value to be gained from such a thing. A different route would be more appropriate. "Thank you for your time," Erona said. "I appreciate you allowing me a chance to roam around. I simply needed to make an assessment." The man frowned. Of course he did. Erona didn't want to sound like the Alliance was bigger and more important, even if they were, but other routes wouldn't lead to better reactions either. "What sort of assessment?" "One of your people. Specifically, your planets and systems as a whole. Personally, prosperity is a secondary factor for my assessment. I was assessing harmony, not quite unity. That was a step further. She had a good grasp on the concept, but an actual advancement of her cultivation might still take some time. She still had a chance to be in the top handful of unity cultivators. Lev would likely achieve that state before her, but her particular path was well suited to the advancement, even if she might not be as powerful in terms of combat as others. "We have more to offer than seeds and farming knowledge. Far more than you have seen already. Your people need a certain sort of state to accept it and for us to trust you with it. I believe you have met this burden." "Is that so?" "As soon as you could, you rallied against the tides of the swirling swarm. Most were too close to save, but you did your best with the rest. It was unfortunate that your particular style was well suited to a longer campaign, but you still participated at the risk to your own life. We have little regard for high-ranking cultivators that don't fight for their people, instead of sacrificing their people for them." He nodded, satisfied. "What are your goals?" "Eventually, I wish to meet with those further into the region. The lower realms mainly has business with those on the border, but the Scarlet Alliance will likely establish permanent envoys here. It is of our general concern that the Trigold cluster not expand further." "Is that all?" he asked. "I imagine the Scarlet Alliance would prefer if we were entangled in battle with them." "How cynical. Merely holding your own positions provides sufficient deterrence," Erona explained. "And even if you were militarily superior, any conflicts need purpose behind them. Something beyond mere expansionistic tendencies, as there is quite a bit of room for lateral growth regardless. Mainly to less valuable worlds," Diedrich said. "Only if you allow them to remain that way," Erona said. "It is not just soils that can be enhanced by energy, but minerals as well. You already know a general overview of our techniques and could doubtless develop further on your own. But when we share specific information to maximize your performance, we only ask that you not share such knowledge carelessly. That includes not selling it. If a group truly has the responsibility, freely sharing it is the only appropriate action." Diedrich wasn't fully convinced. Erona would have thought it odd if it could be resolved in a simple conversation. "Yet you still have things you wish of us." "Only what we want of everyone. We hold ourselves to the same standards. If the Trigold cluster were responsible neighbors, the Scarlet Alliance would be much happier. and that would extend to the lower realms, because they wouldn't have to spend so much effort building up war potential that usually only was needed every 6 centuries or so. Those resources could be better spent elsewhere. The STS Star Striker had returned once more to Niot. After their first visit ended in unfortunate circumstances, just short of disaster, Edsela had not pressed for their quick return. Now, however, the crew liked to make regular visits. Ilvali understood why. It was a rather unique world with great oceans buried beneath a shell that formed the surface. Most planets they went to might have oceans and beaches, but none possessed the same exact qualities as Niot. Then again, most planets also didn't have great entanglers that stood out only as blackness among the undersea lights. Time and experience had made the crew of the Star Striker more secure in their own strength, such that they had greater confidence in facing against one should it show itself. Without their ship, of course. With their ship, well, they could take on an entire ocean full of them. In a way, the enjoyment they experienced looking at the points of light undersea were better precisely because of the danger. The great entanglers were difficult to detect with scanners or normal energy senses, but it wasn't impossible. After a number of repeated visits, the locals had developed new methods for detecting the beasts so that they could roam further from their undersea domes. It had happened through their own determination and perhaps a bit of help from the Scarlet Alliance. Niot was just one of the places along Ilvali's regular route, but it almost didn't feel like part of the Trigold cluster anymore. No, perhaps its actual loyalties were unclear. They still would pay taxes to the great sects overlooking the region, but they were friendly with the Scarlet Alliance. In various places the Trigold cluster had pushed back, but the locals would have none of it. The whole reason that the Scarlet Alliance was growing in their esteem was because they were exposed to how reasonable they could be. Nobody liked being told to stop trading with their best partners just because someone higher up the chain said so. Not that it happened terribly often. Some were afraid the Scarlet Alliance would act against them. The Trigold cluster wasn't that unified after all. A few systems near the border could be eaten up, and they likely wouldn't even blink. Not until it threatened someone important enough. These days, the great sects generally had more to think about, like securing the former territory of the swirling swarm. Or if they weren't close enough for that, pushing their borders towards some sects that were distracted by that very same thing. And so on and so forth in ripples throughout their territory. Ilvali was glad to see that her task was so successful. It had taken time, of course, but that was what they had committed to from the beginning. Besides, as cultivators their time could be quite long. Ilvali would be disappointed if each member of her crew didn't reach life transformation and live a few centuries. Integration or beyond came with significantly longer lifespans. Augmentation seemed nearly unlimited, and domination might actually be unlimited. It was on the order of millennia, at least. Otherwise, the great powers would have had even fewer, as they only rarely produced new ones. The Star Striker didn't just visit their favorite vacation spots, of course. They had trade requests to fulfill and new systems to add to their rotations, at least temporarily. Sometimes, the locals were not so friendly. But at least if that was the case, they usually attacked the ship itself, even if that was the worst option. It was still the common sense of the region that cultivators were stronger individually and ships merely carried them. But that had rarely been true of the Scarlet Alliance, and it was never true of ship-focused cultivators. To Ilvali and the crew, the ship was their weapon and armor. Actual weapons and armor were just backups. If there was any intrigue, they had Edsela to help them out. Once or twice people had tried to poison them, and Edsela had calmly dealt with it. Some incidents ended with that. Others seemed to think that not immediately killing them for something like that was a sign of weakness. But the Star Striker was ready to take a shot when they acted. Avoiding conflict once was reasonable, but constantly staying on the defensive was pointless. Some people just wouldn't ever be friends. The rest would eventually be won over by realizing that the Star Striker carried reasonable people, and that the Scarlet Alliance was full of more like them. Chapter 1359. Anton. There are bad people around Clar. Sudden declarations from Bear Hug were nothing new to Anton. Determining precisely how much enthusiasm was warranted was one of Anton's talents. This time, he felt like it needed to be taken seriously. "What's happening?" he asked. Even as he did so, his own senses drifted to the local star. The influence he could have would be quite limited, but still a valuable addition. His senses revealed a large number of dead space-dwelling beasts, which wouldn't have been particularly notable if not for the unfamiliar ships in the area. Anton couldn't say that he knew every single style of vessel the Alliance used in the lower realms, but even so his general familiarity was sufficient to know that they weren't anything of the sort. They were very traditional, taking the shape of sailing vessels. Old-style cultivators. There were still a few of those around, but Anton hadn't heard of any so far to the south. Surely he would have known if there were anything near Clar, unless they came from afar. They killed some of our space friends. Bear Hug said, more or less explaining what Anton already saw, and grabbed some of our space plants. I think some of them are going to try to eat Briar. That sounds like a terrible idea, Anton said. Something was wrong. He could find Briar, and he sensed some of the others on a nearby planet. But, where are you? Bear Hug hesitated slightly. I tried to talk to them. Only then did he discern the pain in Bear Hug's actions. He should have done something. If he'd known sooner, if he had been watching, but of course, Bear Hug could normally handle themselves. The locals of Clar as well. Life transformation cultivators wouldn't have been enough. Anton hadn't recognized it immediately because the people felt different. They weren't like world binding or assimilation. They certainly weren't following the paths of the upper realms. The closest might be confluence. Yet Anton couldn't say that was correct either. It only took Anton a few moments to make his assessments. After determining their strength, he almost slaughtered them all. They were near the orbits of inner planets, which was close enough for him to act through a star properly. The only thing that held him back was Bear Hug. They heard you speak, didn't they? They could be deaf. Bear Hug protested. Or maybe they only know different languages. They didn't. It was somewhat divergent, but Anton could hear enough to parse their words, though only because he had traveled quite far. This group might have been separate from others for some time, but they still shared whatever ancient connection most humans seemed to. He focused his power through the star. He called upon the unity of himself and the local people. His aura spread over the intruders as his voice rose forth. This system is within the protected regions of the Lower Realms Alliance. Who dares to slaughter our herds and kill our people? One man among them, the strongest of them by Anton's current assessment, ceased his butchering of one of the space beasts and looked around. I am Aniello of the Purified Wardens, a proud angel of the Holy Stars. Who dares to speak so boldly while acting like a coward? Anton had been looking for an excuse anyway. Anton, cultivate unity. The only coward is you who dared only to assault a system you thought was undefended. He truly intended to kill the man. He formed a bow and arrow from a tiny portion of the local blue giant, launching an attack with deadly intent. It was only a casual attack, but it still should have been sufficient to kill nearly anyone. The arrow pierced through space, striking the man in the dead center of his chest. Anton even pierced his defensive energy, but the shimmering breastplate the man wore held strong. Humph. A coward such as you cannot harm me, Aniello declared. Return to your pathetic alliance and tell them of our claim upon this system. I will give you one chance to leave behind all that you have stolen, Anton declared. This particular fellow might be a bit tough to kill, but the rest? They wouldn't last long. He was quite annoyed that the man still survived, though. Clearly he didn't pass his energy through stars often enough. If not, you will die. His followers looked to Aniello. Ignore him. We gather what we will. The instant the next person placed her hand on one of the beast corpses, Anton attacked. His arrow flew, but Aniello leapt to cover the cultivator. She was the lucky one, as several more had acted at the same time. Anton was more than capable of launching multiple attacks. Aniello's energy spread out to try to catch all of Anton's arrows, forming into radiant wings that blocked his allies. He did fairly well, but clearly he could only cover a relatively small amount of space. Less than a planet in radius. The various cultivators were spread out further than that. Anton killed a number of his targets. Others were saved, but Anton didn't stop. He considered his word a promise. Especially when dealing with new foes, being soft would do no good. With more complex attack patterns, Anton took out one after another. Some hadn't continued to harvest the corpses, however. A few turned to flee. Do not run with our people's bounty within your bags. One of Anton's arrows flew right past an ear. He checked that a particular woman was carrying nothing of import and merely gave her a scare. Aniello wasn't fast enough to catch up to that attack. He still kept a number of others safe. Gather together. I will protect you all. Aniello swept up beast corpses into his storage bag. They would be better dismantled on the spot, but no doubt he considered that it was better to have them than not. He cannot defeat an angel. Anton was quite annoyed to find that his words were partly true. Even focusing a number of attacks on the man, he didn't manage to harm him. He wasn't even able to slip past the man's armor, and he was sometimes intercepted by the wings. However, as Aniello stood his ground for a few moments, a great energy arose from one of the local planets. A small horde of plants, including a wounded briar. Not that their mass was terribly diminished, as well as Liberty, Helix, Spike, and a number of other prominent locals. The strongest of them Anton would place as assimilation, though the plant path was somewhat different since they couldn't have exactly human cultivation. Bearhug was almost at the next step, but didn't have an active pursuit of power. Briar was even stronger, but not quite an enrichment equivalent. Their presence in addition to Anton's assault was sufficient, however. We must inform the divinities of the arrogance of these people, Aniello declared. We will return later, coward. Anton thought about ripping out the man's heart in person. A cultivator of his level was hard to kill, so it wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? A little hole through his heart just wouldn't be enough. But Anton wouldn't do it. He was better than that. He wasn't better than making the man beg at his feet for forgiveness, though. He might not even be above killing him anyway. The man fled surprisingly quickly once he made up his mind. Anton put in a good effort attempt to kill him, though most of his shots were blocked by the wings. There were two parts of him wrestling. One that said Anton had to kill the man no matter what, and another that said that having the man underestimate them was fine. Even if they were annihilated here, wouldn't they know where it happened? Perhaps not. But either way, Anton wasn't willing to risk revealing special techniques, like calling upon ascension energy, unless he was certain he would get the kill. It was slightly petty, but he did kill a few more of the followers on their way out. Only those tightly clustered around Aniello survived. They also found that their ships had been destroyed, though Anton had no doubts that someone of that man's strength could travel between systems without such aid. It would take longer, though. Take me back, Bearhug said. I'll stop them next time. Anton was reluctant to do that, but he was more reluctant to not let Bearhug try to defend their own system. First, we must stop by the core worlds. What a time to be away. At least he wasn't too far. He'd just been visiting Verges on Inistra, not off exploring beyond the Alliance's borders. Even so, that put him a significant distance further from the core worlds. He could head directly towards Clar, but that might not actually be faster. He wouldn't have many bound systems along the way. Do you need me to send anyone? Verges asked when Anton explained the general situation to him. Anton thought about it for a few moments. I will be passing through Cerritos, but I would not mind a small complement of people willing to be away for a post. I don't know how long, but it will be a significant duration. Verges nodded. The Order of 100 Stars will always be here for you, as you have been for us. It will be an honor for those chosen. Should I come? You are the branch head. You'd best remain here, Anton said, though I would appreciate some of your best. I'll ask Sujata, Verges said. She's close to enrichment. She followed a similar path to Velvet. Illusions and such. Thank you. If you could coordinate that, I will go ahead, Anton said. I don't wish to be slow if there is some form of retaliation. Anton had of course sent messages ahead, but the full explanation was best done in person. He met with many important figures in person, mostly people he had known for a long time. Should we come along? Aaron asked. Paradise rather liked his visit to Clar. I shouldn't bring too many, Anton said. He looked over at Devon. Certainly not one of our few Unity cultivators. Devon nodded. You'll need to be careful. Those with a fanatic bent to their cultivation can be problematic. I don't appreciate it at all, Anton agreed. What people do with their devotion is their own business, I suppose, but unless someone has reached a far higher level of power, they don't deserve to be called divine. They're just lying to their followers. Anishka shrugged. You're a bit too humble for your own good. But I agree with the sentiment. What if they do happen to be a greater stage of power? Then either I will apologize, with my life if necessary, or we kill a god, Anton said. However, from my limited interactions, I can confidently posit that they are simply arrogant. They might have a Unity equivalent, however, or several. Anton didn't like that. Not because people couldn't be powerful cultivators, but because he felt that focusing all of the attention in one direction was the wrong way to go about it. The Alliance's domination cultivators took that to heart as well. That's why you're bringing us, Thanda commented. Well, she wasn't immediately available. But if they have a particularly powerful cultivator, we have a solution. Anton nodded. I appreciate you heading over immediately. And I'll tell the Great Queen when we meet up. I really hope we won't have to fight, though. Lev gave Anton a look. In your personal opinion, what are the chances of that? Do you think this Aniello fellow is a typical representative of their group? He might not be, Anton hedged. So you do, which means we'll have to fight. Anton sighed. I hope it will just be once. He did need to avenge Bear Hug. Even if they still existed, killing one of their bodies was more than just a simple injury. Then again, it would be best if Bear Hug could manage their own avenging somehow. But yes, we should assume we will fight. Too bad I don't have a functional grandfather Willow there, Lev commented. But I'll hold things down here. You can focus on things further out. Lev's confidence assured Anton. Great. Not to rush, but we should really be going. They might have a shorter journey to undertake, and I would prefer not to be late. Chapter 1360. Visitors were a rarity in Meheg's system. There were a number of permanent residents that had built up over time as the planets were re-established, but even over the course of centuries they were still not as fertile as they should have been. The exception was the carefully cultivated garden moons that Meheg had first begun work on with Anton. If visitors were rare, unexpected visitors were unheard of. Nobody traveled all the way out to where Meheg resided casually. It was even stranger that they didn't feel normal. Meheg didn't think it was bad, just different. It seemed that some of the locals went to meet them. Meheg watched people's body language and energy and quickly determined that these might not be friends. Nobody was addressing Meheg directly, or things would be more clear. Then again, most people weren't good at operating at a level Meheg felt clearly. Few people could shake hands with a star. Speaking of that individual, Anton had passed by recently, even by human timescales. What was it? A week, maybe a month. Meheg sent a feeling of concern to Anton. Connected as they were through unity, that was something done easily enough. Immediately, Meheg felt Anton's presence, but distant. How was that possible? Oh, Anton wasn't in any of his systems. The weight of a spinning planet tugging on Meheg's surface suddenly appeared. Not a real planet, but the feeling of such. It was the closest thing Meheg knew, at least. One of the stronger cultivators. An enrichment cultivator. That was what they were called, right? The kind that empowered something and grew from it in turn. They didn't usually have wings. Especially not ones large enough for Meheg to easily resolve into a shape. But cultivators were quite varied. Meheg should probably do something about that attack before a century passed and everything was over. Time was so difficult. Solar winds lashed out, pushing apart the two groups. We will have none of that, Meheg declared. Less than one of the groups understood him. The intruders, not visitors, clearly wouldn't understand his energy. But Meheg couldn't safely make sound. Talking to one person might be fine, with the same focus as planting seeds, but over a wide area Meheg tended to get looser. Such things recalled memories of the past. Memories from before Meheg could think. They might have been false, but even so Meheg clearly pictured the planets being scoured of all life, every structure breaking down under intense radiation. That was no good, so Meheg moved in broad strokes. The two groups were apart, so things should be fine. But for some reason the winged man was not stopping. Another pair of wings appeared. What was the point of that? They were unnecessary for flying in space. However, they flapped and blew apart Meheg's energy, opening up a path towards Meheg's people. Once more, a stronger pulse of energy. Surely he would understand this time. They were sent tumbling back. You'll need to do more. Anton's words came to Meheg. That won't be enough. I can't, Meheg said. You do it. I am ashamed to say that might not be possible at this moment. But you can. Meheg's energy was shattered with the force of a great planet. 6 wings. How illogical. No beasts had more than 2. They just developed bigger wings. Still, it seemed to work for the humans. Meheg wasn't strong enough, though that wasn't true. Meheg had annihilated a whole system of life before Meheg even had thought. Centuries of intentional cultivation meant Meheg was quite capable of displaying vast energy. But Meheg wouldn't. Fields of skulls and bones. Deadwood lasted longest, but not forever. Stones crumbled with time and weather, though rain ceased to fall as it evaporated out of the atmosphere. Then nothing. Loneliness was the beginning of it all. Maheg only barely increased the strength of the next attack. Focusing on the winged man and not those around him, perhaps control could be kept. But the man held firm instead of being knocked back. He flew forward, rushing towards Maheg's people. "Would you like me to direct your energy?" Anton asked. "I think we can do it." Maheg had no head to shake, but gave that impression. It was important to do this alone. Fighting had happened before and might again. Last time, people had stolen from Anton and taken the fruits of his labor. People were far more valuable. Fire. A mere solar wind wouldn't be enough. Flames beyond flames. Yet, just a touch. Those wings were perfect. Maheg lashed out, whipping energy in between the attackers. The wings were caught and crushed. The man was unhappy. That was clear. Most likely, he was saying profane things. His wings began to reform, one at a time, not even in pairs. But he turned. Oh good, he was going to leave. "We shouldn't let them go," Anton said. "Should I stop them?" Anton sounded hesitant for some reason. It probably wasn't killing humans. Anton had done that intentionally far more than Maheg. Actually, Maheg had heard a few things about a recent war with many foes. There had been some resonance of many foes that came through Anton. It could have been more. Maheg held Anton back. Desolate planets was one thing, but there were people watching, weren't they? That was what made Maheg hesitant, even though everyone who chose to live here knew the past already. Maheg just didn't want them to be afraid. For them to leave. Then Maheg would be alone. It only made sense that anyone that tried to stop that should be eliminated. Developing new insecurities clearly hadn't helped anything. Maheg was slightly regretful. And far too slow. This wasn't a time where Maheg could just let years pass. The winged man was almost out of the system. Maheg pulled. Gravity was one of the things a star was naturally good at. Anton had taught Maheg all about it. Apparently, some of that was learned from Azin and some from the star that graced Weos. Neither of them were people stars. Maheg might be the only one, which was why all the visitors were important. Maheg couldn't just visit another system, not without hurting anyone. The winged warrior slowed and then reversed course, along with all of those with him. Not by choice, of course. Maheg had declared it so, and this was Maheg's system. Focused gravitational pull might cause the rest of the system quite a bit of trouble if it lasted for more than a few minutes. It would also be quite problematic if Maheg accidentally touched anyone that ought not to be a target, as they would be directly crushed by the power. The winged guy had 5 wings right now, but he was at least protecting his allies. Until he got tired. Then he gave up on them and tried to fly away on his own. He was fast, and he was actually escaping. He would be too far, soon. The others were immediately squashed by Maheg's power. How did Anton do it? A curvy bit, a taut section, and a straight pointy bit. Bow, string, and arrow. Maheg had practiced this for fun sometimes. Arrows went far and fast. They were also very scary at stellar scales, so it wasn't great to do now that there were more residents. Maheg didn't want to be scary, but the winged man couldn't go. An arrow of flames was pointed at his heart to pierce through him. Maheg was off by several orders of magnitude. The accuracy was spot on though, but the tip of the arrows was larger than the man. He was completely subsumed in Maheg's flames, empowered by will. And of course natural energy, but that was kind of everything Maheg was and did. There wasn't enough left of the man to make out a person after that. His energy was annihilated too. Maybe people would wonder if he ever existed, but Maheg supposed that people did have good memories and had seen him. Who was that? Maheg asked. I don't like them. Me neither, Anton replied. I have seen someone like him before. An angel. I know it is hard to speak at a distance. I heard a very strange word, Maheg said. Could you clarify your meaning? He called himself an angel. But no, there is no indication of any goodness among them. They came for violence, and they left without honor. Merely glowing does not make one good or holy. Did you feel anything strange about his energy? It was a bit weird, but that's all. Not an excess of devotion or other strange connections? If there was any, it was too small. I didn't think about it, sorry. Maheg didn't need to apologize, of course. Anton had simply been curious. After making certain the situation was resolved, Anton returned his focus to his actual body. Their progress had stopped when Anton had been prompted by Maheg. He explained to those around him, Nthanda, Aaron, Paradise, Anishka, and of course Bear Hug. Others would overhear as well, and Paradise never went anywhere without his sect. Not that he could, of course. They lived on him. Them again, Vanda said. And so far in. Anishka shrugged. It's not really that close. Just a bit concerning. Anton nodded. I didn't feel them passing by. Either they have significant stealth skills, which I very much doubt, or they came in at an angle that put them more than a couple dozen light years out. It's not surprising that a group that can produce such cultivators would have a wide angle of approach, of course. Also, I have confirmed that they're not just one sect. Or at least, not one cultivation method, which is the general basis for such things. We're a bit limited on their command structure, obviously. At least we killed one, Nthandis said. How did he compare to that one you fought? It's difficult to say, Anton admitted. Riding on Maheg's perception doesn't leave a lot of room for nuance. Or at least, it takes great effort to comprehend small differences in power. Anything less than a full stage of cultivation. He could have been stronger. Though at other times some might have teased Anton for any Elo escaping, they all knew him well enough to see he was upset about his earlier failure, even if it had been mostly a success. The harm to Bear Hug, a dear friend, couldn't be ignored. Even Bear Hug looked off from their usual cheeriness, and usually they recovered from any disappointment in a matter of days. How do you think we would have done against that Aniello guy, then? Vanda asked. Able to draw upon your full power, Anton pondered. Well, you're personally difficult to judge. It might depend on how good the stamina of these angels is, but it seems quite high. Devotion provides significant recovery potential. The island tenders together could at least have fended him off. He turned to Anishka. You could have probably killed him, but that's just a guess. Bear Hug looked expectantly at Anton, then deflated. I want to do it. Then get stronger, Anton said. I don't know what you need to do for that, but I'm sure you have some ideas in mind. Just be sure to be safe. Bear Hug put on their best pondering stance. I do want to be stronger. I should bring more of me. That will improve my combat potential. Does it? Anton asked. I honestly haven't seen multiple of you in one place for more than a few moments. Well, I share energy, so it usually doesn't, Bear Hug admitted. But also, maybe it will. I think. A few moments passed. Words are hard, you know. Even energy words. Thanda prodded Anton with her minimal energy. You left one out. The Great Queen would want to know what your assessment of her against that fellow would be. Anton shrugged. She's not here, and my typical assessment stands anyway. She could probably kill anyone but you. At least, in the lower realms. There were a few strange talents around in various places, but the point was that people couldn't just squash the Great Queen. Most people didn't have strong enough bodies to do it in a single blow, and their energy wouldn't help. Too bad she could only be in one place at a time. Then again, that was true for pretty much anyone. Chapter 1361. I don't know what I'm doing. This time, Bear Hug was speaking to nobody but themselves. I might be really bad at cultivation. Of course, they wouldn't believe that forever. After all, Anton and others had said how unique splitting into upper and lower realms was, and that it took a lot of talent. Bear Hug might not be sure about that, but they had to trust people who knew better. Bear Hug stood around in groups, staring at themselves. They had precisely one idea. It might not have been a good one. Dying wasn't fun, Bear Hug commented. We really don't want to do that, another one said. Speaking was pointless. They weren't different beings with different thoughts. It was all Bear Hug, not a hive mind or anything. Just a multividual that was usually in many different places. Many of Bear Hug were on Xianxia because that was a convenient place to meet up. Others were on various populous worlds in the general neighborhood of where they had been staying. There were also a large sample of Bear Hugs that were on Second Gift, because work there still needed to be done. We might not have enough after this, Bear Hug pondered. Another part said, we should be more efficient. It will be fine. What if we die? That will make people sad. That would make me sad. Bear Hug collapsed limply into a bunch of puddles. I've already thought about all this, and I'm not going to stop. Maybe I shouldn't talk to myself. Nobody they had asked had answers for them. Anton was the one Bear Hug most wanted to have answers, but most clearly did not. Anton couldn't even go to the upper realms, but Bear Hug lived there, and also in Klar, and many places in the lower realms. Usually, one of them was with Anton, if that was possible. Anton was Bear Hug's first friend. After all, Bear Hug wondered if they should tell people. Would warning them make them worry unnecessarily, or would it prepare them for disaster? What would Bear Hug want from other people? Success, of course. Alternatively, failure that wasn't awful and bad. As if Bear Hug could just choose not to catastrophically mess up. How did humans do it? Oh right, sometimes they failed, or they gave up before trying. Bear Hug didn't like either of those options. Relying on others for protection was fine, until Bear Hug needed to protect someone in turn. Briar was strong, but not that strong. Not as strong as the Not Angel. Bear Hug really didn't know what angels were, but he knew they weren't supposed to be awful so clearly that man was a liar. And worse, a jerk. Anton said the man was named Aniello. He hadn't even spoken to Bear Hug despite Bear Hug very clearly making sounds at him. The worst kind of person, the sort that didn't think everyone else was a person. They might not even think meerkats or fishies were people. Terrible. Actually, Bear Hug barely knew any fishies that were people. Acaries did have some of everything though. Clar's fish were just fish. Bear Hug might be stalling. Danger was scary, which was also the reason that Bear Hug had to do something now. Because not getting stronger wasn't going to continue to work. Ultimately, Bear Hug decided that telling Anton was important because it would make them more determined to be successful. One part of them on Clar went to find Anton, though of course they could talk at any planetary distance. Up close was more real though, and not broadcasting things to everyone visiting. Others went to find Bear Hug's local friends, and anyone else they could in other places. I'm going to try to advance now, Bear Hug said. Okay, Anton nodded, radiating confidence. He was so good at that, so Bear Hug hoped a little bit of it stuck. Do you need anything from me? Devotion? Do I need devotion at my level? It never hurts, Anton said. We will of course hold strong to your image in our hearts. Thanks. Oh, one more thing. I need you to think about whether augmentation or enrichmentation is better. Anton also took the second task seriously. It was important. Bear Hug didn't want to have to be improvising a name for their cultivation level every time someone asked. Okay, I'm going to go do something that makes sense to me and might not be a good idea, Bear Hug said. I really want to be back soon. With that, they scrambled off to meet up with numerous copies of themselves. Here was the hard part, which numbers to make use of. Bear Hug had sent a lot of themselves here, chasing after the Guardian Party, after resolving to try to advance to the next stage. Maybe it didn't make sense. Bear Hug pushed that thought to the side. It didn't have to make logical sense. That wasn't how cultivation worked, necessarily. It just had to make sense to Bear Hug. Of course, that was after serious contemplation. Casual feelings could easily lead someone astray. Oh boy, delaying wasn't going to make things better. Bear Hug began to race every bit of themselves towards another bunch of bits. What made sense? 10. 10 sounded good. Bear Hug didn't get stronger by having more of them around. Fusing pieces of them together should therefore not matter. But also it made sense. Each Bear Hug shared energy. So with less Bear Hugs there was less that each had to share, right? They would, of course, subsequently form more bodies to replace what had been condensed. It might be more difficult. Bear Hug thought that was probably going to be the case. Still, Bear Hug couldn't afford to continue to be weak. No matter how many strong friends they had, sometimes they were the only one in a place. Bear Hug squashed together a bunch of themselves, and it was weird. Way too big. So, clearly they were going to have to be smaller. How did one trigger a new advancement? Bear Hug had been copying steps before, but splitting into assimilation and ascension at the same time had been following two sets of instructions. Neither the normal steps to augmentation or enrichment made sense here, and that wasn't counting them being made for people with animal cells. Whatever. Bear Hug just had to do it. Squash parts together. They should be smaller. That took energy, but that was good. There was supposed to be a lot of effort to this. Upper and lower realms bodies fused together. Bear Hug thought of something cool when they were halfway done and decided it was a terrible idea anyway. Way too risky. But smashing together upper and lower energy might have been fun. All human senses faded away. Those took extra work to try to pretend to have. The only thing that Bear Hug could feel was the moistness of the water and the temperature of the sun beating down from the sky. External energy wasn't even on the list at the moment, because Bear Hug felt so much of themselves. What did Bear Hug want? To be big enough to be listened to by jerks, but not actually big. To be strong, so that they could protect themselves and their friends, but also to still be able to eventually return to being able to visit many at once instead of a small portion of them. Bear Hug wasn't sure when things were supposed to be done. Were they supposed to feel very different? Because they didn't. Had they just killed a bunch of bodies for no reason? It didn't hurt though, so that probably wasn't it. Bear Hug took stock of their body. Each strand was smaller, thinner, maybe, but more of them. Physical composition hardly mattered, though. Nobody was going to care or even notice if a strand of algae was 10 or 20 times stronger, except maybe if a void ant tried to chew on Bear Hug. For anyone else, it was just the tiniest fraction of energy, even with Bear Hug's previous cultivation. Oh, no wonder they didn't feel stronger. Because when comparing their own energy, half was half, wasn't it? Bear Hug returned to paying attention to anything else. It all felt weaker. Except for Nthanda, really. And Bear Hug was probably still the weakest cultivator at a similar stage of those present, having advanced for all of a few minutes. After a bit of poking and prodding, Bear Hug decided they felt stronger. Hey everyone, I did it. Lots of people said congratulations. It was great, seeing people happy and not being dead. When that one guy comes back, I want to fight him. People didn't respond as nicely to that one. Erin still tried, but it wasn't as nice as she wanted it to be. Anton wasn't able to kill him, you know? Even if it was from a very inconvenient position, he seems to be more experienced in the same stage. You won't be tempered enough. Your offense is insufficient, Nthanda commented. You don't need to fight alone, Anishka added. Anton took time to think things over. It will be difficult, even if you have made a necessary step. Bear Hug whooshed closer to Anton. It didn't take as long as it would have, but it still wasn't as close to as fast as him. Anton was another stage ahead, after all, and not a beginner at it. I still want to, Bear Hug said. I won't stop you, Anton said. I was rather thinking I would take him out myself, though. I'd very much enjoy the look on his face when he realizes I was restricted before. Then again, I'm sure he'll be even more delightfully shamed if you take him down. But to get my full approval, you'll have to spar with us. You don't usually fight. Strength alone isn't enough. Nthanda was actually a pretty good replacement for Aniello. Not because she could cover a wide area defensively, she couldn't, but because the individual punishment she could take was quite high. It gave Bear Hug more opportunities to truly go all out with their attacks, despite not having protective formations to make sparring safer. No, that won't do, Nthanda said as Bear Hug tugged on her arm. You need a different angle. Remember, humans are made of muscle and bone. I know, Bear Hug said. That's why I'm pulling so hard. You're way tougher than algae. Nthanda shook her head. Not what I meant. Look, Nthanda moved her own arm. With the same level of effort, if you pull across here, I now can't get out. That doesn't make any sense. Did you get weaker? Muscles only work in one direction. Now, I imagine that Aniello will be using his energy as his primary source of power, but energy is most effective at augmenting the underlying ability. Forcing him to move against his own body's natural tendencies will be to your advantage. They had decided on grappling because of Bear Hug's natural form, as well as because Aniello had very durable armor. Bypassing that would be optimal. If possible, Bear Hug would maneuver their strands into cracks, possibly even choking him. However, anything that wasn't a strike would be more efficient. Bear Hug didn't really have solidity behind striking attacks anyway. Next was Anishka. Aniello himself hadn't displayed any elemental abilities, but Bear Hug could still gain something from training with her. A better assessment of how they had developed, if nothing else. Bear Hug had previously worked against Anishka's ice and flame powers, but not at anything close to a level where they matched. Now, it was still not true. She could turn Bear Hug into a giant popsicle, watery protection included, of course, or completely evaporate Bear Hug's portable pond in an instant. Both of those had to go through Bear Hug's defensive energy to have such an effect. Bear Hug really wasn't great at fighting. Many of their serious battles had been with Briar trying not to get eaten while at the same time talking about friendship. That was a very lopsided circumstance. Some more battles had come with Second Gift, but Bear Hug still mostly was keeping the planet stable and not fighting off invaders. Fortunately, they had some time. Nobody knew quite when the Holy Stars would return, but since they had sent groups to both Klar and Maheg, there would doubtless be more, either making a return attack or attempting to pass by. If they were close, Anton would handle them. He had no reason to be polite before he started shooting, so even if it wasn't fair to attack them over a system away, that was their fault for being too weak. Chapter 1362. The Lower Realms Alliance wasn't simply waiting passively for the Holy Stars to make their return, but rather than sending their strongest cultivators on offense, they kept them within their own territory while sending proper scout ships towards likely locations based on what they could determine from the two arrivals. Regardless of whether they actually ended up having any further conflicts, they needed to know where the group originated from. They shouldn't be anywhere close to Klar, not even within 100 light years, which put them more or less that far from any populated section of the Alliance. Anton was currently training with both Bear Hug and Three Squeaks. Locally, his algae friend was at such a serious disadvantage that Anton really didn't need to fully focus on them. That didn't mean Anton wasn't taking it seriously, just that what Bear Hug could best get from Anton in the current circumstances was defensive training. Bear Hug did their best to dodge, deflect, or block Anton's arrows. If they failed, the arrow would pierce straight through them, even at a narrow diameter that was very bad for humans. For a being made of algae, it really wouldn't do anything unless Anton detonated one of his arrows somewhere in the middle of things. It was actually quite fascinating to watch Bear Hug develop their techniques. They weren't much of a fighter before, even if it had been done. Taking advantage of their particular qualities was exactly what Bear Hug needed. Their bodily flexibility was pretty much unlimited. There weren't any bones or muscles to strain after all. Rapid energy control and precise flow is important. Bear Hug's energy wasn't contained in their dantian because they didn't have one. It was mostly distributed around their body, which was valuable in some ways and exploitable in others. For example, if Anton targeted Bear Hug's head, or at least their upper portion, with something that had to be guarded against, Bear Hug had to draw from their middle. If he targeted top and bottom at the same time, he could make a follow-up strike on Bear Hug's middle with almost no energy to stop him. Even if there weren't vital organs there, if Bear Hug's body was separated, they could die. Alternatively, Anton could just destroy a significant quantity of mass. Bear Hug was learning to reflow the right amount of energy, and taking advantage of their strands, they did it in alternating segments. Humans moving energy from their dantian through their meridians had predictable flow that was still difficult to disrupt despite that predictability. After all, they were extremely protective of their body. If foreign energy got inside, they were already half dead at that point. Sometimes Bear Hug was, and sometimes they weren't. Bear Hug very clearly did not like to lose bodies. It was painful in ways Anton didn't quite understand, but that didn't mean they were concerned about damage to a body. People couldn't actually cut off Bear Hug's head. It was just a mass of algae that happened to be closest to the area. That was what they should take advantage of. The way Bear Hug was doing energy flow was fascinating. The flow could have easily been like water, which Anton might have expected given Bear Hug's affinity. Instead, Bear Hug took the most complicated path that shouldn't have worked, creating a vast number of individual strands of energy that they moved in either direction. Approximately 1/3 at first, though once Anton began targeting various different sides of Bear Hug, the proportions changed. What didn't was how over the course of a few days Bear Hug learned to control hundreds or thousands of individual segments of energy. That was something that even Anton wouldn't normally do. He could create a whole regiment of energy bows, but they were all doing more or less the same thing. Bear Hug had started pulling energy from wherever they pleased to where they needed it, which wasn't that dissimilar but still should have required a lot of mental processing. Bear Hug didn't even have a brain, though. They weren't quite able to explain it, either. "It just works," Bear Hug declared. "I think I can get very good at this." The results weren't instant, but the growth rate had been obvious. On the other side of things, Anton was the one trying to improve. Three Squeaks might learn something, but the training was for Anton. The point was channeling his power through a distant star, far beyond the range of his archery. The actual distance didn't matter as much as the fact that he wasn't within the normal influence range of the star. 100 or 500 light years didn't make any difference. Three Squeaks shot arrows that Anton tried to hunt down and destroy. It was both a test of agility and power. The latter was what Anton cared about the most, but he couldn't expect his foes to just stand still and take hits. Aniello certainly hadn't, and he'd been able to retreat despite being technically far weaker than Anton. Anton was well aware that he couldn't be everywhere and do everything, but the particular circumstances bothered him. Unity was a promise both to the people of a system and to himself. Bear Hug and others had been harmed along with the unique ecosystem of Clar. If Anton simply hadn't been involved at all, he would have been content with the results. But because he had acted and failed, he couldn't help but want to do better. The people of Acaris were already prepared for Anton, making his presence known. Three Squeaks was also a star-binding cultivator, so even if Anton didn't personally use his power in the area often, they wouldn't be concerned there was an actual attack. Obviously, they had been informed, but he still didn't want people to lose sleep. Anton's arrow caught one of Three Squeaks from behind, cutting through subspace to catch up. Three Squeaks' arrow withstood the assault even if he couldn't get away. The advantage of using full power was enough to make up for a different stage of cultivation. Three Squeaks was quite talented, and only a relatively small number of centuries behind Anton. But using a human cultivation technique and fighting style meant he couldn't really catch up to Anton. The latter's experience and power would always prevail, especially since Anton himself was also quite talented and never slacked off. He might not have had specific training he was performing for the last few centuries, but he didn't just stop. Now, he needed to be able to display the full power of enrichment around any bound star. He knew it must be possible. At current, he was really only like a weak enrichment cultivator, not good enough for these holy stars. Obviously, he intended to fight them at full strength, launching attacks from one of his bound stars, but they might not make things convenient for him. Sometimes Three Squeaks clashed directly with Anton's arrows. Sometimes he avoided them. Anton had to be ready for either, which took a different flow of energy. His connection to the power he launched from a star was perfectly responsive, but it was his own limitations that held him back. Forming star stuff into a bow wasn't easy. Anton had to improve that. He also needed to make sure he wasn't only improving his familiarity with one particular star, because while he certainly wanted to protect Acaris, he also needed to be effective in other places. Bear Hug looked as if they were going to block a shot directly to their midsection, gathering energy and everything. Then that energy pulled away at the same time as the rest of them, opening up a tunnel. Anton immediately twisted his arrow upward, but Bear Hug's energy was all focused inward, and Anton's angle wasn't perfect. Thus, he scraped off of the energy. "That was great," Anton said. "However, make sure you don't do that against a sword. Or most weapons, really. They'll have a better time cutting their way out. Polearms, though, you can probably catch most of them." Anton was aware that some sword cultivators allowed their opponents to stab them through, or at least very close to actual vital organs, but it seemed a lot less risky for Bear Hug. Of course, anything that left energy controlled by an enemy vaguely near your body wasn't safe. It would only take a slight change to make it dangerous. If Anton just used more power, it wouldn't matter. Though, Bear Hug wasn't trying to fight a unity cultivator, just someone on their own level. To that end, it was probably sufficient. "I understand." Bear Hug responded vigorously. "I'll be even better." The others people of Clar were also training for a potential invasion. Briar was surprisingly verbose about it. "Gonna kill that one." The bar was set very low for Briar talking. It seemed that Bear Hug might have competition to take out Aniello, though they had a significant advantage for having reached enrichmentation. Then again, it was quite possible that Briar would advance soon as well. A few months or a year wasn't much, but Briar wasn't too far from the next step to begin with. The double inspiration of a threat, as well as a friendly rival advancing, was likely a good motivation. Spike was busy throwing spiny fruit into the sky. Anton was able to give the tree some guidance, though he didn't use very similar projectiles. "You'll want to make the best use of them. You can sense your ammunition is limited. Take your time, load it up with energy. Providing some spin will make them more naturally stable, so that you don't have to correct with your energy." Anton also provided guidance on accuracy, picking out targets that would push Spike's abilities to the limit. Spike, along with Helix and even Liberty, had no real chance of taking down Aniello. They probably shouldn't even try. However, that didn't mean they couldn't fight the rest of those that might come. Liberty was a small tree, never having particularly grown, but he was actually a pretty good bet for splitting apart armor. If there were somewhat weaker cultivators, equivalent to assimilation, that used the same style, Liberty would likely be quite effective against them. Various other plant people were prepared to defend their home systems, including the strange beasts that roamed in the void of space within their system. They were part of their home, even if those beasts would probably try to eat them should they run into them. The island tenders were taking a wide patrol of the system, specifically trying not to agitate the beasts. Too much. Paradise was a bit frightening for anything working off of its instincts. Anton was stronger, but since the system had undergone the step to unity, he felt like he belonged. Even those things that were not sapient recognized him as natural. On the other hand, Paradise was a big space turtle that absolutely could just eat huge mouthfuls of them. He did, when a few were foolish enough to attack him. He couldn't let them get to the sect he carried, and it would be a waste to kill them any other way. Mostly, though, he stayed far enough that the locals barely noticed. Thanda wasn't likely to make any relevant progress in the near future. She couldn't even really come up with a new technique. Instead, her body developed little by little over centuries. She wouldn't just sit around doing nothing for months, though. Anishka practiced her own abilities where she could. Some of the local planets did have volcanoes or frozen poles, as well as other similarly relevant locations. She actually ended up spending the most time teaching a few interested locals what she could. Most of them hadn't seen elemental techniques before, and they were interested in learning what they could even if human methods wouldn't translate directly. Such things had been made available before, but actually seeing it in person made them curious. The Great Queen hadn't arrived yet. She'd been in the upper realms, which was quite a long trip. The local void ants were eagerly awaiting her arrival, both those on the planets and those that lived with Paradise. Chapter 1363. Long-distance sensing tended to involve narrowing perspective to a smaller area. That was the basis of Anton's abilities, but of course he had long ago overcome the main limitations. After all, it would be pretty much impossible to find anything in three-dimensional space if he only used a narrow sensory band to sweep across things. The fundamental core was still there, but Anton picked up minute fluctuations in energy from surrounding areas. It was rather easy to find people within a system, as planets all gave off their own potent energy signatures, and from there it followed the same principles he'd been using since the beginning. If looking for people between systems, he took advantage of how thin the natural energy was. Anyone in the area or that had passed by would leave obvious traces. Sifting through such information quickly allowed him to eventually lock onto a target. It was easier when they were powerful, like beacons that drew him in. Unfortunately, Anton hadn't actually been looking forward to powerful enemies. He was quite content with a peaceful life, but the world wouldn't let him live one of those. Not unless he ignored most of it. Contact, Anton warned his allies. They're still far out, but obviously headed this way. And the situation is quite serious. Aaron was hosting all of them atop Paradise's head. It was easiest for the turtle to listen there, though of course Paradise never really said anything. Anton was fairly certain the turtle could understand speech and could probably replicate it with his level of intelligence, but he never did. He was always willing to fight their foes, though. How many of those angels do they have? Aaron asked. 7. Anton said. The number was probably not random. If they were planning to deal with what they had seen from him, plus the remaining locals, 2 would have been enough. Given how the holy stars were portraying themselves, they doubtless thought the number 7 had value. That's fine, right? Vanda asked. That's 1 for me. Anishka, Aaron, Paradise, and Bear Hug can take out that NELO guy. You can handle 2, can't you? Anton shook his head. I will be busy. They also have a unity equivalent. Well, damn, Anishka said. We should have brought Devin. Aaron thought for a moment. What did they call that stage? Divinity. She spat off the side of Paradise's head. How arrogant. Anyway, as long as you can handle them, my sect can probably hold off the rest of those. Angels. Bear Hug hesitated slightly. Briar wants to know if NELO is there. Anton grinned. You can say that you want to know. It's okay. I'm going to squash him in a very impolite manner. Bear Hug said, flailing their energy around. He is there, Anton said. So you and the people of Klar can take out him and his troops. The Lower Realms Alliance had sent more than just Aaron's sect to fill out their ranks. There were a number of Ascension-class battleships and troop carriers. Nobody had been quite certain what level of response was appropriate, but stationing people in a border system that had just been attacked had seemed appropriate. Others were mobilized elsewhere, which was a good thing given what Anton had sensed with Meheg. Even if that hadn't been an intentional attempt to bypass their border security, it had still been a concerning situation. They did determine that angels could die, though. How long do we have? Aaron asked. Anton took some time to estimate their speed. If they keep their pace, without stopping long for recovery, I believe they are about a week distant. Vanda nodded. How long before you begin your attack? Anton thought about that. I think I'll attack when they're 2 light years out. I have no good way to estimate the strength of their leader with so few points of comparison. Whether she has just passed the threshold or is a long-established peak cultivator is a mystery. I would prefer to give them no opportunity to retreat. And if they get that close, we'll have an opportunity for diplomacy. Specifically one that wouldn't involve Anton overexerting himself to maintain a connection. He wanted to include others. Was he extremely upset about Bear Hug being harmed? Absolutely. Would Bear Hug want them to go to war, risking many thousands of lives in just the first battle? Not if it wasn't happening already. It was important to consider the whole of the alliance. That said, they couldn't show weakness. An army showing up at their doorstep was certainly an aggressive move. They would have to be willing to offer some reparations for their previous actions. Anton might demand Aniello's head, but he would be willing to negotiate down from there if he thought it would lead to a viable peace. He didn't get the sense that the approaching group intended to speak, though. Before anything else, Anton sent information back to the core worlds. Paradise obviously had permanent long-distance instant communication stations set up. His required special tuning because the normal ones didn't have significant relative motion normally. But since Paradise was practically a small planet of his own, it would be strange not to have anything. Traditional comms were fine, but Bear Hug hadn't subjected themselves to centuries of study for people to not use instant comms in as many situations as possible. The Lower Realms Alliance might be able to estimate a general area of where the Holy Stars had their territory, based on the time delay and such. Obviously, it would be imperfect, because it was impossible to assume a set velocity, nor did most space travel have actual straight lines. Going from system to system was the norm, and Anton saw that was much the same with the approaching group. They would enter a neighboring system first, instead of cutting across the empty space. Their speed was fairly impressive, but it was mainly supported by the one leading them. Anton refused to refer to them as a divinity. Unity wasn't correct either, but since there was no one else to get confused with at the moment, leader was fine. It was time. Anton's estimate was off by a day because the fleet had stopped in the neighboring system for longer than expected. Whether they needed to rest or simply chose to, Anton was uncertain. He wasn't willing to risk a close inspection of such a powerful cultivator, or he might risk revealing himself. Thus, determining if they were fatigued was only a guess. Since he hadn't observed a previous rest cycle, there wasn't much he could go off of. It was possible they had to rest between every system or two, or that they flew the entire journey in a single pass without stopping. Anton stretched out his energy, also prepared to recreate any feedback he got to those around him. He would be able to transmit their energy if they had cause to speak, though generally as the strongest cultivator, he would be given the burden of authority. The reaction to energy contact was immediate, but Anton's voice was flowing before any sort of attack could be launched. You are entering the sovereign territory of the Lower Realms Alliance. You know this, given your company. State your business. Firm, but not too confrontational. That was his intention. Is this the one? Anton risked a closer inspection of the leader. A woman, it seemed. She was addressing Aniello. It is, divinity. He bowed his head as he spoke. The coward. Anton was strained between his desire to ignore petty insults and his duty to show strength. Ultimately, he didn't annihilate Aniello because the woman would probably protect him. Plus, Bear Hug wanted personal revenge. Strong words for one who ran away from a mere spark of my presence. I did not speak to you, outsider. The woman brushed aside Anton's energy. He sent it back in greater force, his aura washing over the fleet. This is the territory of my people. I will listen as I please and respond as I please. From your dismissive manner, I expect you are not here to pay reparations. I will give you one warning to leave, nameless invader. Anton wasn't even very rude, but her reaction was over the top. How dare you? I am a divinity. My name is so great that your tongue is unworthy of uttering it. But I shall speak at once, that you might know who brought you low. I am Daria the Divine. Remember this, in the time before you perish. Anton just looked at those around them. What was he going to do? They mostly shrugged. Anishka made a rude gesture that Anton did not transmit through his connection. You are formally renouncing your chance for peace, then? We do not seek peace with our lessers. The woman once more scattered her aura, brushing away Anton's energy. Anton took 10 seconds to decide on his target. Daria herself. If he could kill her, he would gladly do so. But he might get a better picture of what she could do if he targeted someone else. From what Anton could tell, she had the same style as Aniello, that of the purified wardens. She would serve as an excellent guardian, so seeing her at work was a desirable outcome. If he found any flaws, he would exploit them immediately. Either way, she was far too close to flee now. Though perhaps she wouldn't know that. Anton had intentionally vastly limited the distance he contacted them at. It was better that his foes not know the full extent of his abilities. They would likely underestimate him from the previous time, not realizing how limited he had been. As Anton held his bow, he wondered how Everhart would feel about this group. The man seemed to hate the upper realms for their intrusion, but surely he would also be annoyed by lower realms individuals. Anton also frequently wondered why Everhart had had such an exceptional bow. Though he was known to collect everything, so the answer to that was probably because he saw it. It was such a nice please don't kill me gift. Anton was certain Everhart would approve of using it to kill these particular people, if only because Everhart liked to be the arrogant one. Though most of the time, his arrogance was relatively justified. Anton didn't consider that he might lose. It was a useless future to consider. He would have plenty of time to assess his opponent. Unless she could skip 2 light years in a moment, in which case Anton really wouldn't have a chance to begin with. The target was one of the 7 that wasn't Aniello, a woman from another sect. It would either be more or less embarrassing for Daria to lose such a person under her care. If he could cause a little bit of internal strife in the Holy Stars, Anton wouldn't mind that. His arrow departed. It would take long enough to arrive that even if Daria had anticipated some sort of attack, she likely wouldn't be fully on alert the moment it arrived. Of course, Anton would be following up with a number of additional attacks. Whether his first shot was successful or not, he would need more. At this point, he had to kill at least 2 angels. Too bad she stopped him. His arrow approached, and suddenly wings the size of a star. A fairly typical yellow star, of course, nothing absurd like a giant or supergiant, covered the entire fleet. Anton's arrow was dashed into nothingness, its own energy easily dispersed. Anton did try another angle. Every angle, really. He kept the same target to test Daria. She was blocking a large enough area that it really wouldn't matter if he changed his target anyway, but he wanted to see if she would be more efficient. She didn't. Maybe she couldn't, or maybe she just didn't bother. Either way, her massive wings curved around a huge area, covering everything. There weren't tiny areas to slip through, as the intervening space was still protected by Daria's energy. The wings were more of a visual flare, Anton supposed. He wondered how much energy it took to maintain them. Anton considered trying to overpower them, but he had the feeling that wouldn't work. Not because she was necessarily stronger, but because defense was clearly her strong suit. Even if he was near full power with his attacks, he didn't want to risk failure. He could learn more before that, and he had quite a bit of time before they would arrive. Chapter 1364. Arrow after arrow sought targets from the so-called Holy Stars. Some circled far around from behind them, nearly doubling the distance they traveled. Others shot directly from Anton's location. Which ones arrived first weren't always those that would be expected. His fingers pinched the soul string that carried his spirit arrows before he formed another. A form that had been practiced countless times. Hundreds of millions, certainly. Perhaps a billion. Anton didn't bother keeping track of how many times at a certain point, but 3,000 per day was well within expectations. He'd likely already done at least as many in this battle over the course of a few hours. He flew forward with his arrows, his perception splitting along different routes. Inevitably, giant wings would flood his senses with excessive grandeur. The fleet could be protected by something easily a single percentage of that size. Surely it would take less energy to maintain. Was the devotion of those individuals sufficient for their leader to maintain her energy indefinitely? It seemed unlikely. Anton suspected he was using far less energy and he would get tired at his current rate in a few days. Perhaps the wings were serving a double purpose. He considered that as he tried to slip past the wings, taking advantage of subspace. But they extended beyond the physical realm, even into deeper subspace layers. Yet Anton didn't think it was evenly. He would find flaws eventually. He had time. The second purpose could be shielding the fleet not from attacks, but from space itself, as they were moving more quickly than before. Anton had thought he might have at least half a day of bombarding them, but they seemed as if they would reach Klar within the next 2 hours, several times faster than first anticipated. That was fine. He wasn't ever planning to win the battle alone. If they were too weak, he would have. But once he felt the cultivation of this leader, he abandoned the prospect of an easy victory. But he could start laying the foundation. If he was, as he believed, exhausting this woman more than himself, then he could likely break through her defenses shortly after she actually arrived, at least within the duration of a proper battle. If she insisted on defending her entire fleet once they engaged properly, Anton would have to make it faster, because he didn't want his own allies to exhaust themselves before fighting appropriate foes among the angels and whatever else they had among them. Thanda was waiting away from the others, covered in void ants and a layer of air that should last long enough. They would conceal what little energy she had and allow her to flank the incoming fleet. Of course, she wasn't the only one that would be taking advantage of a different position. She was just the only one alone. But even by void ant standards, she really wasn't. There were plenty of older void ants that were actually people. Corporals and sergeants and majors and the like. No royal guard with her. Thanda's job was to get void ants to their foes. She had several ways she was going to accomplish that. First, she would be getting as close as she could with her physical body. She would be throwing herself towards the incoming fleet when the time was right. If she could get to that divinity, she would happily risk life and limb to get a few million void ants onto her. However, she would also be quite happy getting to a few of the others. Plenty of void ants could fit onto one of her arrows, and relevantly, she could actually fire them without the void ants either flying off or being crushed. It was something she had to be able to do to function, just like how she was holding the air around her. Technically, her body could probably go a few hours without drawing in oxygen, but it wasn't optimal. Thanda had to break a lot of rules. She didn't move herself through space with her energy precisely. It was also generally impossible to accelerate arrows to a speed that would harm relevant foes, without energy, of course. Upper or lower, ascension or natural, they were all required. But of course, generally impossible wasn't absolute. It was time. Thanda began accelerating. It was much easier to do it over a longer period than all at once. She was well aware that she might actually impact the wings of the leader, coming to a sudden stop, but her body could handle that even at rather ludicrous speeds. She suspected the wings couldn't. Of course, Thanda did have to think about her companions, but she could absorb the impact if necessary. Voidroot wasn't one of the first-generation people of Klar. Instead, they had come into existence later after things were more established. Not that they were aware of that at first, given their location among the star beasts. Klar had all sorts of unique features. One of those were occasional plants that lived in the void of space. Voidroot was of course one of them. From the beginning, Voidroot had been frequently a target of all the beasts that wanted to eat something that couldn't fight back. But it turned out that Voidroot could fight back, and also that most of the beasts were pretty dumb. They had taken control of one pack, leading them to victories. That was how they had been noticed and taught proper cultivation. Now, some of the beautiful space creatures of Klar had been slaughtered and Voidroot was not happy about it. Even if Voidroot wasn't the strongest, even if they could only teach some of the beasts to be a bit better and more focused, they were going to protect home. Darting beasts with piercing jaws. Wide engulfers that would sweep up life from small to large. Mysterious sorts of blade and bone, reminiscent of small distortion beasts without any relevant subspace abilities. Voidroot would lead them all into battle to protect home. And Bear Hug, not because they were one of the first, but because Bear Hug was one of the best. Maybe they didn't even remember saving Voidroot, but that didn't matter. Paradise had brought his own ocean. If they were fighting in an enemy system, it might have been appropriate to use their water, but if Paradise did that here, he might just wipe out all life. Having actual water to work with vastly increased the efficiency of his attacks, so it was important to have it. It was rather impossible to hide Paradise. He was just as obvious as Anton, when the latter wasn't making any attempt to conceal himself, of course. Thus, Paradise stood on the front lines, leading the first assault. Part of an ocean was condensed into a tight sphere. Paradise and Aaron worked together to maximize the amount of energy they shoved into their initial attack, because they had time. Waters spun and compressed, ready to tear apart whatever they encountered. Of course, they were facing a foe above their grade, but it was important to take down the wings as soon as possible. Anton's arrows joined them, as well as many ships flying forward. From another angle came Anishka, a swirl of fire and ice. Bear Hug led the assault of the local cultivators, including a number of the wild beasts, it seemed. Aaron knew that somewhere in the rear arc was Nthanda. The ocean struck, along with a great many weapons from Ascension-class battleships and cultivators. Anton's arrows too. And yet, the great wings held. No, they even grew in power and brilliance. Aaron found herself taken aback, yet she could not show her hesitation in front of her sect. A counterattack from behind the sheltering wings. The woman who called herself Daria, with some arrogant title tacked on, joined with the other cultivators around her. Their counterattack was strong, certainly, but the Lower Realms alliance was not so fragile that they would fall. Their vessels rapidly adapted to the incoming energy, even during the first assault. Aaron stood strong atop Paradise's head as a rain of feathers came from Daria herself. Her energy shook and trembled. She even felt a mouthful of blood rise up, but she stood. Even if she wasn't the sole target, withstanding an attack from a cultivator of that level was good enough. Anton didn't like how things were going. He had to shift the battlefield some. The child who fled from my presence can't even stand before me. His cowering grandmother of no reputation does not even dare approach me. Who, then, is a coward? Anton didn't fully believe his insults. However, it didn't matter. He just wanted to provoke a reaction, and he was quite aware of the pride his foes had. Pathetic words, Daria commented in turn. From one that cannot even scratch me. I have no need to approach whatever trap you have laid. Which one is your favorite disciple among these? If it happens to be that one fellow, tell me your second so I can kill them. What's his name is reserved for my other friends to destroy. Anton paused for a single moment. Daria was likely about to respond. Unless you're scared that I actually can pierce your defenses? Sadly, Daria didn't get so into the conversation that she stopped attacking. Then again, Anton never had either. But she did respond. Tekla is the pride of my eye. I doubt you could harm her even at your level of false divinity. Perfect. Anton had a target now. All he had to do was not screw it up. I'll give you a minute to say goodbye. How pathetic. I'm not going to stop slaughtering your people merely because you threaten. Anton's attack slowed. Then they rapidly increased in pace, as if he were trying to break down the barriers of her wings, many wings. Now, her first two had nearly covered the entire space. Now there were more, though it was difficult to distinguish them. The first assault by the Alliance had forced her to increase her intensity to a maximum level. Her defenses were actually almost broken through. Even now, Anton could probably force it, at least for a moment. But he stopped, his flurry ended. Then, he launched a single arrow. It didn't even appear to have overly much natural energy with it, because it didn't. Nor did it carry ascension energy. Raw power wasn't what Anton needed. He needed death. The purified wardens were a hardy sort. Powerful defensive energy layered with armor. Death wasn't in their sights, and yet that was precisely why they would be most afraid of it. At least, that was what Anton postulated. Some became unkillable not because they were afraid of death, but because they weren't. He didn't see that here. Spectral energy. For Anton, it was proof that his current life was his last. At least, if he were going to be anything resembling himself. His friend Prospero Vandale had managed to successfully reincarnate, with at least a small portion of his memories. The Alliance now had others that did so intentionally. Countless wings blocked Anton's arrow, but he never even tried to fight it. The sheath of natural energy shattered while his spectral energy directly pierced through. Good. Anton would have been quite embarrassed if he put all that technique into a single shot, and it didn't work. The time it took to reach his target was negligible. His arrow had already passed through the flaws in Daria's barrier, so doing so to a far lesser cultivator was almost trivial. Anton didn't let his concentration lapse until he pierced through the one known as Tekla. His spectral energy caught onto her soul, bypassing her body and natural energy to kill her directly. Though Anton certainly could have done so with pure force if his attack reached her. I expected better, Anton said. He hadn't. Timothy would have stopped that. He would have. And he would have also covered a much smaller area. Not much of a guardian, are you? Daria snapped. The immediate consequences fell upon those around her, not her own allies, but those of the Lower Realms Alliance. But her anger wasn't focused, merely knocking them back as she focused on Anton, leaving behind her charges. But the secondary effect was quite interesting. Anton wondered if Daria even noticed that one pair of her wings faded away. The death of her apprentice shouldn't have been the reason, but Anton had a better theory. He might try to test it further, while Daria tried to kill him up close. Chapter 1365. Daria, who claimed divinity among the holy stars, flew straight towards Anton. He hadn't yet seen evidence of Nthanda in the battle, so he hoped he hadn't just disrupted her assault. The fact that he hadn't noticed her was likely a good sign, though. Everything in the space around which Anton was standing was completely annihilated by a sweep of Daria's wings. Anton apologized to the random motes of dust and debris, but he had no intention to risk himself defending them. Obviously, he dodged the attack, instantly accelerating away with star steps. Ultimately, he was now engaged in melee combat, and even though he could still successfully attack, he had to focus more on defending himself. His arrows didn't easily pierce through Daria's defenses. Anton had the feeling that if he ever took a hit, she would crush him, and yet, he didn't feel that he was losing. Everything was within expectations. Without her, the rest of the defenders were able to properly engage the rest of the invading fleet. The 6 remaining angels she had were engaged with various foes, several of them occupied by small fleets rather than individuals since the Alliance hadn't sent quite that many enrichment cultivators. Perhaps they had underestimated their foes, but they had long enough to consider retreat and still decided to fight. That was because of trust in Anton's assessment. Bear Hug had already caught Aniello. You killed me. And worse, you killed other things here. Aniello didn't respond, in part because Bear Hug wasn't actually vocalizing. They simply couldn't help but add flares to their energy voicing their heart. Aniello seemed quite unconcerned about being caught. It was clear that as a newly advanced cultivator's Bear Hug couldn't simply crush his significant defenses. Anton wondered how long it would take Bear Hug to twist him into knots. Anton spread his voice throughout the system. I will let you choose which of your people falls next. It can even be your least favorite of the bunch. Just pick one. You fool. You are fighting me now. You think you can harm them now. Anton shrugged. You're right that I'm fully occupied. But they aren't. Since you won't pick, take down the one with all the burn scars and the bad makeup. Anton gave the order to the fleet, while providing context more subtly. He wound a small strand of energy around to the important figures that could make things happen. Aaron and Paradise were immediately on the move, and many Ascension-class battleships as well. Just to make sure that Daria didn't try to stop anything, Anton doubled down on his pace of attack for a few moments. He was considering fighting her from within the broad domain of her wings, as that would make her look particularly bad, but he might really be in danger if he did that. As it was, he was ever so slowly dancing his was closer to the star. He could use his full power anywhere within a significant distance, unlike his early starbinding journey. But there was a little bit extra he could do if the physical matter of a star was close enough. Even if Daria and the purified wardens were focused on defense, she wasn't invincible. It would be dangerous for her to ignore Anton and go rushing back towards her people. At least, she should be wise enough to understand that Anton still had some things in reserve. The Lower Realms Alliance fleets were coordinated enough to carry out Anton's directions, even if it put greater pressure on the rest of them for a short time. The man they targeted didn't stand alone, of course, but they were able to separate him from the other angels. He still had legions of weaker cultivators with him, including a significant number of assimilation equivalents. Many of the weaker cultivators that the Holy Stars had brought were being overrun by some of the native beasts, and they were specialized in fighting in space. Some humans too, but generally cultivators tried to land on planets. The Alliance obviously wasn't going to allow that, though. Whatever the man's name was, he was clearly from a different sect. That was why Anton had targeted him. He wanted to see how it would affect Daria. Through everything that happened, Anton somewhere picked up that the man's sect was the Burning Hearts, which was quite a literal name. The man actually transformed his heart into fire. Was it useful? Anton had no way to know, because Paradise dunked him in an ocean that happened to have a bunch of void ants that were rapidly pushed towards him as he struggled. Aaron was also helping to suppress the man, and Anton didn't want to discount all of the others, but Paradise played the largest part, and the void ants played the smallest and deadliest one. When the man died, nothing happened. Anton wondered if his conjecture was wrong. Then he told Paradise to pull back and reveal the dead body. For show, he also announced it. Another death, as you deserve for invading our territory. And of course many of your lesser subordinates, but I'm certain you don't care about them. Anton actually had to put a lot of effort into speaking, as Daria was constantly blasting away the aura he spread about to speak to people. Probably because she was aware of her own weaknesses. One wing faded. She still had dozens sticking out at every conceivable angle and some inconceivable angles, but Anton got the confirmation he needed. He imagined the holy stars would probably call it something like faith, but regardless of what it was, they seemed to make direct use of devotion for power. Showing direct failures seemed quite advantageous. "Don't think I don't see what you are doing," Daria commented to him directly. "Strike down that ship." She gave the order, and her people followed. Anton would have been happy if he could say that the Alliance could protect each and every one of their Ascension-class battleships, especially with some warning, but they couldn't. Yet even so, Daria made one mistake that doubled into two. Now you have failed to protect your people as well. The first was that it was less impactful because it wasn't one of their enrichment cultivators, not an equivalent loss. The second came as she attacked. Anton never liked to lose anyone. That feeling echoed through the system. Daria tried to encircle Anton with her wings, while at the same time others sought to crush him and still others sliced in between. Anton took the best direction to dodge, directly towards her. "I cultivate unity," he declared. "My people know my imperfections, but they also know I care. And we know each other." Anton felt his timing was perfect, but he didn't quite have the raw power. The arrow he empowered struck her forearm, barely puncturing the metal of her armor. He didn't even think he got through her skin, and yet it was good enough. Nthando wasn't local to the current system, so it was partially coincidence that she was ready at that exact moment, but mainly her waiting for an opening. Nthanda grabbed, tearing apart the vambraces from the tiny hole. Daria reacted instantly, blasting Nthando away, quite successfully. She even killed many void ants in the same assault, overwhelming their resistance to energy. But her arm was still swarmed by far more than a few layers of ants, as Nthanda had carried many on her. Anton had never seen anyone run away as fast as the strongest cultivators. To be fair to them, that was because they made decisive actions and had the capacity to flee quickly. Even so, he couldn't help but feel like there was more than a bit of cowardice as she fled. She did sweep up most of her allies with her as she went. It was unfortunate that Anton couldn't take advantage of that opportunity, as he was quite busy making sure she didn't also wipe out any of their forces. He channeled his energy into a number of attacks that blasted apart some of her wings, even if it was only temporary, unlike when her people lost confidence. Anton did see her lose a few more as she left. Oh, and he fully blasted apart the wing that was going to pick up Aniello. Bear Hug was focused and would not be interrupted. "You called my friend a coward when you've been trying to run away this whole time, and, oh, you can't understand me, can you?" Aniello had technically managed to disentangle some portions of himself, but that came with dislocating some of his joints. Many of them, and Bear Hug wasn't providing any opportunity to put them back how they should be. Instead, they were reaching into the gaps in his armor, slipping single strands of algae through. From there, they could directly kill him. Instead, Bear Hug ripped off his armor. "Briar, you get 3 stabs. Spike, you too. Liberty, everyone gets to stab this guy?" "Oh, but wait, that sounds really mean," and dash, Briar pierced through Aniello's head. "It's probably better to just kill him directly. We don't want to become the bad guys. Even if this guy did make you guys and Voidroot very sad." Anton didn't just let Daria go, obviously. Sadly, he didn't think he could kill her. He might not even be able to kill any more of her angels. He had come to understand that their assimilation level was called saints, which was both expected and just as inappropriate as the rest. There was nothing special about the holy stars. They were just kind of strong with a different core of advancement. Since he couldn't kill anyone important, Anton put a lot of effort into not killing some people. One by one, he used his best shots of spectral energy to slightly wound each of the 4 remaining angels. Then he put less effort into attacking many of the saints, and Daria put in conversely less effort defending them. Surely she had to notice. He didn't have to do more than cause a small scratch to each target to begin diminishing her position. Anton also had several more hours to do this, and Daria had used enough of her energy that she couldn't perfectly defend. Technically, Anton could have gone for far longer. He was just keeping his maximum range a secret. Her arm was ruined. Anton was certain of that. Perhaps her body didn't matter, but if people noticed her arm didn't work, she would doubtless lose more strength. Perhaps enough that Anton could have directly killed her. It was a difficult thing to judge. If Anton had killed every single person with her, Anton thought that she would actually lose only a small portion of her power. No, she might actually end up better off if that happened. If she returned alone, she could speak of evil foes beyond number and shape perception that way. Returning with injured subordinates who had seen the loss, she would just be worse. No doubt she could recover both her arm, unless some of the void ants had done more than physical damage, as well as her energy, but these were not things that would be done swiftly. Just before she was out of Anton's range, she cursed back at him. "You may have succeeded with tricks once, you coward, but you will not be able to stand against the might of more divinities." Anton had noticed she transmitted her voice only to him. He had only managed to half spread the message among her people, but he did it before the coward part. "Clearly you don't know the meaning of coward. Your dead angel said it because he didn't know where to find me. Then I face you in person and you run. Don't say that we can't lay traps in our own territory. It is your fault for being incapable of perceiving them." She lost another wing there. Maybe she should have killed her subordinates. It would be hard to suppress them to the point that none of what was said got out. Anton didn't like the idea of more like her. "How many do you need to beat me? A dozen? Bah, we have no need of such excess. You would be honored to face 2. So, she was going to return with 3. And they probably didn't have a dozen. At least, that was Anton's read. It wouldn't be much for a proper intelligence report, but insight was still useful. The Great Queen would be disappointed she had missed the battle. But if this was going to turn into a war, which it sure seemed to be, Anton was glad that she in particular had been kept out of the public eye. Chapter 1366. Being chosen for an important mission was both a great honor for Xianxia and extremely stressful. However, she was the most qualified for the purpose, at least of those scouts not far afield, hundreds of light years from the borders of the Lower Realms Alliance. She tried not to discount her own skill. She was close to enrichment now, with a focus on crew cultivation. It would have been stranger not to be, given her long period of cultivation. Her growing age meant unity was off the table, but at least she had experience. If she actually advanced, she could look forward to many more centuries of life. This would be her toughest mission yet, facing off against an opponent far superior. Then again, if she had to fight, the battle was lost regardless. It was just Xianxia and a small crew, following after Daria from the Holy Stars. The Lower Realms Alliance had other scouts already searching for their systems, but the most guaranteed option was to simply follow them. Xianxia and her crew were waiting around Klar with the express intention of following anyone who returned to cause further trouble. The battle had been terrifying, and even at a great distance they were almost swept up in the shockwaves of certain attacks. That was what happened when a Unity cultivator fought someone that called themselves a divinity. It was a shame Anton hadn't killed Daria. Xianxia would have found it far easier to follow the group without her. She was currently sheltering what was left of them with her wings, somewhat more than half of their initial forces. Personally, Xianxia thought that Anton had let her go. For a good reason, of course. It was simply difficult to imagine that someone so powerful could fail at any task they undertook. Xianxia knew that was foolish, because Daria was also powerful. But at the very least, Xianxia knew that Anton could be attacking even now. They were only 20 light years beyond Klar. His actual range was unknown. However, it had to be at least that much. Verghese had told her much about Anton's strength nearly 1,000 years ago, and she'd heard incomplete tales of his battle. If nothing else, he shot into the upper realms during the swirling swarm eruption. That had to be 20 light years even at the shortest distances, and it was doubtless more difficult. Was he watching her now? How foolish a thought. She needed to concentrate fully on the pursuit. The majority of the stealth capabilities they had came from the ship, but it was the job of Xianxia and the crew to fill in the gaps. Responding to active sensing in the right way was important. Fortunately, the ship was small, and if they felt like nothing at all, it wouldn't be perceived as incorrect in the void of space. Underestimating such powerful cultivators would be a mistake, though. Xianxia was always on duty when she wasn't sleeping. Shift rotations were important for long-term missions. Even if Daria hadn't slept in the last day, Xianxia wasn't going to risk that for herself. Passing through systems was the most dangerous part. There, they might encounter atmospheres. They had to be careful when they absorbed natural energy to replenish the ship's stores in case they might be noticed. They also had to keep pace, which meant spending significant amounts of fuel. Xianxia took the vessel around the far side of the local star. Fortunately, their quarry navigated through systems instead of bypassing them. Otherwise, the chase would be over soon. She suddenly felt it. Active energy sensing. Was Daria simply paranoid, or did she suspect something? Her aura extended throughout the system, including behind the star. Xianxia took active control of the ship's concealment. She replicated the flow of energy from the star, hiding any signs that they had depleted just the tiniest amount. Meanwhile, some of the ship's smaller crew were responsible for active mitigation. Void ants, of course. If they simply tore apart Daria's energy, she would know. However, they were skilled at manipulating energy placement. They helped bend her aura around the compact hull of their ship. A scale of just tens of meters compared to the massive size of a star meant it was little more than a speck of dust. But even that could be picked out. Daria kept it up for an hour. It likely didn't drain her much, and indeed her overall energy stores seemed to be replenishing. Their passive sensors just picked up whatever energy she gave off, which was quite a lot. The crew's personal senses were also used. Has anyone gotten readings on her wings? Daria asked. They're still concealed, one crewmate responded. They do appear to be quasi-real instead of merely energy projections, but without them being active, the energy signatures are difficult to read at this distance. They still had useful information. Hopefully, the wings that had disappeared were permanently gone. As much as any injury could be permanent with cultivators, that was. Hopefully, her arm would be one of those. The crew hadn't been able to contact the Allied fleets for information before they left. It was too risky to actively communicate while near Daria. Thus, they only knew that there had been some damage by void ants based on the lack of energy readings. Some void ants used poison. Not many, and most of those lived in the upper realms where they had been birthed and trained, but it still happened. They could hope that more than physical damage happened to Daria. She might not need an arm, but any lasting damage would inhibit her abilities. The void ant crew were interested to see if they could chew off her wings at the base. It was just idle chatter, though. The mission was to have no contact. They weren't trying to hunt her down and finish her off. Instead, they came alone precisely to minimize any possibility of detection. Technically, there was one scenario they could afford to be discovered. It was still best not to, because it meant their deaths. But if they found systems from the holy stars and transmitted the information, their primary mission would be accomplished. From there, they could act if they had to. Daria's senses focused around the star. Xianxia nearly panicked, but it wasn't even slightly focused on their side of the star. She was inspecting it closely. Looking for Anton. Yes, that made the most sense. Xianxia could casually tell it wasn't a bound star, but she wasn't going to explain that to her enemies. Then Daria began to leave, without withdrawing her senses. It would be possible to follow behind her at a significant distance. She wasn't exactly subtle, but Xianxia knew they still had to move. She waited. It felt like forever, but the senses never went away. They were already extending over a light year. She wasn't going to stop. Xianxia gathered the crew. Can we afford to let her reach the next system? What are our projections? Not good, said one. If she speeds up even slightly, we'll have problems. We'd have to accelerate faster and spend less time replenishing our energy during the next stop. If we lose our momentum like that. Others had different opinions, but Xianxia knew they were already too far behind. If Daria withdrew her senses and suddenly changed direction, by the time they caught onto her trail, it would depend on if she knew she was being followed. It appeared there was some active erasure of her energy, but she still left behind 1 part in 1,000 of her aura. That was not insignificant for a cultivator of her power. Xianxia made the call. They broke out of their passive orbit, creating slight fluctuations inside of active senses. They probably hadn't already been discovered, and it was a risk, but Xianxia joined with the crew to extend their energy beyond the borders of their ship, minimizing their disturbances before they even happened. A single ripple, and they would likely be caught. They had no reason to believe Daria could attack from such a distance, but there was no guarantee, and if she was motivated, she could easily chase them down once she caught onto them. They would be killed, though being captured was no good either. Either way, simply being noticed meant they would have failed their mission unless she thereafter intentionally led them to occupied systems. Xianxia was sweating despite no physical exertion. It was difficult to both use her maximum amount of power and also not be noticed. Almost a contradiction, but stealth cultivation was like that. They only slowly accelerated at first, trying to angle away from the star and thus the focus of Daria's senses. Thousands of kilometers from the star wasn't enough, but after a tense half an hour the density of her sensory aura had diminished. Another 15 minutes, and with some careful consultation with their own feelings and the ship's sensors, they determined they were outside of her active perception. They took a longer route out of the system rather than going directly along and risking getting too close to her tether of perception. The crew could handle things alone from there. Xianxia isolated herself, as much as was possible on a small ship, and meditated to restore her state of mind. She needed to be ready again as soon as possible. The ship still had to close the distance, which was unfortunate, and replenish energy through an alternate means if she was going to be closely inspecting the stars. Anton wasn't sure whether to be happy about her more or less successful sneak attack or to complain about most of her bones being broken. Then again, the latter wouldn't be true soon enough. A few weeks, probably. Her healing rate was far higher than most people, but her bones had been far more damaged than most people could survive as well. Some of the others had been injured as well. There had been a few lost Ascension-class battleships, though not all of the crew died. Paradise had taken the bulk of the hits for the island tenders, but he was clearly in a poor state overall. He was a huge target, after all. Aaron was fussing over him constantly, having not slept in the days since the battle. Anton was contemplative, not upset, but neither did he display much joy at their victory. It was an understandable reaction, because it didn't really feel like they won. Not when they knew they had more powerful enemies to face. Anton wondered if she would ever be able to match Unity cultivators. Having chosen an esoteric path of advanced body tempering, it was possible she never would. Even if it was possible, she might not be on the right path. She was the one leading the charge, after all. She tried to consider what she could have done better, aside from simply having been more durable to begin with. Having succeeded in delivering void ants, Anton only considered that she might have grabbed Daria's other arm after making way for them. Not to restrain her, but to throw her off. It had only been a short moment before she retaliated with a powerful blast of energy. A slight shift in focus might have let more void ants endure. Maybe Anton could have shielded some of them instead. Her body could take one hit just fine. Maybe it would be two when she recovered. If she could take advantage of the remnants of energy that had blasted through her. She hadn't had too many opportunities to test herself in the last century, so perhaps her body had grown lazy. They needed better defenses in Klar, though they also couldn't expect anyone to return there. Maheg might also be a target, having been the first to take out one of their angels. It was also possible they would be looking for their core systems as well, though they had noticed no scouting groups. Then again, they might not. That was why they had to keep Devon and many others in reserve. But they would certainly be fortifying the southern region now that they were aware of a Unity equivalent cultivator and theoretically several more. Chapter 1367. A week from nearly getting caught around a star, Xianxia and her crew were still following Daria and the cultivators from the Holy Stars. It was likely they would have to go several times that far, given how far general scouting efforts had gone. Estimating from the time Aniello's trip might have taken to when Daria returned with him, they still had a pretty wide range. Ultimately, the main issue was that Xianxia was confident that they wouldn't last that long. They had to stay perfectly hidden for months yet, and Daria only had to catch them once. If she actually noticed any flaws, she would doubtless focus her perception more strongly. Choosing unpredictable locations to fuel might be helping, but the powerful cultivator could fill a whole system with her aura. Even if she could only focus it in a smaller area, if the scouting vessel was off guard for even a moment, they could be compromised. Daria didn't have any particularly intrusive habits they could take advantage of. She appeared to still be paranoid about being followed. They hoped she merely suspected something of the sort. If she had found them, there really wouldn't be any reason for her to let them continue. She might simply be the cautious sort. If it was the first option, she would hopefully relax eventually, but she didn't just focus on stars. She would scan every planet in seemingly random orders, and not always just once. That meant if they were refueling by converting gaseous matter from a gas giant, they could be caught just as much as they could near a star, perhaps more easily, as stars were a more overwhelming energy signature. The first incident, Xianxia had thought that Daria focused on the star because of Anton. Now she wasn't so certain. Either way, her searches were broad enough that Xianxia had to always be on her toes. Even occasionally when they were between systems, Daria would spread out her perception broadly. After once again trembling beneath the probing gaze of Daria, Xianxia addressed her crew. There wasn't much point in a long preamble, so she got to the heart of the matter in a few moments. With no intent to aggrandize or exaggerate the power of our quarry, she is too powerful. Eventually, we will be caught. I'm not strong enough to do this, she explained. Predictably, she got outcries of support from the crew. We'll support you with everything we have. Anytime you need to rest, we will take over. You have to rely on us. Xianxia smiled. She couldn't have come this far in her cultivation without them. Even if the crew of a scouting ship was far smaller than that of an Ascension-class battleship, their bonds weren't any weaker. Though they might not have many life-and-death battles in their history, they still had important accomplishments that strained their abilities. I understand all that, Xianxia said. But my words are still true. But I'm not asking for us to give up. I am asking specifically for your support. I am not strong enough. We aren't strong enough. So I need you to be prepared when I attempt something foolish. I need to advance to enrichment, but even if I'm successful, that might be our downfall. Those with a less adventurous spirit might have outright rejected such a risk. Even if Xianxia had flown with some of them for several centuries, she was still worried that they might not agree. But of course, they were excited. Advancements under time of pressure were the things of stories. Some of the stories were true, but Xianxia knew that the vast majority of Alliance leadership, while they did well under pressure and pulled out the best of their abilities, still made their advancements away from areas of conflict. There were a few exceptions, but they were exceptions. And importantly, Xianxia and her people weren't combat cultivators with the sort of mad single-mindedness of sword cultivators that tended to be the most prominent examples. Stealth and observation-focused cultivators were supposed to advance after long periods of practice in a safe environment. But they didn't have that option. Xianxia didn't know when she would make the attempt, but it had to be soon. Maybe in the next week, maybe in a month near the end of their journey. Pushing things too fast would be a risk, the same with delaying. She just had to let the crew know, because they had to be ready as well. They could cover for her in a few moments of intense energy, or help stabilize her, or follow along with their own advancements. Or, if the second worst happened, they could take over for her. Worst was if she revealed them, of course. At that point, her death wouldn't matter. No, it would be preferred. Xianxia awoke to energy flooding over the ship. Even if it was carefully deflected and the ship's actual functionality was being properly managed by the rest of the crew, she couldn't stay asleep during such an event. They were moments away from having attacks rain down upon them, even if they were also perfectly safe. A contradiction, but a cultivator couldn't ignore danger any more than a pre-cultivator human could. Her brain simply wouldn't ignore it, not that it should. She made her way to the bridge, out the door of her room and down a compact corridor. Rather than take over from her subordinates, she simply monitored the situation. They were between systems. With the distance they kept, Daria had to cover a wide area to even be a threat to them. At the moment, she was sweeping a wide plane around her in a circle. The speed varied and she appeared to randomly change directions, so they couldn't afford to relax. However, even if she could extend her senses a bit further that way, they were still far enough, it wasn't easy. And she clearly didn't know they were actually around. It was just another of her series of probes. When she stopped, Xianxia waited. 10 minutes, then Daria began again. Not exactly, of course, but she didn't keep up her efforts constantly. No doubt they would tire her out, forcing her to rest longer in each system. Xianxia waited until she stopped once more. 10 minutes. 20. At around 25 minutes, she began again. The whole time, Zaliama was assessing Daria's technique. Her perception abilities were decent, but clearly not her main training. That would be widespread defense. Solid energy, not flexible. A perfectly viable path. It had clearly worked for her as she was still alive. Everything was so different from Zaliama's abilities, except for one thing. Her power came from those around her. A little bit from everyone, and no doubt much more from the citizens of the Holy Stars. Detecting devotion, especially devotion for others, was not so easy that Zaliama could confirm that. But she still knew. Yet outside of her crew and a small number of others, nobody really knew Zaliama's name. Maybe thousands, as she had been active for a long time, but not trillions or more. She had a stronger connection to far fewer individuals. Enrichment was about growth, not just for the cultivator themselves, or it would be just the standard cultivation path. It was the growth of the cultivator and their assimilation targets. Different nuances might have a different name depending on the region. Ultimately, the point was studiously growing the source of power external to the cultivator themselves. Zaliama had never been stingy with her crew, but there was a huge difference between enrichment and merely training together and sharing resources. The exact details weren't easy to enumerate. Zaliama had been studying it for many years, and she only partially understood. This was a moment of necessity for the sake of survival, for the crew, and to some extent, a necessary step for the Lower Realms Alliance as a whole. She wasn't willing to give up on those that had assigned her the task. Any information that they could provide might save whole planets, if there really were more divinities out there. Just a few minutes after Daria stopped her scans, Zaliama knew it was time. She informed the crew. Her conviction was such that nobody asked if it was good timing or made sense. They just accepted it. She wouldn't disappoint that trust. After all, this was for them. Breaking through subtly wasn't something that was done often, as even scouts just did so in safe territory. Fortunately for Zaliama, she merely had to enhance the ship's stealth systems with the energy flooding out of her. The only things that could be detected in their region of space would be precisely the tiny molecules and rays of light that should be there. There was nothing exciting about Zaliama's breakthrough. Maybe that meant she should have made the attempt long before, or perhaps the precise moment was what she needed. Her energy flowed out of her into the crew, humans and void ants, until she was drained completely. It had only barely started coming back afterwards when Daria struck again, a cone of perception that almost directly focused on them. Perhaps there were extra fluctuations caused by her breakthrough that the ship and void ants hadn't been able to cover. Perhaps it was a coincidence. They were simply behind Daria, after all. That was a much smaller region of space to cover, but they of course were wiser than to be directly behind her. A parallel course might have been appropriate for stealth, but it was harder to follow just her traces unless they were near somewhere she had been. Zaliama couldn't do anything about the sensory energy. She was drained. Nothing except direct her crew. Her words were insufficient, though she did her best. We are not here. All are in agreement. We are just as empty as every other section of space until the nearest system. She was weaker at the moment, but her crew was a bit stronger, or perhaps more connected was what was relevant. After all, if it was a challenge of strength, their combined capabilities would be nothing more than a wisp of breath against a tornado. They wanted to project a certain feeling. Daria shouldn't actually think there's nothing special in this region of space. She should actually think nothing at all. That was what they wanted. She could simply move along her perception. But instead it got closer, narrowing down. Did they need more power or? The beam swept away from them. Zaliama wasn't sure how long she'd been holding her breath. Seconds? Minutes? It could have been an hour, but probably not much more than that just because of her physical limitations. Drop back a little, Zaliama suggested. They decelerated just slightly, pulling further back. However, that should be fine. Even if her crew hadn't advanced to a whole new stage, even if they probably didn't even advance a small rank immediately, they should be a bit more because of Zaliama. She wouldn't always be able to consciously support every activity they performed, but things were better. It wouldn't be simple to last all the way to the end of the journey, but they were heading towards a system where everyone would be replenished. Then the odds would settle slightly more in their favor, and every bit counted when a single mistake would be their end. Their overall risk of failure could be halved now, or less, while barely even affecting any single incident's numbers. Of course, it wasn't random to begin with, but observing the probabilities was still a method to judge things. Mistakes were still what mattered, and while not entirely random, they were close enough. Less chance of making a mistake meant they didn't have to recover from said mistakes. The nervousness of the crew didn't go away, but it diminished over the following weeks. They reached barely charted systems. Not the end of their journey, but they felt it was close. Something about the changing energy in the region hinted at populations not too far away, at least in galactic terms. Chapter 1368. In the fullness of time, Zaliama's mission was accomplished. And yet, it didn't seem sufficient. All of the effort they had put in just to spot a system from a distance and determine that it was populated. It wasn't enough. Zaliama, of course, consulted the rest of the crew. They could simply send a message with their coordinates and be done. No, they would do that no matter what. However, they might find more. Most likely, this system is under the control of the Holy Stars. But they might just be allied, Zaliama commented. The communications officer agreed with Zaliama's assessment. The readings we're picking up indicate cultivation overlap. Though this doesn't appear to be a stronghold of the purified wardens specifically, I think we must investigate further. Everyone agreed. Not just the majority, but everyone. Zaliama didn't tell them that was her required threshold, or they would have felt pressured to do so. Obviously, they were aware of the potential risks, but having accomplished their primary objective, they could just leave. Perhaps they should, but that judgment was up to them. Zaliama wouldn't feel like much of an enrichment cultivator if she just gave up. She'd taken the risk so they could survive and get this far, and yet from now on the risk would be different. It could be more, but it also could be less. After all, they wouldn't have to approach Daria. Following her might be of some value, but learning more about the locals was going to be the priority. They briefly retreated out of the system after deciding their course of action. They could still feel Daria. She didn't bother to hide her energy. Why would she? She was safe. They sent a transmission back to the Alliance. Then they repositioned and repeated the message, just to be certain. They hadn't noticed any signal interference, but they couldn't wait for a response. It would simply take too long. Thus, being thorough was important. The scout ship approached the local star, a red supergiant. That was good. It was extremely bright and large, but not too hot. They could get quite close to absorb natural energy, covered by its wide flow. Nobody should notice a thing. Even if Daria placed her senses right on them, Zaliama was confident in countering her. Confident enough, at least. Their next target was one of the outer planets, furthest from Daria. She would still be capable of sensing at that distance, of course. Even if the pull of a system somewhat limited how far her abilities might go, it was a relatively trivial distance comparatively. Scans were taken of the planet, mainly passive. Specialized crew took a few active scans of particular oddities, but nothing that should be noticed. It would be less intense energy than the aura of an essence collection cultivator. Not an attack, but just their presence. It was a gas giant with surprisingly few moons. However, there were a number of habitats, both around the planet and within it. It wasn't surprising that a group that could travel hundreds of light years would be advanced enough to inhabit the internals of a gas giant, but it hadn't been a guarantee. Relevantly, however, the geography officer, a woman who also was responsible for climate data and other details, found some oddities. Or perhaps, some very familiar yet somehow unexpected traces. They've developed the planet. Not just their cities, but the flow of energy throughout. There are even some large-scale life forms scattered throughout. It's difficult to say whether it is plant or animal life, or whether it would even fit strict definitions. But it is quite like us. Zaliama nodded. I suppose it should be expected. Building up planets is the best way to grow strong. These people had Unity-equivalent cultivators, assuming they weren't lying about the rest. If they were, their threat level would be much more comfortable, but that was unlikely. For that, they needed a good base of natural energy and devotion. Those scans were hit or miss as far as that sort of thing went. Technology had a much more difficult time with intangibles of that sort. It wasn't properly energy, but it was still very real. The biggest factor was that nobody had needed technology for that particular purpose, so it was left with minimal development. It was just that the recent battles had indicated it being an important factor. That was why they put in special effort to get back, just an approximation. A large flow, but not just a single one leading to Daria. Instead, there were even a couple angels on the very gas giant they were inspecting, and many lesser cultivators that seemed to be connected on the receiving end as well. When Daria began to move after about 16 hours in the system, the scouting ship had a choice. However, they had already made their plans, which were to do absolutely nothing. To let her leave. They had already managed to collect enough data about the planets to be certain that this system was part of the Holy Stars. They had spotted traffic heading to neighboring systems. All of that information was added to their database. Daria left, which made their task far easier. It wasn't that they couldn't be spotted by one of the enrichment equivalent cultivators. Xianxia was only a match for them, after all, and new to her station. However, she and her crew were specialists with a ship designed for a particular purpose. Unless there were specialized watchers, there wasn't much risk. Either way, they were cautious, which was why they had stayed away from the inner planets while Daria was still around. They were also more heavily visited, with constant traffic in and out. There were always a number of ships coming or going, even here on the border of the Holy Stars territory. Focusing their audio scanners on certain occupied parts of the planet, they were able to pick up more information, mostly trivial conversations, but there were frequent mentions of certain names. They picked out the name for the planet as well as the system based on the context from other planets. The system was known as New Celestia, a particularly pompous-sounding name. The planets themselves were a bit more modest, but they had many holy cities and quite a few saints, and of course the angels. There was no indication that they had a second divinity within the system. That had been a concern, though obviously Daria herself was quite obvious. Other might not be, if they had even decent training. If they were inactive, it would have been quite reasonable to completely hide their presence. The task would have been easier if they could directly infiltrate the planets, prompting specific answers. However, nobody was that crazy. Even if they shared the same root language, their accents and habits would be completely different. More than that, their flow of energy simply didn't fit in with everyone else. They would need time to adapt to even consider it. But they were a scouting vessel and not an infiltration crew. Broad-scale observations was their goal, and they were up for the task. Their efforts were focused on circumventing the patrolling vessels throughout the system. There weren't many, but they took unpredictable routes. There hadn't been any signs of actual foes for them to be wary about, but of course Daria's return would have sparked concerns. She had clearly suspected she was followed, so warning the locals wasn't odd. The thing that bothered Xianxia most about what she saw was that everything was fine. No, it was better than fine. The territory was generally prosperous, poverty was barely visible, and almost everyone seemed to be a cultivator. Perhaps border systems were an exception in that regard, perhaps not. Either way, if not for other information she knew and things like the name New Celestia could have easily been a system within the borders of the Alliance. Were there some cultivators living in luxury? Certainly. However, they weren't so far above the others that it was criminal. The society at least managed to appear relatively egalitarian in nature, which was a significant step up from many others. Xianxia hadn't personally seen them, but either of the great powers in the upper realms would have far less positive signs in any random system. Perhaps it was just one. The border might be special. So they moved on, deeper into their territory. The next system was named Divine Apex. The name still sounded quite arrogant, but it wasn't that unreasonable. It was a good system, barely inferior to Inistra's system. Xianxia might have held some bias there, but she tried to see past it. Either way, the total quality and quantity of energy, high population, and well-built-out planets with good balances of nature, farming, and other necessities, and urban areas all spoke towards careful management. The problem was that they were enemies. Billions of happy citizens didn't fit the picture of the arrogant raiders that had attacked Clar. There were a number of options, starting with the least likely. They had come with peaceful intent, not knowing that Clar was occupied. Or Maheg. That was pretty easy to rule out given their responses when they actually were confronted about what they had done, but it wasn't that unreasonable to assume at least Clar wasn't populated. There weren't any humans there, at least. Killing and harvesting some of the local beasts would be seen as fairly reasonable, but they had not reacted well when Anton spoke to them. Then they returned for war. It was common to respond to a threat with more violence in the moment, but they had gone far out of their way. It wasn't as if they had merely punched back, or rather, they made the first attacks to begin with. Xianxia just thought that people that were good to their own people might be good to others. That wasn't always the case, but usually those sorts had a much smaller set that was their people, than a lot of outsiders who weren't important. There must be something hiding below the surface. That was what she wanted to believe, though it was quite possible that they were simply awful to those they deemed enemies and good to their own people. But it wasn't actually good to just care for your own, merely self-serving. It wasn't bad either, of course, just reasonable. Not expected, though, because usually humans like to get as many unfair advantages over their peers as they could. Maybe they could dig up some dirt, something to shake the holy stars. But it was better to continue to report what they found, scanning new systems and approximating a layout of the territory rather than chasing after some sort of dream. The Lower Realms Alliance received the message from the scout that chased after Daria with much relief. Not only for the people, but also for the information that began coming through. The information wasn't revolutionary. They were within the expected approximate area based on other factors. Beyond what had been properly scouted by the Lower Realms Alliance, hundreds of light years even beyond the furthest south systems like Klar. As more information came in over the next few months, they focused on fortifying their border more broadly. They already knew it wouldn't be just Klar. Maheg hadn't yet received another attack, but it might. Sensors were set to catch anyone approaching, where they would then send to larger instant comm stations built into nearby planets. That should give time for mobile fleets to respond. The Lower Realms Alliance hadn't had to fight all that much lately. The last change in the tides had been a couple centuries prior. There hadn't been any anticipation of a relevant intrusion during the next change in the tides, as the Scarlet Alliance grew in strength and the great powers weakened. That was even more true after the swirling swarm burst apart. Yet even so, they were ready. It would take time, but they could mobilize forces to cover a wide area. More enrichment or near-enrichment cultivators would be a necessity, of course. If they could focus on just a single defensive point, it would be simpler, but they needed viable groups that could cover a wide variety of positions. Anton, at least, could cover a wide handful of systems, a significant slice of space when projected into a plane that he could catch anyone going through. They prepared their defenses, but they didn't plan any sort of attack. Just more scouts. An offensive war would have been difficult even if they had reason to annihilate the Holy Stars. As it was, they had suffered some losses, but nothing worth trying to wipe them out, especially if they weren't strictly villainous. Their people didn't seem to need saving from oppression. Though if they were a threat to other civilizations around them, the Lower Realms Alliance might have to act at some point. They weren't aware of any terribly near the Holy Stars, but they would be taking a closer look. Chapter 1369. At the moment, Anton, Devon, and Lev could not afford to be in the same place. As the three Unity cultivators of the Lower Realms Alliance, they could be needed in vastly different locations. Lev had been spreading his domain for some time, planting offshoots of Grandfather Willow. Somewhere in the upper realms, though that path wasn't of much benefit to Leviticus. He still cultivated natural energy, so the lower realms would always be where he was strongest. And now, most needed. A very expensive conversation was taking place, making use of the instant comms that the Lower Realms Alliance had developed. It didn't include anything complicated like energy samples or holographic representations. They were lucky to be able to transmit a few snippets of audio instead of just text. Though it was still a bit more convenient than speaking through Bear Hug and more relaxing for them, because Bear Hug wasn't perfect at relaying certain details. Anton began the conversation. Around each were other cultivators of note in the lower realms. The Holy Stars have promised further conflict. Do we believe they will risk their divinities, or are they more likely to focus on vulnerable systems? There was only minimal chance that they would do nothing. That would be the best option for everyone, but it didn't seem likely. Over the past year, more than a few scouting ships had been spotted. Some were intercepted and captured, depending on the local circumstances. All signs pointed to the conflict escalation. The question was when. Massive fleets could already be on the way. Alternatively, it might be a year, a decade, a century, as they prepared. Which timescale was appropriate would change how the Alliance had to respond. Lev typed the first reply. They likely want to eliminate you, Anton. I would expect a direct assault on you, if your location remains known, likely involving 2 or 3 individuals, depending on what they have. They will regret it, Devon added swiftly. They don't know about her. Engagements with the Void Ants in general were minimal. Anton agreed. Anyone but a defensive specialist like Daria will find me far more troublesome. And I have some tricks still saved up if she reveals herself again. I do believe this network is secure enough to mention the Great Queen directly. Devon nodded slowly. Not that anyone at the other locations could see him. They seem to have very little technology. They might have long-distance communications via other means. However, our scouts have only been able to determine so much. Likely no instant communication, though. My purpose, Anton returned the topic to what he began with, was to consider that if they do have 3 divinities, which was implied heavily enough to be their minimum, that we cannot defend multiple locations successfully. What if we undercut them, like you did? Lev asked. Focus on their subordinates to weaken them. Devon answered that. That might not work for those beyond Daria. She is seen as a defender. We simply don't know enough about them individually. Fortunately, they only know about Anton. Chances are that I could bind one of them successfully, but I don't believe that is where you are heading. We really can't expect anyone else to advance to unity in a functional time frame. Did you have a suggestion? It doesn't come from me, Anton commented. Nthanda pointed it out, quite simply. We might have to hit their home planets. If they are off on a crusade and fail to defend their homelands, they could be severely shaken. The difficulties with that is, Anton let his message end with that. Civilians, Lev intuited. We're not willing to wipe out whole planets. We can't guarantee anything less would help. No words passed for a few moments. Erona might reach unity soon, Devon finally commented. She won't be combat viable no matter what happens, but she might have influence in that field. Direct psychological warfare to break their morale. The problem is that they're too prosperous, happy and successful. Anishka leaned towards Anton. The feeling of invincibility is easily shattered. I don't know if we could reach enough planets with the right timing, though. He turned aside towards her. Do you have something to offer, or? It's just an observation. If we won't kill people, we have to do something. Anishka shrugged. It might actually involve a lot of killing still. Just not planetary populations. If we cut out the angels, do those at the top have anything to stand on? Anton shook his head. If only we had the answer. I would presume that it wouldn't completely ruin them. But if we can convince enough of the population that their divinities failed them, it might work. He looked her over. You don't happen to be about to reach unity, right? It's difficult for me, Anishka said. Fire and ice, it's not really a community. Just my home sect, maybe some others. I could maybe manage to include kicked. You might be a bit weaker not tied to a specific location, Anton suggested. But we'll just continue with it not being a realistic expectation for the moment. Nthanda might fare better against another foe as well. The Great Queen drew attention there. My void ants will easily destroy any without physical defenses, or those who rely merely on enchantments. We are already proud to have caused great harm to a single limb of power, but perhaps we can do more. Send us, and we will wipe out the strongest. Everyone had to consider that. Anton also passed that along for the conversation. It's viable, I suppose, Lev commented. Not having her defensively would be a bit of a concern, but assassinations are reasonable here. They'll hate us, of course, but realistically there's no reason not to target those at the top. Devon also had to agree. Miniaturized tech in the lower realms is viable enough for a pure void ant ship to go, though we could send a larger infiltration vessel. But, Anton cautioned, we must let them strike once more. If we can avoid a war, that is the best result. If we can get away with some small skirmishes from now on, then we should. The Lower Realms Alliance hadn't agreed that assassination was the best option, but the Great Queen was all in. If we set up an outpost with instant comms, I can be waiting to launch an attack. It would only take a week or two to hit somewhere big instead of months. Unfortunately for her, that possibility was held back by a lack of infrastructure. Instant comms didn't have infinite range. Creating an independent outpost that could reach all the way back to Alliance territory would require it to be a larger facility, which would in turn increase its visibility. One of the few things that could wipe out the Void Ants and the Great Queen would be an orbital bombardment that collapsed the ceiling on them, or something similar. Assuming that the Holy Stars didn't have any idea how to combat Void Ants would be foolish, so they had to be cautious in various ways. If their foes were right on their borders, or if they knew they were going to inevitably fight to the death, then they could send the Great Queen on a direct assault. Until then, it would be better to have her in reserve. Anton didn't want Daria to come back with backup and not have the Great Queen on hand. Intruding within the domain of the Lower Realms Alliance was forbidden. However, it soon became clear that the Holy Stars were pushing those boundaries as much as possible. Would the Lower Realms Alliance seek them out in unoccupied neighboring systems? 2 away? 3. The answer to all of those were yes, though it certainly grew fuzzier at a certain distance beyond. Patrolling all of the systems within 20 light-years of the border was quite a monumental task, and they didn't have detection systems that could reliably pick out intruders like that. Small sensory outposts that they could place around systems were being rerouted, those with low enough power that they wouldn't be noticed. Pure tech was preferred in their current circumstances. The enemy's top cultivators might have a wide enough perception to pick them out as the only pieces of matter that were out of place, but anything less than a system's worth of full perception wouldn't pick them out. The Lower Realms Alliance made many preparations for different eventualities. Having a focus was almost a good thing, though they could easily sustain their economy without the threat of war, so it really wasn't optimal. Aside from smaller skirmishes, however, the next few years brought nothing of note to the Lower Realms. Circuit Chewer and Ace had been chasing Project Apocalypse ever since they heard about it a decade back. Velvet herself had gotten involved at several points, as something so ominously named couldn't be brushed off. Given that it involved computer systems, it could be devastating if they had some sort of widespread vulnerability that could affect the Scarlet Alliance. There was enough different architecture that it was pretty much impossible to take down everything. But taking out a random 10 or 20% of critical servers would shut down outsized proportions of industry, healthcare, and trade. If that came with a simultaneous attack on the Little Alliance, they might not be able to properly call for aid. Not everything relied on tech, but it was hard not to use it when it was the best thing for particular purposes. For some tasks, formations and energy were far more efficient. Sometimes mixed was best, but if you just needed a trillion calculations per second, tech was what you wanted. The chase hadn't just brought them to the Western Mirage sect. There were remnants of the Citadel of Exalted Light that had joined up with other powers, such as the Disciples of the Beyond. The latter hadn't fully collapsed just because of Rammel's death, though the former had been pretty thoroughly eradicated by Everhard. It was safe to say that they no longer existed as a sect. The Hardened Crown sect had nothing to do with Project Apocalypse. Circuit Chewer didn't know if they knew how to plug in a computer. The Ponderous Turtle clan, however, had a few pieces of the puzzle. Circuit Chewer supposed that since their biggest turtle was dead, and the guy who went with it, it was reasonable to branch out. There was no reason they should hate the Scarlet Alliance for any of that, but it had happened in their territory. This was where Circuit Chewer found herself, with the Hardened Crown sect being relevant because they seemed to have rented out some of their bull-headed members to the Turtle people. She wondered if they competed head versus shell. Maybe she could sow that idea and cause either brain damage or hurt some turtles. Except the turtles didn't deserve it, probably. They were just innocent, extremely big creatures. The facility Circuit Chewer infiltrated had massive turtle shells protecting it, carved with wards and heavily enchanted. The slight defensive issue they had was that they left seams between the shells. Chewing through that would have taken forever, but squeezing through, even with tech packs, was quite doable. Circuit Chewer and her team were looking for an isolated computer. It made sense, because nobody would want to connect a doomsday program to their networks, though presumably they would have patched their own systems. Ace had been looking at the backends for updates to see if anything matched Alliance architecture. It was all based on Alliance stuff to begin with. As she was climbing over a cord, Circuit Chewer was struck by lightning. She immediately checked her tech pack to make sure it was fine, then cursed whoever left exposed wiring in the area. Obviously, any self-respecting tech officer would be resistant to electrical flow, since sometimes they needed to bite right through live wires, but it was still concerning. After guiding her people around the hazard, Circuit Chewer took a look at the computer. It was on, but not logged in to anything convenient. Well, that was expected. Hopefully some sort of external injection would get them access. In the worst case, they would rig tiny explosives to all of the drives in the room, after making sure it wasn't connected anywhere else. But preferably, they would find out if this data had been copied anywhere else first. Otherwise, it could still be used. It wasn't like viruses couldn't exist in two places, exactly the opposite. If they couldn't copy, they wouldn't do much. Chapter 1370. The threat of a crisis came over Circuit Chewer as she observed the computer in front of her. She wanted to say that what she saw was impossible, but she wouldn't put it past certain sorts of humans. The kind that left bits of unshielded wiring strewn about. Circuit Chewer looked at the monstrosity in front of her, but there was no doubting it. This thing used non-standard connection ports. She immediately began to direct her people to scout the room for any leads. If they couldn't find anything, she could only hope she correctly surmised how the connector worked. It was likely they would have to deal with an overload of current. Quite possibly the signal would be unintelligible by their devices, but they had to try. If they collected sufficient garbage, Ace might be able to make use of it. The only problem was prompting it to transmit. If they couldn't properly interface with it, they would get nothing more than a garbled handshake protocol. But they didn't have to worry about that, because they found it. A device the size of a human palm, excessive in mass and form factor. It fit the shape of the necessary connector. The only problem? It had to be close to the mass of tens of thousands of average void ants. An infiltration squad of a few hundred simply couldn't lift it. Even if some of them were a bit larger, they were probably still short by an order of magnitude. Problems such as this could be solved. Void ants were capable of great communal feats, and with proper training they had solutions for a variety of issues. First, levers. Humans always kept around small devices of various sorts. Here, a screwdriver was within the lifting capacity of the infiltration squad. All they had to do was maneuver one end beneath the connective device, then prop up increasingly higher stacks of random clutter. That would slide the device ever closer to its final destination. The only thing they had to be careful of was, it fell off of the desk and clattered to the floor. The mission was doomed. Unless they could repurpose some good portion of the local wiring into a pulley system, there were some overhead lights they might be able to connect to for such a purpose, but finding unnecessary wiring might be tougher. Then a human walked in. A young man. He looked around the room, finally spotting the device. The void ants were hiding behind the extremely obvious stack of random small objects. The human approached. Circuit Chewer prepared to spring forward, her legs touching those next to her so that they would react with her. Another step closer. The young man bent down. I can't believe Carl left the drive on the edge of the desk again. He knows how delicate it is. His energy swept over the device in his hand. Then he sighed in relief. It looks fine. Probably. His energy swept over the void ants. Someone should clean up this junk, but it's not going to be me. Circuit Chewer didn't relax for 10 minutes after the human left. It could have been an ambush. He even put the device closer to the computer they meant to connect it to. They could be watching from somewhere. However, the cameras should have been tampered with. Primitive designs that could easily be fooled by standard viruses. No unique connectors like the drive they found. They void ants moved as quickly as they felt safe to maneuver the drive the rest of the way, with an emphasis on staying away from the edge. Fortunately, it did have an unreasonably short connector wire. Given its weight, it was likely that it would damage the port if it had to directly hang from it. It was easily half a kilogram. Once the team connected the drive, they had a problem. The computer itself required a password. The drive didn't have any secondary connectors that they could use. But wait, Circuit Chewer had overlooked the most basic thing. The human interface devices all used standard connections. If the underlying architecture was at least similar enough to other devices, they had the ability to bypass the software. Pre-programmed into void ant carryable devices, of course. Ultimately, the security of the unique connectors was overcome by the need to have keyboards. They got 90% of the way there, but then, authorized energy signature required. Did the bypass not work? How problematic. How could they? Well, yes, of course. Circuit Chewer sent some of her people to chase down that young man. It wasn't certain if he was authorized, though he was able to enter the room with ease. This Carl, however, seemed potentially important yet at the same time sloppy. Connecting the two should be easy enough, and void ants were quite capable of carrying around wisps of energy. Normally they ate it, so it required a bit more skill to hold on to them for longer than a few moments. But that was well within the infiltration squad's capabilities. Circuit Chewer didn't go herself, because she had to make sure that nobody noticed their intrusion. If someone came and found the computer in a state that was requesting access, they might grow suspicious. Unfortunately, it didn't seem possible to reverse course. Dozens of small problems added up, but ultimately they were manageable. None of them were actually meant to stop void ants. And the standard wards hadn't been viable at any point after the void ants returned to the upper realms. Humans had taught them how formations worked, and the wards were probably many centuries older than that, from whenever the eradication had taken place. Pieces fell into place one at a time. Data was copied onto the drive. Unfortunately, even with the alternate access points, they didn't have the flexibility in their prepared devices to try to copy through different ports. They were able to leave behind a virus that would cause a catastrophic failure of all connected parts of the computer the next time it was accessed, leaving it a mystery precisely when the intrusion happened. Getting the drive out of the room was a lengthy project that took hours, during which they risked detection the whole time. Pulleys and levers and slopes, and unscrewing the entrance to a vent and stealing wires from nearby rooms, and so many steps went into what they had to do. Circuit Chewer wished they could just break things, but manually reviewing the data on site would be impossible. They would ultimately destroy what was stored locally, but they needed to know what it was and where else it might be found. Project Apocalypse simply couldn't be allowed to be unleashed, at least not on the Alliance. If the Exalted Quadrant had all their computers compromised somehow, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. It wasn't Circuit Chewer's job to decide on such an attack vector, though. Also, the Alliance had already done most of that, but subtly. The drive ended up sitting in the vent, coiled in random bits of wire salvage from cords that shouldn't be missed right away. They were slowly dragging it along, but getting it out of the facility undetected would be impossible. Circuit Chewer had already sent a small squad ahead to report on the situation. They would need more void ants, or someone with hands. Potentially both. Until then, they would be scavenging the local area and covering up the presence of the missing drive with their own. Nobody should know where it had gone unless they literally began tearing apart the facility. That had to be good enough. The Heartbound Palace had clearly not given up on their offensive measures against the Alliance. Avexen had somehow become a specialist in the field of mental fortification and infiltration. Maybe not the greatest specialist in just a few decades, but wherever there was potential tampering, he found himself called upon. Maybe because Bear Hug liked him. Then again, Velvet knew he existed, so that was probably also relevant. As far as protecting hive minds went, Avexen had it down. Careful reviews of new members was appropriate anyway, but it was also beneficial to have people in smaller groups at first for another reason. It helped shorten the adjustment period while avoiding mental shock for normal integrations. Obviously, all of the original hive mind integrations couldn't avoid the mental shock, but that didn't mean people had to experience it every time. Ultimately, however, it was a small factor that was used as something of an excuse. Security was important. An entire planet full of people being harmed was something absolutely worth taking more precautions for. Obviously, the Heartbound Palace had attempted different methods of infiltration. Their sleeper agents had grown more and more sophisticated. However, the Alliance had one method to detect them that was extremely consistent. Not other mental cultivators. There were risks with such a thing. Instead, they used a pure tech solution, brain scans. It wouldn't reveal anything about people that it shouldn't, but it would reveal any sort of mental tampering. There were various signs, depending on whether memories had been destroyed by damaging cells or through other means. Though there wouldn't be lingering traces of energy, it would always end up with a divergence from normal neuron connection patterns. It was possible even the Heartbound Palace didn't know quite what they did, but the Alliance knew it well enough. What did Avexen have to do with any of this? He certainly wasn't a machine. However, he did have a measure of insight that could pick out people who might be influenced somewhat reliably. He wasn't the only or final check, just one of many metrics the Alliance used. He also couldn't explain quite how it worked, but that was normal for cultivators. Sometimes, they just developed specific intuition, and he had interacted with several of those who had been the first problems. Today, Avexen was part of a delegation that was meeting between two planets. Both were longtime members of the Alliance, but they were negotiating specific trade details. He was one of many HiveMind members present. He was quite glad he didn't have to hide his thoughts from them, because it was a tiresome process. Indeed, it would be bad if he did because they wouldn't be able to properly react. There was no proof that anything would happen. Avexen wasn't even completely sure what tipped them off. Somewhere around 3/4 of the time, situations like this didn't result in any sort of incident in the end. That estimate included potential deterrence. It wasn't strange, though. It would be weirder to predict where he needed to be with high accuracy. Not every suspicion turned into trouble. Today, Everyone was feeding Avexin the vibes they got from various guests. He let that wash over him. Detailed assessments were a bit too much, but a feeling that one guy was suspicious turned into a certainty that he happened to be having an affair with another member of the delegation. Not something that the observers needed to deal with. People who had been missing for some time, or who had integrated from the great powers, were highest on the suspicion list. The latter was a bit uncomfortable, but there was simply the largest chance they had been tampered with somehow beyond their knowledge. Yet, even if things were fine for a decade, suspicion never really faded. Avexin hated that, especially when it had a good reason. They really needed to do something about the Heartbound Palace. Maybe they could actually catch a disciple and not just brainwashed agents. A different man caught Avexin's eye. The way he looked at one of the members of the opposing delegation, eyes going from complete lack of recognition to sudden awareness. At the moment, he hadn't understood quite what it was, but that was what tipped him off. He barely even had time to take a step closer before the man pulled out a blade, swinging it at an unprepared target. Chapter 1371. Though he couldn't react himself, Avexin's awareness of the brainwashed assassin was sufficient for Evo to take action. He was an augmentation cultivator from the hive mind, a swift but powerful cultivator. He used no weapon, instead turning his aura directly into blunt force. No element, just concussive impact. A difficult path, but clearly one at which he was quite successful. Evo caught the assassin directly in the chest, knocking the man back 2 meters, enough that his attack didn't reach his target, merely the energy extension of his blade. But by that point, his target had raised defensive energy, just enough to block the portion that connected. Evo could have turned the assassin into paste, but then they would lose both a likely decent individual and any information that might be gleaned from him that they could exploit against the Heartbound Palace. The rest of the hive mind cultivators acted together, including Avexin, restraining the assassin and suppressing his energy together. It was entirely possible that he would have been programmed to self-detonate upon failure. The rest of the afternoon was taken up by explaining what had happened and why it should not negatively impact the trade deal the two planets had been planning. It would, of course. Humans were still subject to bias, no matter how much they tried not to. But it shouldn't be too much. In an isolated network, Ace studied the programming of what they believed to be Project Apocalypse. Actually getting access to it had taken some time, because of the non-standard access protocols of the device. However, they did manage to brute force some of that with cultivation. He was the conduit between the device and their computers. He was cautious, of course. It was not impossible to infuse some sort of cultivation energy into programming that could harm actual people. The Exalted Quadrant shouldn't know how to do it, of course. Not many people from the Alliance would be capable. A couple old Reterans. Engineer Uzun might not be the right specialization for it, though he probably could replicate the feat regardless. He was the most ancient of them, after all. He was personally responsible for things that should take entire teams, though when he did have a team, the progress for the Alliance could be staggering. The only reason they didn't have groundbreaking inventions every few years was because of how far both mixed and pure tech had already been taken. They were already capable of astounding feats. How could they advance an entire society rapidly? Ace respected him greatly. Julie was one of the others, responsible for much of the miniaturization that humans had simply found unnecessary. Circuit Chewer and her team made great use of such things, securing the drive. Looking at it, Ace found that Project Apocalypse was terrible. It targeted first and foremost institutions like hospitals, any repositories of knowledge, of course, financial institutions, distribution networks, a wide range of things, but the core was those things that kept a society going. If the virus spread throughout their networks, they could bring huge portions of the Alliance to its knees in the time it took a signal to propagate between locations, which wasn't terribly long. If this hit them unprepared, the only thing they could have done was hope that their instant comms didn't have enough bandwidth to send it. Then they could have shut things down themselves. But now they had it. There were a few exploits that Ace thought had been patched, but it spread throughout the miniature network just fine. However, even if the Exalted Quadrant was clearly centuries behind on overall technological development, they still had clever people. They were unwise, violent, horrible people sometimes, but actually stupid was rare. Even among the Hardened Crown sect, they were only tangentially related to the current business, but they had loaned themselves as guards. Perhaps they saw the value in the destruction they could cause. Ace studied what he had in front of him until the devices actually killed themselves, bypassing safety restrictions and melting. This couldn't get out into the general population. It was a shame that the Alliance had stolen it. Not that Ace wanted the Exalted Quadrant to win. It was just that they would know that countermeasures would be taken. Circuit Chewer and her team couldn't get the results to him without taking the drive, but still, it would have been nice to counter it in its current form and then have them try it anyway. It would probably be a great surprise that the Alliance wasn't in chaos. He was still obviously going to alert the right people of all the flaws. They would fix it, and the Exalted Quadrant would improve their methods and maybe find other exploits they hadn't fully overcome. Though looking at their methodologies, the Alliance would probably be able to predict what they were capable of. Copying the drive and transporting it securely should be doable. Others also had to look at it personally, but it would be marked and contained. Ace wasn't going to assume that he and his team would create the perfect counter. Others would have to be involved, but at least this version of Project Apocalypse would be neutralized. After he resolved whatever he could with that project, he would return to work on the next version of the virus they were infecting the Exalted Quadrant with. The scenarios in which it would become active were the important point. If the Alliance launched an attack, they could likely activate it, but that wouldn't cause as much chaos for the Exalted Quadrant, who were less reliant on computers. Ace's goal was to make it automatically shut down an entire connected network during some critical moment of war preparations. That could be anything from a slight annoyance to delaying an assault for several days, which would be enough time for the infiltrators to take note and pass information along to the Alliance. He wouldn't target hospitals, either. He was better than that. Though in his understanding, the Exalted Quadrant didn't use computers much in that area either. Their reliance would slowly grow throughout, however. They were too useful to ignore. As tensions escalated in the upper realms, so too was the case in the lower realms. The Holy Stars kept pushing at the lines that the lower realms alliance had. They were a bit more cautious than sending actual raids, but flying around the edge of systems the Alliance occupied was one of the things they did. The Alliance wouldn't accept that, nor outposts set up in neighboring systems. A few systems away, and the Alliance let them remain for a time. However, the more the Holy Stars pushed the line, the more the Alliance wanted to push back. To surround them, flying arrogantly through their systems and surrounding their territory with outposts. Of the things they would actually do, they were preparing to surgically take down every established outpost at once to teach the Holy Stars a lesson. People died. Both sides lost people in the skirmishes, but it was far from open war. The Alliance let people flee instead of annihilating them, not because they didn't believe that anyone who escaped could cause more trouble, but because known failures might weaken the Holy Stars and their top cultivators. Besides, they didn't want to fly into ambushes outside of their systems. They were far more closely matched in total maneuverable forces than they would like to admit. Even if they were prepared to take on both great powers in the upper realms, that was with them only sending a portion of their forces and weakened significantly by having to adapt to natural energy. That also included having access to all of their orbital platforms and planetary militia, both of which still had to defend their planets. Negotiations were underway to hire mercenaries from the Shining Cooperative and the other neighbors that weren't part of the Alliance. They were more or less shielded from any potential attack by the positioning relative to the Holy Stars, though it was possible that they would put in the effort to go another 100 or 200 light years to circumvent Alliance territory. They went far enough for the initial attacks, so it wasn't impossible. It would just strain their supply lines even further. The biggest threat was the groups that wouldn't need supply lines. If they could fly as a single fleet with a few deities, the threat was that they could wipe out most things they came in contact with. They needed to be intercepted. Renadin was supposed to be back home in the system of the same name. Everyone thought that was where Renadin was, including the Ardas Coalition. They, or some version of their ancestors, had been responsible for setting up the automated systems that eventually devolved into Renadin, the person. That made Renadin quite angry. Then people arrived, and having people around made Rendin quite happy. Then they had left, except for Bear Hug, sort of. Eventually people from both the Alliance and Ardas came to see Renadin. People were there, and it was good. But despite having been mind-numbingly bored and lonely for centuries, Renadin didn't have to be bored, and it was kind of boring. Accessing mixed tech was easy. All Renadin needed was something with remote access capabilities to sit within its system for a few years, and the deed was done. It did take significant concentration during that duration, but Bear Hug also took a while to make new bodies, so it was probably normal. They were the reason Renadin became interested in the war or heard about it at all. Apparently, someone had hurt Bear Hug. The injustice could not be allowed to stand. Renadin resolved to do anything in its power to take down the Holy Stars. The things that were within Renadin's power were mostly sitting and waiting. But nonetheless, they were willing to try. Right now, Renadin was making good use of that ability. The mixed tech surveillance beacons that the Alliance was deploying were perfect for Renadin to take over. With just a little bit of this and a little of that, Renadin could amplify their efficiency by over 10%. So it wasn't much. It was still new tech, and thus Renadin hadn't been trapped in a slowly failing body that needed to improve its efficiency several times over the course of centuries. A little bit at a time was fine. Also, that 10% increase was after running some of Renadin's processes, so it was totally acceptable. There was only one problem. Renadin wasn't as effective of a multividual as Bear Hug. Specifically, it weren't in perfect sync with all parts of it. Communication had to be achieved. Renadin was in the process of fixing that by trying to get access to the instant comms tech that the Alliance had. The only problem was that both the Alliance and Ardis were super cautious about Renadin for some reason. They seemed to think Renadin might do crazy things that it would never do, like secretly replicating itself into all of their systems and doing bad things. Okay, well, Renadin would probably not do the second half of that. It hadn't really considered it along the way. It was just the only way to get access to this part of the galaxy. Asking to have its main body moved was a bit complicated and unlikely to work out. Someone killed Renadin. It was highly offended by the incoming snippets of information. Why? It was almost as rage-inducing as people killing Bear Hug. Renadin didn't feel pain or existential dread about its survival. Not anymore, at least. But it was still extremely unpleasant. Maybe it would have been worse if Renadin was fully connected, receiving every piece of the transmission. Even so, it was going to figure out how to integrate that stuff into itself, instead of just relying on other transmission methods. Renadin passed along the appropriate alert messages, leaving out the bits of it that were sent along in the pre-death message. This wasn't the first time this had happened, and it wouldn't be the last. The Holy Stars really didn't like surveillance beacons when they found them, which wasn't as often as it should have been. They were already quite subtle, and a bit of active nudging allowed Renadin to hide when people were close. But nothing was perfect, and sometimes transmitting a message was more important than staying hidden. The snooping people would probably be caught. Their trajectory had been clearly logged. In the worst case, they would be chased off. But that wouldn't be the last of them, not by a long shot. Chapter 1372. There was one thing that baffled Renadin about the Holy Stars. Actually, there were a lot of things that didn't make any sense to Renadin about how humans operated, even if they were the ones that had been responsible for its emergence. There hadn't been any around for Renadin to get used to during its long development, and learning about them afterwards was still strange. Ultimately, Renadin understood that humans wanted to expand, and for that they needed resources. Though ultimately they could probably get by with less, it still made sense. Renadin just didn't understand why the Holy Stars would go so far. They were almost as far from their home as Renadin was. The parts in the surveillance beacons. Every time there was contact between bits of Renadin, the thoughts only propagated. The Alliance also thought it was odd that they would go so far. Did they need to take from others? Renadin didn't think there could be a satisfactory answer. Either they didn't need to and simply chose to, in which case they were terrible people, or they needed to and had developed in entirely the wrong direction, which made them bad people. They would have had quite a long time to choose a better path. Whatever the case, it was clear that they weren't giving up. Renadin continued to slowly improve the efficiency of each surveillance beacon in which it was propagated. The more that they could catch, the better. There was yet no proof that capturing Holy Stars cultivators alive would make them lose their devotion to others, but the Alliance was still working with that assumption. There were also people interested in deprogramming them, whatever that meant. Something about making them realize the Holy Stars weren't as great as they were told. It should have been easy. They'd just have to talk to Bear Hug. But maybe they were so far gone that even that wouldn't be sufficient. Renadin didn't have much context for saints and angels and divinities. It only knew that one side put a lot more emphasis on those titles than the other. The Alliance actually refused to capitalize them in public communications, unlike other cultivation stages. A judgment with their very words. Renadin liked that. It didn't like having to deal with angels, though. They were faster and harder to pin down, which meant the messages of their presence were often late for optimal impact. Still faster than they could move, but not instant. Renadin was trying to study Bear Hug and instant comms devices, but they weren't good for replicating into. They weren't alive enough. And that was saying something, given that Renadin's main body had been practically a husk of a computer system that shouldn't have been functional anymore. After it had been repaired, after thorough investigations to make sure the humans wouldn't cause any harm, Renadin had felt so much more functional. Another angel to the southwest, further over than normal. Renadin wondered if it was okay to attach that note to the communication. Was there a standard alert that would provide the same information to the humans? It was hard to do that without revealing too much. Some people wouldn't be happy Renadin was helping. Or rather, they might think that Renadin wasn't helping because humans were scared. That was one thing Renadin understood. New things were scary, and even if Renadin had been in contact with the Alliance for over a century, everything was still new. Especially compared to Anton and those like him. What was it, a millennium and a half? Possibly older than Renadin. Certainly older than conscious Renadin. Devon had his main base of operations in the unified sector, where the shattered chains had first found its home. He wasn't a hive mind cultivator and never would be. He had no interest, and it was likely impossible to properly integrate after reaching unity regardless. It was a fundamental thing that needed to be chosen early on, at least in the grand scheme of things. There was a fairly wide window of possibility. Reports from surveillance beacons had been analyzed, and it seemed that the Holy Stars were probing the entire border of the Lower Realms Alliance. They might soon find their way to the unified sector. The former numerological compact systems, plus their neighbors that the hive minds had been expanding into, were quite capable of defending themselves against most threats, but even with Devon, they probably couldn't deal with two of their enemy's top cultivators. Devon would probably handle Daria better than Anton. Not that he had more power behind his strikes, but because he could deal with an opponent that was purely defensive. Sealing chains were actually quite valuable for such situations, as he could slowly condense the area she was able to operate. He had undergone hundreds of training scenarios with the recordings they had, just in case he did have to go to battle with her. For the moment, Devon remained at a forward outpost as far as he dared to be. He could move back to the center of the unified sector if needed, or out to any disturbance that called his attention. Properly analyzing the threats was necessary so that he didn't get pulled out of position. Most things didn't merit his attention. A handful of angels did. He set out towards their scouting group, preparing to fend them off however was necessary. The Holy Stars had quite a large number of enrichment-equivalent cultivators. Even if they were sending a significant proportion of their cultivators to scout out the Lower Realms Alliance, it was still notable. The Alliance might actually be outmatched for the first time in many centuries. Though that just meant they had to go back to the times where they overcame odds stacked against them. It was simple enough, and Devon refused to accept a world where that was insufficient. It wasn't like he'd survive to see it anyway, so he would have to do his best and act without regret. They did have void ants. It was possible that the Holy Stars didn't really understand that yet. Yes, they had attacked Daria, but she hadn't really had time to take a good look at them. She'd instantly blasted away a strange attack. A number of their other cultivators had been brought down in Klar by the same. Not enough for them to have proper counters. Plus, the Alliance had void ants everywhere. It would be hell for anyone to try to conquer their planets with void ants living on the surface. The Holy Stars cultivators he found were nothing like what Devon had experienced before. A few cultivators of the Burning Hearts had previously appeared around Klar, and Devon had already thought it strange how they turned part of them into fire. That didn't seem to be their limit, as the effect spread from there until they were purely fire. It wasn't just a visual effect. His chains passed through them, finding no purchase. The spikes tore no flesh, and the flames happily fused back together. The same was true even when he blasted them further apart with waves of his energy. The Burning Heart cultivators simply reformed, seeming undamaged. Yet their attacks were as real as anything could be. Devon was kept busy protecting his allies, both Shattered Chain's disciples and Confluence cultivators, plus anyone else that joined up with the unified sector's forces. The Holy Star seemed quite fond of taunts. One of them that Devon thought had been a woman, and now was a nondescript mass of flame, tried to call him out. How pathetic! A mere shadow of true divinity. Devon's instincts were to lash out and prove her wrong. But those were base instincts, not proper wisdom or cultivation attainments. In fact, instinct told him that attacks wouldn't work at all. Is that so? Devon asked. It could be risky to respond, giving them legitimacy to their taunts. However, if he could knock them down a peg, it would all be worth it. They didn't seem to handle failure well. How then would one of your just as false divinities handle you? You asked me to speak of my weaknesses? How pathetic. Devon grinned. He knew his words didn't mean much. He just wanted another jab while he prepared himself. I was just wondering what they would do with your wings. That was one thing consistent about all of those who were angels or above. Even between cultivation styles, they had wings, a representation of their power, perhaps a bit more durable but slightly less flexible than keeping energy free to move exactly as it pleased. Long chains lashed out. The woman didn't even bother to dodge as he swept through her torso. She just flung a ball of flame at a target nearby, which one of Devon's other chains blocked. But even though he'd told her his target, the woman didn't seem to think it meant much. Devon had just wanted to take a few moments to be certain he would do it right the first time. 2 loops of chains stretched out behind the woman, wrapping around 2 wings. Then they constricted. He could have ripped them off right there, and Devon thought she would have had trouble recreating them, at least in the near future. But he didn't. Instead, he let her cry out in pain as the others set in on him. He yanked her in front of their attacks. Spectral fire should be able to hit spectral fire. That was all the justification he had for such a maneuver. Obviously, cultivators could normally handle what their energy did. Unish had been famous for flames that would only harm enemies, so insubstantial cultivators might do even less. But that was only if they were both fully in control. Devon's chains didn't just bind physical objects. They bound insubstantial wings and dragged the woman around. Of course, he would make her more solid right as the attack struck. He could have just killed her. With his chains already around her wings, she wouldn't be able to avoid him. But it was more impactful for them to hit her, even if she lived. Devon didn't enjoy hearing people scream. He didn't like holding them captive. But they were foes, and he never held someone in slavery nor allowed captives to be treated poorly. He didn't enjoy hearing the woman cry out in pain either, but he did enjoy seeing the others flinch away. Your lack of cultivation understanding has led to quite a bit of arrogance, Devon commented. I'll give these 4 fools in front of us one more chance to flee before I pluck out your wings. As if they would ever dash. Shush. Devon suppressed her energy, and her words could not travel through vacuum. Your opinions aren't part of this. As for the rest of you, go ahead and run along. Tell your people about your failure. Devon didn't think they would, but it was Alliance policy to embarrass the Holy Stars as much as possible for actual tactical advantage. Hopefully, they didn't run. So Devon was forced to rip off one pair of the woman's wings to keep his word. If her first words had been asking him not to instead of saying her allies would never surrender, he might have reconsidered, but he listened to her finish her sentence even if he suppressed her words from traveling further. He still kept the woman bound, the chain having snaked around her midsection and binding her arms to her sides. She was nearly returned fully to her physical form, the flames fading. Just a couple pairs of burning wings left. How dare you? Devon shook his head. How dare you? You respect your own as divinities, but trample upon our territory with no thought for any of our people. Long chains spiraled out in mysterious patterns, blocking dozens of incoming fireballs and even tying up huge cones of flame, turning them into little more than puffs of orange. It was an unnecessarily dramatic way to do it, but that was unnecessary in the normal sense. Long term, the drama might win something. Devon had enough chains to wrap a planet long before. He could absolutely catch 4 cultivators. His chains confidently closed in around them, and as they intentionally discorporated to try to get around them, he caught them regardless. He then shoved their bodies back together before forcing them into corporeality. It was taxing to suppress 5 cultivators of such strength, but Devon was specifically suited for such things. If they were more cautious, they could have put their effort into speedy avoidance instead of relying on their insubstantiality after they had already seen it fail. Soon enough, they would have the best power suppression shackles fitted to them. Hopefully, some divinities would find themselves suddenly missing some wings, though it was likely more impactful if their failures came while physically present. Maybe sending groups like this was to avoid negative consequences, but more likely it was because they couldn't risk venturing into the unknown, which was also a great thing to tell people to weaken them. The rest of you can run along and report back, Devon said. But the lesser cultivators didn't. Apparently, they couldn't go back without their superiors, so they surrendered. Devon wondered if they would have been killed or simply had too much honor. So much for sowing uncertainty with this batch. But at least they had way too many prisoners. Good thing they could spread them out through multiple systems. Chapter 1373. As usual, the mess that Devon had left behind had to be cleaned up by Erona. She smiled at that thought, because of course they had very different skill sets. It would have been rather impossible for Erona to convince anyone to surrender no matter how she tried to persuade them. That she was certain of, as she was now observing how tightly indoctrinated they were. In a way, it was unfortunate that the Holy Stars wasn't a terrible hellscape. It made her job harder for their people to have some justification to follow along with their creed. It was difficult to shake their devotion to their more powerful cultivators. Perhaps if she was a unity cultivator. No, she shouldn't let her cultivation limit her in that way. This wasn't something that required force, but finesse. What should she say to them? What was the goal? Weakening their top cultivators was one of them, but for Erona that would be the side effect of pulling them away. Ultimately, she wanted to convince them that it wasn't reasonable to simply attack people and steal their resources. And to do that, she had to convince people they were at fault. To that end, Erona was working on the most difficult case. Xianxia was an angel of the burning hearts, and she was filled with wrath. It wasn't the sort that was beneficial for the fire cultivator, either. Figuring out what was at the core of the issue took weeks, which was an eternity by Erona's standards. Usually she could get people to open up to her in an instant. "He's dead," Xianxia declared. "He's dead, and you killed him." Erona wanted to say that she didn't kill anyone. However, that wasn't the sort of response that would be helpful in the current circumstance. It wasn't even really a personal attack. Besides, it was more likely that she was referring to the Lower Realms Alliance as a whole. Who? Erona asked. If it was one of the others who had come with her, most of them weren't dead. The woman spat his name at Erona. Naldo. That name wasn't in their database. There had been a few stubborn individuals, but they had names for all the important people. And most likely, Xianxia would be thinking of someone like that, as she was an angel. But it wasn't necessarily the case. Tell me about him. Why? So you can sully his name. If the woman was freed from her shackles, Erona had no doubt that she would sacrifice herself in an instant to kill Erona, merely because she represented the Lower Realms Alliance. Was he with you? No. How do you know we killed Naldo? His destination was within your territory. He never returned. Something about that. They knew the Alliance claimed that territory. That might not have been the case with Clar, but there was obvious human habitation around Maheg. Erona tried to get access to some recordings, eventually pulling up an image. Him. How? Erona shrugged. Recording the image of an individual is relatively simple. Artists have done it since time immemorial, but this one was produced using special techniques that accurately replicate a specific moment. He was the first angel they had seen from the burning hearts. He was also very much dead, though they had no body. My condolences. I doubt it will provide you any comfort to hear that it was necessary to protect our territory. What would you do if we killed your husband? Xianxia glared, her voice filled with vitriol. Something terrible. Erona had limits she had set for herself, manipulating people. She couldn't seek martial retribution, but she could do far worse. Devon wasn't an invader, but again that would be no good for Xianxia to hear. Seek revenge. I understand why you are here, but I do not understand why he was there. Xianxia looked genuinely confused. He had to lead the forces. At the command of your deities? Erona tried not to let too much of her lack of respect for them flow through, but she certainly wouldn't feign positive respect. To what end? He came here to provoke a response. No, he was to seek out systems with viable resources. Why there? It was quite far from anything close to your territory. Xianxia was uncertain. She tried to not appear that way. I imagine they felt a powerful energy signature and investigated it. From several hundred light years distant? You have that capability. Xianxia didn't even pretend. No. When they got close. Probably. When did you know that the system was occupied? I'm not sure. Kiara was answering questions now. She didn't find any reason to believe this was a security threat. Erona did her best to make her comfortable. Probably after, nobody reported back. Erona shook her head. That's not what I meant. When did you find out? About the same time. Once the declaration was made of their deaths. Her anger flared once more, but Kiara was having trouble directing it at Erona. It would be better if she didn't direct it at the Alliance either, but things had to be taken one step at a time. Was that before or after Darius set out? Before, obviously. Obviously, when no word at all had come back from Maheg, which meant that someone had to have known the system was occupied before then. Erona would likely share that revelation with Kiara in the future, but she wasn't ready yet. She wasn't ready for most things. One thing Erona did frequently was bring their captives out to see the world. The Alliance was confident that, even if their prosperity turned out to be no greater than the Holy Stars, it wasn't any less either. The eyes of their people might be biased towards home, of course, but ultimately seeing that the Alliance was fine where they were should be a starting point to bring mutual understanding. Many things were being learned about the Holy Stars through the captives, though not all of it was revelatory. The basic structure was fairly clear from the first encounters, including a disdain for outsiders. But yet, many of them would not openly admit that disdain, especially when in a compromised position. Kiara did her best to act unimpressed. These people are weird. 10 minutes later, someone who hadn't been near her comment said that she was the weird one. When she asked if she was being spied on, Erona had to explain hive minds. Your people are all of one thought. Erona smiled. Some of us, yes. But it is not quite the same as it might sound at first. Each is still an individual. The connection allows them to understand each other more deeply, bypassing many of the problems humans have with communication. Things obvious to some of us are not always obvious to others. I am sure you have had certain interactions that just didn't go as they should have. Are you part of the hive mind? Kiara clutched her arm. Am I? Erona shook her head. I am not. I just trained as a social cultivator. We would not force anyone to join. No, they couldn't. It would go against everything they stand for, to no benefit. Kiara was silent for a few moments. I want to see his body. Erona didn't know how Kiara had gone between topics, but of course the transition was perfectly natural for the woman herself. His body was immolated. Ah, Kiara hung her head. That is not unheard of, especially for the burning hearts. Then, I wished to see where he died. She thought she wanted to see who killed Naldo. It was something Erona had to consider carefully. It will take some time to arrange. It is not nearby. Kiara looked somewhat surprised. Did they not have maps? The Lower Realms Alliance is not small. How much did your one scouting mission observe? You should know there have been many others as well. Kiara nodded. She wasn't a fool. She just hadn't asked enough questions. It was truly not a small deal to bring Kiara to Maheg. The totality of the circumstances involved with transporting a dangerous individual so far, and one with particular negative associations with the area, took Erona some time to work out. She didn't lie and say she could guarantee the results would be positive, but she at least expected them to be. It was possible to be wrong. Ultimately, Maheg was ready for more than a single enrichment equivalent threat. The system was one of the first that had been fortified against further attacks, and of course the star was quite powerful even without involving humans. The full extent of that power had never been tested, not even against that assault. The Alliance knew that Maheg had great power, but they were quite content with it being used for small-scale tasks like gardening. They didn't need Maheg to act as a combatant or superweapon, though within the system they were confident Maheg would continue to provide protection for those who dwelled there. They wouldn't be provoking extra threats just to test the limits of Maheg's abilities, as that wasn't something one did to their allies. Kiara was in a better state of mind to observe her surroundings. After her initial capture, she had been furious and not really paying attention. Now, she clearly was surprised at the ship that carried her. Erona watched as she tried to check out each and every little thing with her eyes, because her energy was still sealed. Unshackling someone to build trust was only useful if you believed they wouldn't immediately try to kill you. Erona was currently confident that was still Kiara's state. There are formations combined with purely mechanical and physical processes, Erona explained. That's why you don't sense as much natural energy as you expect. Kiara did her best to pretend she already knew that. It wasn't convincing, Since she couldn't even explain what anything was beyond the obvious structural components of the ship, Erona didn't bother to call her out on it, because it was just her way of maintaining some level of pride. Perhaps she shouldn't, but forcing her pride to break wouldn't produce good results. Erona took Kiara to a few planets in the system, though neither said much of anything. The captive woman was clearly brooding. "Where did he die?" she asked. The unspoken question was, who killed him? "The battle occurred in space," Erona explained. "Knowing the answer to the second won't do you any good." Kiara looked around suspiciously. "I don't sense anyone here strong enough that I couldn't kill them. Or do you have a false divinity somewhere else?" Erona sighed. "None of us have ever claimed divinity. That was all your people." Kiara was barely paying attention, as she was tilting her head back and forth. Erona wasn't quite certain what she was trying to do. Was she listening for something? Maybe she was just trying to get her energy senses to work, but she was quite solidly sealed. Then Erona noticed Maheg's curiosity. She extended some of her energy to hold off a probing strand. Maheg understood energy's sign. It just had to be extremely exaggerated. You should not make contact with her. Even without any contact, Kiara trembled. She looked up into the sky. Standard cultivator tempering should at least protect her eyes from a short period of directly looking at a star. That was a divinity. She threw herself to the floor face first, covering her head. It didn't appear as if the posture was meant to be defensive, but she couldn't freely move her arms for whatever she wanted. That is how Naldo died. How foolish I have been. I apologize to the divinity. This was not what Erona wanted to happen. That would just be going from one problematic state to another. Erona had to be firm. Maheg is not one of your divinities, nor any kind, just a powerful cultivator. As a star, Maheg doesn't follow traditional phases, but could certainly be compared to Unity in total power. Unity cultivators are those like Devon, who you have already encountered. Kiara shook her head. It's different. But even Erona could tell Kiara wasn't sure if she believed that. Erona wasn't certain what provoked that particular reaction. Perhaps it was simply Maheg's size. Normally, Unity cultivators restrain their power to make people comfortable. Maheg too, though the star had been reaching out, and thus a bit more obvious than normal. Enough for a sensitive cultivator to feel with only passive senses. Erona would deal with this. Maheg shouldn't want worship, and it likely wouldn't be good for Kiara either. But ultimately, she'd have to see how the situation unfolded. Chapter 1374. Convincing Kiara that Maheg didn't want her to bow down was a strangely difficult task. Part of it was that Erona could tell Kiara was extremely unbalanced. For whatever reason, Maheg appeared more like a divinity to her than Devon had. Speculating why wasn't as important as determining what consequences that could have for her psyche. Kiara had directly declared an apology regarding the death of her husband, Naldo, as if merely insinuating that Maheg could have done anything wrong was inappropriate. Given her society, that might be what she believed, but Erona also knew that all of Kiara's hatred and motivation had been centered around her love. Knowing little about their actual relationship, Erona could only take Kiara at her word about the depths of that love. At least, until the woman actually opened up. Two conflicting ideas could break a person. Sometimes it would take longer for cultivators, or sometimes it would be quick and catastrophic. If her husband's death had been the worst news she ever received, but now there was nobody to blame, she might break. Erona's short-term intentions were to prevent that. Unfortunately, she could only ask so many questions about the topic without edging too close to dangerous issues. "What are your feelings towards the alliance now?" Erona asked. She had put in so much effort over the last few months trying to negate her hatred. Now, any shreds of that might be the only thing holding her together. It wasn't a good long-term situation, but it was better to have something while the structures of her mind were replaced with something more solid. Some people might say that saving one individual wasn't worth it given the danger she might pose. Others might have thought it harmless to allow Kiara to worship Maheg. However, neither were correct. Kiara couldn't form her thoughts into words. Erona still sensed that anger, it was just buried. "I thought your people were weaker and incapable. But you are not. Even if most of your cultivations are strange." The latter wasn't the answer that Erona had wanted, but it might lead towards a useful topic of discussion. What is strange about us? Why are you not more like that? Like us angels? Erona shrugged. We are not so different, I think. But to truly answer you, We would have to look far beyond your wings. I don't know if you would be willing to answer such questions candidly. About my cultivation, Kiara really needed to stop looking into the sun. Her body tempering wouldn't last. Erona did her best to filter the light so that she didn't get permanent eye damage. I will not reveal the methods. However, I can discuss the guiding principles. Surely that will be sufficient. I will accept whatever you can share, Erona said. She was going to guide Kiara around the planet to somewhere it was night. She would likely still be able to sense Maheg, but at least she wouldn't be so starstruck. Are the wings important? Erona had her own theories, but she wanted the answers to be as candid as possible, not led on by her. Though, of course, every way she framed a question would have some impact. Of course they are. That is how we measure our power. Each pair of wings is another step on the path of cultivation. Divinities gather a great many, sufficient to cover entire worlds. Few of us will have wings. Unless we practice a style related to the sky or birds, it appears an unnecessary addition. Erona shared. Saints don't have wings. That is because saints only have begun to gather faith, Kiara explained. Then they will grow into angels with time. For what reasons does one provide their faith to one saint or another? Erona asked. It seemed like a simple question. However, Kiara was fully incapable of answering it, as if none of the words made any sense to her. Her face went blank, as if she had stumbled into something more existentially problematic than her perfect love being killed by a faultless god of some sort. You don't. There aren't any preferred recipients? Erona asked. Is this faith distributed equally? Kiara shook her head. That's not it. You don't have, the choice is made for you. They didn't have reasons. It made sense that she couldn't bring herself to say that. Erona nodded. I see. We have some similar nomenclature, but the process, I think, is quite different. Kiara tilted her head. At some point, our people do begin to cultivate with devotion. However, it is only a portion of our gains in power, and they make appeals to people in various ways, instead of having followers chosen for them. But angels and divinities also make appeals, Kiara said. She placed a hand on her sternum. I, for example, send reproductions of my image to be viewed by my followers, as well as regular encouragement in the form of letters that are copied and widely viewed. But what do you do for them? Erona asked. It was another question that got a confused response from Kiara. Why should I have to do anything more? As it is, my blessings will reach them. Tell me about these blessings, Erona said. Good harvests. Health. Prosperity. Do you have healers? Erona asked. She already knew the answer, but she still asked. We do. You also have experienced farmers. And an organized society. Of course. How could we not? Erona didn't want to say that the blessings might not be real. After all, in the world of cultivation it was entirely possible. However, it was also possible that it was entirely due to the hard work of the people. That would require further investigation. The conversation continued, drawing Kiara's attention away from the contradictions no doubt swirling inside of her. Erona couldn't say that it went much of anywhere after that. She did get the feeling that their usage of faith was somewhat different from devotion, but she couldn't quite say how just yet. It was strange to find a neighboring civilization that was so close and yet so divergent. Perhaps it was merely that they were in conflict that made them seem more alien. Erona knew the human mind could come up with any number of reasons to not like people, amplifying even minor differences. The strange thing was that if the Holy Stars hadn't persistently instigated conflict, the Lower Realms Alliance would have been quite eager to get along with them. It seemed they had some sort of fundamental difference. The Alliance always did their best to communicate first, to not provoke conflict, to not take anything from systems that had owners. Klar had been the first of those, and while the Holy Stars could have been mistaken about anything being owned, that was only until Anton revealed himself. Aniello hadn't even considered a route that didn't end in conflict. Anton had to admit his actions weren't as peace-seeking as they could have been, but Aniello had directly chosen to continue his attempts to plunder even after being explicitly told the system was claimed. And when he returned, he had perished. Before they could have heard of any of that, the Holy Stars had also attacked Maheg's system. It was unclear why they hadn't responded to Maheg in the same way as Kiara. Maybe the star hadn't been fully revealed until the end. Or maybe it was Kiara that was more reasonable and with a broader perspective. Naldo hadn't seemed to be a good person. He was perfectly willing to kill the locals and steal what was theirs without any form of negotiations. They had recordings, though Erona certainly wouldn't be showing them to Kiara unless she wanted to break her. Perhaps far in the future, if Erona still thought there was hope to be had. Renadin logged a minor disturbance. Sensory details below the transmission limit. Holy Star's cultivators had learned quite well what the limits of the surveillance beacons were, and exploited that in their own scouting sessions. Renadin knew they were there, though. When it judged they were approaching a location they ought not to, a signal would be sent regardless of the strength of any observations, and the larger route could be tracked through the smaller logs. It was a delicate balance, but Renadin thought it was getting better at it. Though most groups had an angel, just one couldn't threaten most of the systems the Alliance had, even on their borders. Especially not after they had received reinforcements. Many of the border systems were still undeveloped, but every planet had at least a few highly functional orbital platforms. Individually, they might not be able to take down an angel or enrichment equivalent, but together and with the local forces they certainly could. If there was more, the Alliance would have warning to send sufficient defenders. Someone was going to figure it out eventually. Some might notice that false positives came with sufficient extra information outside the normal bounds of delivered packets such that they could manually verify nothing was wrong. Once people who came to maintain the beacons looked extra close, they might notice traces of Renadin's presence. That might also be the case when they noticed that fewer repairs were needed. Renadin wasn't perfect at performing physical repairs, but Renadin was great at making a system run anyway. If that wasn't the case, Renadin wouldn't exist. It had first been conscious on hardware that was damaged, and that only devolved over time. Now being able to do some of that intentionally, Renadin was quite effective. Perhaps if something was about to be discovered, Renadin should delete itself. It was kind of scary, even though Renadin knew that the rest of it was out there. It also might not be possible, because Renadin wasn't really a computer program or anything, just distantly related to automated systems. Not continuing to help the Alliance wasn't an option, though. Possible detection also led to possible extermination. Humans were afraid of things that were new, but Renadin liked to hope that these humans would be better. The Alliance took in void ants, after all. Void ants were also terrifying to them. Actually, it might be the void ants that decided Renadin was too dangerous. It wondered how to appeal to them. They did speak energy sign, at least. Renadin better learn how to observe void ant sign. Fortunately, anywhere it was should have optical sensors. The data showed that the Holy Stars were gearing up for something. An attack on the Western systems, perhaps. A stab towards the unified sector, or would that be the feint? Renadin didn't know much about tactics or grand strategy, only that sometimes things weren't as they appeared. Experience might help, but Renadin only had age. There was a reason Renadin never sent fewer reports than the surveillance beacons would normally transmit. It simply couldn't be sure if it was missing something, and the Alliance needed a certain functionality. Sending more could be dangerous too, but it had already given several systems time to respond to smaller raids, or simply scouts snooping about. A small number of years, probably. That was Renadin's completely inexpert opinion. It could happen within 1 year, or maybe it would take 10. For cultivators, which was everyone in the Alliance except livestock and pets, that really was a short time. Another piece was going to get killed. Nearby parts received the final transmission. The Holy Stars didn't destroy many beacons, partially because they didn't want to tip off that they could find them. It also revealed their location too easily. Renadin had plans to hide the beacons when it was important. Until then, it would accept some terrifying memories of what could have been final moments. Injuries, as it were, just not to any one physical body. Renadin supposed there were physical parts dying, but that wasn't the uncomfortable part. Chapter 1375. Something drew Erona to the problem of Kiara, more than just what flipping her could do for the Alliance. Of those they captured, there were 2 other angels more likely to give up the rhetoric of the Holy Stars. Even if she had a particular reaction to Meheg's existence, that didn't mean that her divinity to which she was devoted would be any less important in her mind. Resolving her issues would certainly be of value to Kiara, but Erona was self-aware enough to know that wasn't why she was doing it. She simply had an idea that she should. It could still accomplish those other purposes, but this was for Erona herself. Comparing the differences and similarities between unity and divinity was greatly beneficial. For all that they felt extremely different, In some ways, they were only separated by small philosophical perspectives. That wasn't unheard of. There was a reason all of the most powerful cultivators in the upper realms were domination cultivators, Chitty accepted. It wasn't that they were terribly similar, but instead that the path of cultivation itself had limited avenues of success. At the very least, there was one main path that would always be far more successful, with deviations from the true core being an exception. The same was likely true in this case. The bias against the holy stars came more from their attitude than any legitimate belief that their cultivation didn't work. Erona had plenty of evidence that it did, including Kiara in front of her. Though she did want to see Kiara actually in action, the easy thing to do would be to invite Devon. He would serve as a sufficient deterrent against Kiara doing anything crazy. It would also be rather reckless, as he needed to be ready for potential invasions. Even if he wasn't constantly on alert, dragging him around with her would be reckless. There was a simple and safe enough solution, assuming Kiara was actually willing to comply. Void ants. The risks would come about if at some point Kiara ended up back with the holy stars with more information than she ought to have, but they could factor that into future choices. Kiara was quite surprised to be free. Aren't you worried I will attempt to harm you? Maheg wouldn't like that, but Erona didn't want to push her along that train of thought. I believed your words when you said you would act appropriately, Erona said. And if you should change your mind, something humans do quite frequently, there are certain precautions in place. Telling her precisely what they were wasn't best for the moment, but being honest about the circumstances was ultimately best. Oh, I see, Kiara nodded. The angel very slowly expanded her senses as they approached the ship they would be traveling aboard. It really doesn't have energy all throughout. Fascinating. Erona had asked for temperate void ants. The whole point was to allow Kiara to use her energy in the way a normal person would, sensing things and moving about. Just not for battle. The void ants should be able to recognize the difference. They were paying attention to what was going on, after all. Several hundred of them scattered about. During the journey, Kiara spent quite a lot of time specifically feeling out Erona's energy. You really don't fight. Not if I don't have to, Erona admitted. I can, of course, but that's not my specialty. Just as you have seen those that specialize in growth and production. That was one difference, and that could be seen between the Holy Stars and the Lower Realms Alliance. Though both were prosperous, working with maximum vigor towards all types of growth was still fairly unique to the Alliance. Growing in cultivation generally still improved the abilities of farmers, and special formations allowed them to grow vast fields of nutritious and energy-dense food. But that was still just their job, while they ultimately tried to work towards something greater. The combat roles of the saints, angels, and of course those of the highest position, the divinities. When they arrived at the destination a significant time later, Kiara looked around. I don't see anything special about this place. What is our purpose here? Erona just shrugged. There isn't anything special. I just wanted to show you. This is Uter, the world I grew up on. When we came into contact with the Alliance, at that time a much smaller entity, we were only aware of attacks from the upper realms. From the upper realms? Kiara asked. Erona nodded. Every 6 centuries, the tides of the world shift, allowing streams of energy between the realms to intermingle. The upper realms have often been at an advantage due to various reasons, and performed frequent raids. It appears that you have not experienced that. Kiara shook her head. No, perhaps because we are quite far. I would imagine so. The tides do not extend forever. Even if they did, the cycle would fade before a proper journey could be made. Simply reaching as far as Maheg was already quite a long trip. Adding another several hundred light years on top of that would strain the duration of the tides quite significantly. For an event that had been a unifying factor with most of the lower realms, it was strange to not share it with the Holy Stars. It would have been easy to be envious of them, secure in their location, but Erona really couldn't. She hadn't enjoyed the wars as they happened, nor was them helping develop the Lower Realms Alliance into something stronger a good enough reason for them to exist. But ultimately, she was content with the current state of things. Perhaps if things had gone differently, the world as she knew it would not exist. Come, Erona said. Let me take you to my favorite restaurant. Kiara pondered. Does it still exist? If it has been as long as you imply. That is a good question, Erona admitted. Things changed over time, regardless of intentions. But I can say that as much as possible, it is. Several generations of cultivators had come and gone since that time, but it had stuck around in part specifically due to being Erona's favorite. There was never any fanfare while she was there, but as the former elected empress of Uter and now a prominent figure in the alliance, it still meant something. There was nothing special about it. The owners hadn't put up fancy gilding or even done much to expand the building. They only added on new kitchens and an outside seating area. Other layers of buildings had been built on top of the restaurant as skyscrapers became popular, requiring a few walls to be knocked down and rebuilt for the sake of structural stability, but it was still the same. A simple menu of various sorts of noodle dishes. Erona was absolutely certain that her appreciation was tainted by nostalgia, but was that not just as real as scents and other physical sensations? "Who is your friend?" a waitress asked. She should be the great-granddaughter of the family that had first operated the restaurant when Erona had first come there. A proper social cultivator herself, even if her version was more subdued. Knowing how to approach customers was key. Erona could have denied that they were friends, but that didn't seem right. "This is Chiara. She is from the Holy Stars." The server's eyes widened. Most likely, she could have entirely hidden her fear, but she let a little bit show through. That was perhaps the best effect Erona could have asked for. "Are we not at war?" "Not quite. I am hoping someone like Chiara here will be able to prevent that future, or minimize the impacts." Showing her the normal places would certainly elicit some sympathy from the woman, but Erona was still doing things for partially selfish reasons. She saw something for herself, an opportunity that was growing the greater the connections she made. Chiara pondered. "I am uncertain if I have sufficient influence to achieve the results you would want." She took the excuse of ordering from the menu to stop talking. The conversation was minimal during the meal. As they left, Chiara commented, "It was quite good. Do they know you there?" "Of course. It is my favorite restaurant. I'm not always here, of course." Uter is fairly close to the core of the Lower Realms Alliance, but it's still somewhat off the main trade routes. Specifically, it was a bit southwest of the Trifold Alliance. Not that anyone called anything that anymore. They were far beyond that. Ultimately, if war came from anything like the expected angle, Uter would be hit before any of the core systems. It wasn't that near the border either. Erona wasn't worried, but only because she trusted her people. Up until the very moment darkness fell, Renaudin didn't detect anything. It was quite a shock for every sensor to suddenly be overwhelmed with detections and to not be able to do anything about it. Though the surveillance beacon didn't know that for certain, Renaudin did know it. It was a box. How it got there was anyone's guess. Teleportation? That seemed unlikely. More likely, stealth specialists. It was specially made. Renaudin detected the aura of the holy stars lingering in and around it. Not that there was anyone else to suspect of foul play at the moment. Renaudin pushed out some messages with extra energy behind them, but it probably didn't work. It began to try to dissect the situation. It was not being crushed. What was the point of surrounding the beacon and not destroying it? It took Renaudin far too long to come up with an answer. A time probably measurable in days rather than hours. Renaudin was uncertain, without any external feedback, and no way to trust any internal measurements given the surrounding interference. They wanted to observe the beacons. It seemed rather unnecessary, given that they had already figured out enough to block them out without warning. But there were simple reasons beyond that. Renaudin suspected that they wanted to replicate them, somehow. Or, yes, indeed. The world was slowly returning to normal. Or at least, that was how that appeared. The beacon wanted to send a message that said it had been blocked, and now it wasn't. Not that there was a specific protocol for that, but presences detected in an area and then removed was basic. The message didn't go anywhere, because the box was still there. Renaudin was almost completely certain, even if it couldn't see the box anymore. Renaudin had only just begun to experience freedom, and now it was experiencing captivity of another sort. Not just isolation, but being cut off from the world and fed a false narrative. It was bad, and Renaudin couldn't figure out how to stop it. A single burst of energy might break apart the surrounding device, or it might crush Renaudin. Without the opportunity to send a final message, it would be a very real death. That was no good. Even if more of Renaudin would live on outside, it wasn't good enough. And that wasn't the only thing. Messages were being blocked, but messages were being sent, normal status updates, or at least something that more or less fit that narrative. If nobody looked carefully, they might miss that the signals weren't produced on proper hardware, but through purely the means of formations. Renaudin couldn't ask anyone if they looked carefully, nor could Renaudin ask if there was someone still monitoring the box from the outside. With no connections to anywhere else, Renaudin didn't know if this was happening everywhere or just in one location. Either way, it was a huge problem. Renaudin absolutely wasn't going to let this stand. First, it had to figure out the box. Whatever was being done to the beacon itself, Renaudin was an unexpected variable. In fact, that had been Renaudin's whole life. Hopefully, this time it could be turned into something useful instead of something left behind.